Chapter 81. My daughter often mentions you to me. Brother, I'm going to go in and talk to my father.
Tang Tang was a little excited, like the primary and secondary school students in the last class before the National Day holiday. For her, Meng Yu's arrival this time was a double blessing. Not only did she get to see her beloved brother-in-law, but she also got to go with him to the Wanmin banquet to see the fun. Tang Tang heard that this Wanmin banquet was a once-in-a-lifetime event in Feng County. As for the legendary Mr. Meng, Tang Tang was not very enthusiastic. Just like the names of the horses from Nanhang and Xincheng, she knew that they were the richest men in Xia, very wealthy and rich, but she didn't think Mr. Meng would have any intersection with her. Of course, Tang Tang is still very respectful of Mr. Meng's merit of building a railway to benefit the village, and thinks that he should be a great man with a heart for the world and a concern for the country and its people.
Meng Yu nodded slightly.
But in his heart, he had already decided. He would lend a helping hand to Tang Tang and save her from the predicament of life. Whether it was out of the world's richest man's philanthropic spirit or his responsibility as an older brother, he had the need and ability to help this little guy. Moreover, Meng Yu had received a reward of 100 yuan through Tang Tang, which was equivalent to 100 billion yuan. Tang Tang's ability score is also 90, so it is possible to expect her to stand on her own in the future after she has some experience under her belt. At the very least, Tang Tang is a beautiful girl with a 95-point appearance score. Although it is not obvious at the moment, a little bit of makeup can bring out her hidden beauty. With such a beautiful subordinate, it's not a loss to invest a little bit in advance. Thinking of this, Meng Yu took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Lingyue.
Wang Lingyue replied immediately.
Meng Yu, President Wang, immediately arrange for an ambulance to come over.
My friend's father is paralyzed in bed and needs the best treatment. Wang Lingyue, I understand.
However, Mr. Meng, Feng County's medical resources are limited.
Do you need to transfer him to Nanhang or Shanghai immediately? Meng Yu, no need. My friend should accompany him personally. When we leave Feng County, we can transfer him to Nanhang.
By the way, first bring a top medical team from all over the country. Her father has been paralyzed in bed for more than 10 years, so ordinary doctors may not be able to help.
Wang Lingyue, her? Mr. Meng, I'm jealous. But don't worry, Lingyue will complete the task. By the way, can you please send me your location?
After sending the location information, Meng Yu put away his phone and raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
This special assistant, Wang Lingyue, is quite handy.
It's just that her figure is a little too seductive, making it difficult for Meng Yu to focus on thinking about future plans when he is with her. After all, the life plan he received before getting the system is obviously no longer applicable today.
Suddenly, Lu Hao and Li Dong walked out of the small house with gloomy faces. What kind of person are you?
You're already a useless person lying in bed, and you still have such a bad temper.
Li Dong scolded. Lu Hao also snorted angrily, and his hatred for Tang Fu was growing.
After he got Tang Tang, the rich-hating slut, he would definitely send the father and daughter to Jiuzhou. In this materialistic society, there are still people who regard money as dirt.
He was really angry at this rich second generation.
However, due to the noble status of the company's general manager and his pursuit of Tang Tang, he did not say a single evil word. Perhaps sensing Meng Yu's faint contempt in his eyes, Lu Hao glared at him.
What are you looking at? Do you think you're better than me? You'll get a good scolding from Tang's father when you get in.
Meng Yu shrugged his shoulders and ignored the old classmate who was about to break through the defense. After obtaining the system and becoming the richest man in the world, his mentality has always been very good.
That's right.
But any big shot with this kind of wealth, like my Nanhang or Ma Xincheng, is always approachable. Even if they go to the street for a haircut, they are always polite and smile at the barber.
Someone who slaps people around? That's too small-minded. Are you sure you're a normal person? How can a normal rich person be so ill-mannered? It's 2020, and even Lu Hao, a small general manager, knows to pay attention to his status, let alone Meng Yu, the richest person in the world?
It is worth mentioning that
Mr. Meng will not be at the top of the Huruan Global Rich List.
He has the power to become the world's richest person in name, but Meng Yu doesn't think it's necessary.
After all, there are many richer people than the current world's richest person, Jack Bezos.
Since the Rothschild family and the Oriental family of the imperial capital are both too lazy to compete for this false reputation, Meng Yu naturally has no interest in it. It is more interesting to be the person behind the scenes than to be a pawn with a glamorous appearance.
Isn't it more interesting?
Lu Hao watched Meng Yu ignore him and walk straight into the house, and he immediately flew into a rage.
Li Dong looked at Meng Yu's back and rolled his eyes. What a pretentious little brat. He rented a suit of Armani trash and thinks he's a rich kid?
Lu Hao was speechless upon hearing this, looking at this ignorant and fearless younger brother. His eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything.
After all, Li Dong is also a scapegoat, so it's okay to be stupid. Meng Yu walked into the house and saw Tang Tang sitting on the edge of the bed, talking to her paralyzed father.
The small room was quite tidy, and a thick stack of newspapers was piled up on the bedside table. Tang's father had gray hair, but his eyes were not at all decadent, which reminded Meng Yu of the eyes of a lone wolf. When a wolf fails to compete for the position of Wolf King, it will be expelled from the pack and become a lone wolf wandering outside the pack.
However,
it was these very eyes that flashed a momentary gleam of light when they saw Meng Yu.
You must be Meng Yu, right? Sweetie often talks about you. I'm a useless father, unable to provide a happy environment for my daughter to grow up in.
It's thanks to you that she had a happy time in junior high school.
Tang's father was neither humble nor arrogant.
Meng Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Uncle Tang was praising him. When he was young, he had seen Tang's father many times, but he had not noticed anything unusual about him. He had simply thought that he was an optimistic and positive paralyzed uncle. Now, with more experience, when he saw Tang Fu again, he had a remarkable aura about him. This kind of temperament is unlikely to appear in a middle-aged man who has lived at the bottom of society his entire life.
It seems that Tang's father is an old man with a story.
And he is quite handsome. No wonder the widow Zhang in the county always helped Tang Tang take care of her father. Uncle Tang, I asked a friend at the hospital to apply for a medical subsidy for you.
An ambulance will be here soon.
I hope you can cooperate with the treatment,
Meng Yu said calmly.
Tang's father's eyes showed hesitation when he heard this, and there was no trace of the ecstatic look that ordinary patients have when they hear that they have a chance to receive treatment. Meng Yu's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. By the way, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Tang Fu looked at Meng Yu's playful smile on the corner of his mouth and suddenly burst into laughter.
Thank you, Meng Xianjie, for your kindness. I won't pretend to be polite and waste your precious time. You can say whatever you want. Chapter 82. Has my brother's driving skills deteriorated?
Since she called me brother, I will consider her my half-brother. Today, I came to visit her, but I saw her washing clothes in the cold wind, and her hands were so cold that they turned red. When Meng Yu said this, he looked at Tang Fu calmly. After seeing a flash of shame and self-blame in his
calm eyes, he continued.
Seeing my sister in such a state, I, as her brother, really can't bear it. It so happens that I plan to do some small business in Nanhang, and I am short of manpower.
Why don't Uncle Tang and Sweetie follow me to Nanhang City to seek common development?
I am not very talented, but I know a few friends who study medicine, and I am quite confident that I can cure Uncle Tang's illness.
Meng Yu's speech was very particular and humble. He deliberately avoided the concept of charity. Meng Yu personally finds charity, which is an act of condescending almsgiving, very objectionable.
Although the difference between charity and almsgiving is not great in terms of behavior, the impact is completely different.
Don't you see?
Some poor villages that are popular online for showing love and support have been ruined by so-called well-intentioned people. People with good intentions drive around in luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, with the trunk full of snacks, and when they pass by a poor village, they throw out all kinds of snacks along the way, as if they were feeding animals.
Of course, Meng Yu is not opposed to charitable acts.
But when I was visiting a village and was approached by a 10-year-old child from a poor village who was crying and begging for money, I felt a little sad for no reason.
If the children are like this, what about the adults?
But before the so-called Good Samaritans arrived, this was a normal, hard-working village.
The 6 big red characters on the wall of the village, self-respect, self-love, self-improvement, were inexplicably a bit glaring.
Meng Yu felt that without outside help, the villagers in the poor village would not starve to death.
Maybe they could live a self-sufficient life and enjoy it. The price of accepting outside charity was too heavy. As for whether this is being a saint,
Meng Yu never thought of himself as a good person,
let alone a saint.
He can also be selfish and ruthless. But as the old saying goes, when you are poor, you should work on yourself. When you are rich, you should help the world. Meng Yu's vision and scope of vision have obviously expanded with the growth of his wealth, and that's all.
Tang Fu didn't seem surprised when he heard this.
After seeing Meng Yu's clothes and manner of speaking, he already had a high opinion of the young man from the past. Although he did not know what Meng Yu's adventures were, he already had a little judgment in his heart about Meng Yu's current status. Moreover, as a middle-aged man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life and is now paralyzed in bed, he was also somewhat moved when he saw Meng Yu's eyes, which were as passionate as the rising sun.
After a while, they continued talking.
Tang's father raised his only movable left arm and took Meng's large hand.
From now on, my daughter and I will follow you to make a living.
It's not that Tang's father is pretentious, but he has his own difficulties. Besides, if Meng Yu can cure him, he will earn more than 100 times the cost of the medical treatment for Meng Yu. After all, he is not some nobody, but just a tiger that has fallen from its perch and is now trapped in Feng County. Of course, what really trapped him was not physical paralysis.
Brother, have you met Mr. Meng?
Tang suddenly asked. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he reached out to rub Tang's head.
Why would you think that? Have you heard any rumors?
Tang shook her head. No, it's just a girl's intuition. After all, you and Mr. Meng are both so powerful, and you're both from Feng County, so you should be friends.
Sweetie, Daddy is going to bed now. You and your cousin Meng should leave early for the banquet. At the banquet, you must listen to your brother-in-law, understand? Tang's father interrupted Tang's speculative words and gave instructions. Tang pouted, I know, Dad.
But when she thought about finally being able to play with Meng Yu again after 7 years, she quickly cheered up again and naturally took Meng Yu's hand and ran towards the world outside the door, just like in junior high school. Meng Yu's face was a little helpless, and he always felt a little out of place. But he didn't want to dampen the little girl's enthusiasm, so he just let her go. Tang's father looked at the two of them running away, half running and half talking, and a kind and self-deprecating smile appeared in his eyes. He owed his daughter so much. At her age, she should have been enjoying her youth in the sun, not sitting by his bedside. The only left hand that could move struggled to pick up the newspaper on the bedside table. Tang's father looked longingly at the bright sunshine outside the window, then quickly withdrew his gaze. His nimble fingers quickly flipped through the newspaper until his eyes locked on a news report. Third World News, 12 a.m. on the 12th of the month, the heads of the Intercontinental Bank, Hanover Bank, Flower 7 Bank, Datong Bank, Hanwha Bank, and other banks, along with their entourage, arrived in Nanhang City to meet with Mr. Meng.
Tang's father's finger landed on the Hanover Bank, and his eyes flashed with hatred and fear.
Hanwha is backed by the Rothschilds, and the Masonic Consortium is even more unknown, with only the all-seeing eye everywhere.
Perhaps this is also the reason why Mr. Meng was born.
And the Xia country needs Mr. Meng. However, although Tang's father suspected that Meng Yu might be Mr. Meng, but he didn't think about it further. Or he didn't dare to think about it. His attitude towards Mr. Meng was strikingly consistent with that of the central bank. That is, if Mr. Meng declares his name to the world, he is worthy of awe and praise, and until then, any investigation or speculation is disrespectful to Mr. Meng. Outside the door. When Lu Hao and his lackey Li Dong saw Tang running out with Meng Yu's big hand, they were so angry that their noses were crooked. Good guy. He had worked hard for 8 years to pursue Tang, and he had never even held her hand once. Now she was holding Meng Yu's hand intimately. Judging from Tang's excited expression, Tang's father must have agreed to let Tang go to the banquet with Meng Yu. This is not fair. Does being good-looking mean you can do whatever you want? Lu Hao was not convinced. He thought he could still salvage the situation. Tang, you can take my Porsche. Meng came on a 28-barrel bicycle, which can't carry people. Lu Hao said with a blush. Now that it's come to this, it is no longer a question of a beautiful spouse. It is a matter of the dignity of a second-generation rich man. Lu Hao has always been the one who steals other people's girlfriends, so how could he be the one to be stolen by another man? Even Meng Yu wears Armani. It seems that his family has also become rich, but that still makes him lose face. Meng Yu stroked his stubble on his chin and said teasingly, Tian, I think Lao Ban is right. Why don't you take the Porsche? Why do you have to squeeze on this broken bike with me? Who would have thought that Tang would shake her head like a rattle?
No, no, brother, you're such a good driver, one seat is no big deal, I'll just sit in your arms. Besides, when we were in school, you always carried me on your bike, right? Has your driving gotten worse? Tang Tang blinked her big eyes. Lu Hao almost burst into tears. He reached out and rubbed the steering wheel, and the Porsche suddenly didn't smell so good. Why are the beautiful women he has sat next to, even the most beautiful one, so far from Tang Tang's true beauty? In that case, is the Porsche worse than a 28-barrel motorcycle? Or is it because he's not good enough? Lu Hao was caught in a state of self-doubt. Chapter 83, A Test from the Western World. In the eyes of Lu Hao and Li Dong, who were doubting life, Meng Yu put Tang Tang in the seat of the 28-barrel cart. Little one, you still dare to underestimate my driving skills? When we get on the road, don't you dare to scream in fear. Hey, is he bragging again? Tang Tang turned around and made a face at Meng Yu. How dare you? Meng Yu raised his finger and lightly tapped Tang Tang's smooth forehead. Tang Tang cried out in pain, pouting and sticking out her snow-white chin, revealing her neck like a white swan. Brother is bullying people. I'm not going to be friends with you anymore. However, when Meng Yu stepped on the pedal, sat on the half seat, and hugged Tang Tang as they set sail for the banquet, Tang Tang let out a sweet, clear laugh like a wind chime. Lu Hao and Li Dong watched this scene in a daze. In this materialistic society, how many girls would refuse the Porsche co-pilot and choose to squeeze into a bicycle? Lu Hao is sure there are still some. But he is even more certain that the proportion is already very small. Did Meng Yu step in dog shit when he went out? He was able to bump into one with such a small percentage. Li Dong, the local thug, couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. For him, who had been hanging out in hair salons and bars for years, this scene was really a bit of a shock. Although his dark view of the world, which was broken and then rebuilt, didn't seem like a bad thing. Dongzi, you say that I, a Porsche owner, was robbed of my girlfriend by a cyclist. This is outrageous. Am I that embarrassing? No. Mr. Lu. Although you are 2 grades lower than Meng, you are still considered a handsome guy on the street. I feel like I'm dreaming. I've only heard of women who would rather sit in a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh. Is this the magic of the 28 bar? Bullshit. Meng is just a little bit better looking than me, right? It doesn't seem to be my problem. Don't you think Tang can't tell that this is a Porsche? Mr. Lu, you're kidding. Tang Tang is actually quite knowledgeable, but she can't even recognize the Porsche logo. It's not that bad. Nowadays, girls rarely read newspapers. You're right. Forget it, let's go to the banquet first to flatter President Wang. I heard that she is a rare beauty. Although I don't dare to have any thoughts about President Wang, if I get to know President Wang, my family's business will be much easier. Mr. Lu is absolutely right. Meng Yu Wan hugged Tang Tang and rode on the small road in the county. The soft jade in his arms, the sound of birds chirping in his ears, and the familiar streets of the county town. It was as if he had returned to his middle school days in an instant. However, this happiness didn't last long. It was shattered by the sound of a system alarm in his head. Warning! Unidentified foreign malicious data has been detected and is attempting to infiltrate the host's phone. The danger level is 9. The system has automatically blocked it for the host to ensure the host's personal information is absolutely safe, and it is recommended that the host take immediate disciplinary action. Meng Yu's face immediately turned dark. What was bound to happen eventually did happen. In the face of Mr. Meng's wealth, even if there is a clear prohibition from the Central Bank of Xia, there are still organizations outside the country that cannot resist their greed and want to take risks. This is suicide. Suddenly, the sky and earth changed color. The sky, which had been clear, suddenly became overcast, with lightning flashing like silver snakes in the sky, thunder rumbling like ancient war drums, and gusts of wind blowing, causing pedestrians on the street to hurry. What a change in the weather! Brother, this thief god is so evil, how could it change at this time? Let's find a place to hide from the rain. Tang Tang leaned against Meng Yu's chest and looked at the suddenly dark sky with some fear. Meng Yu, however, did not stop writing, nor did he change direction. Instead, he comforted her, saying that before the rain fell, we should be able to reach the venue of the banquet for the people. The lighthouse country on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Lighthouse Investigation Bureau Headquarters, Office. Deputy Director, this is a personal letter from the head of the Hanover Bank.
The agent handed over an encrypted envelope with a strange pattern on it, 5 arrows that had been broken. The moment he saw the symbol, the deputy director felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his whole body trembled. From the moment he started keeping a journal, everywhere he looked
Was always covered by this pattern.
in school, he knew all the answers the day before the exam. After leaving school, he entered the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau with a smooth sailing. After successfully joining the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, anyone who got in his way would either die or be injured in various car accidents. And whenever he just showed up for work, he would get lucky and achieve great feats that other agents could only dream of.
The deputy director once thought he was the chosen one.
Until the night before he became deputy director, he received a thick, encrypted envelope containing secret photos of him from the hospital where he was born to the Lighthouse Bureau, as well as proof that a certain family had offered him help. The letter contained no demands, but at the end it asked him to read the Bible and wait quietly for his father's orders.
The letter was signed by an ancient family, the Rothschilds.
The deputy director suppressed the waves of emotions in his heart, took the letter, and waved the agent out.
A few minutes later,
after reading the letter, the deputy director slumped in his chair, and he actually wanted to investigate the personal information of Mr. Meng, who was the most mysterious existence in the Eastern Xia Kingdom and a key target of protection by the Xia National Security Bureau.
These bastards were playing with fire. They were also killing me. Damn. Hateful. But he knew even better that the consequences of openly disobeying the family's orders would be severe. In the face of the family's punishment, even death would be a luxury. Not to mention that he has an 8-year-old daughter.
With a mixture of madness and despair in his eyes, he clenched his fists and, with a calm expression, tore the letter into pieces and ate them one by one. All personnel of the Lighthouse State Investigation Bureau immediately entered a state of high alert, notifying all on-call agents to assemble at headquarters.
In addition, all world-class hackers registered in the global record are to be arrested and brought to headquarters. Finally, issue a wartime requisition order to all major supercomputer owners.
The deputy director said in a commanding voice on his special mobile phone. The communications officer on the other end of the phone was shocked. It had been many years since the Beacon Bureau had been put on Level 1 alert.
Could it be that something big was about to happen that would threaten Beacon's national security? And bring all the world-class hackers in the world to the Lighthouse State? Although Beacon is the world's security guardian and global law enforcement is commonplace, it can't be so reckless, can it? And requisition supercomputers? Has the Beacon State decided to eliminate an international hacker organization at all costs? Otherwise, the communications officer really couldn't imagine what could be so serious that it would warrant such a drastic move. After the deputy director repeated the order, the communications officer dared to believe that it was all true. And unfortunately, the head of the Beacon Investigation Bureau was currently in Europe on an important matter and could not be contacted. The situation was urgent, so the communications officer did not dare to delay. After receiving authorization from the deputy director, he immediately sent the order to the mobile phones of every Lighthouse Bureau agent. For a moment, the entire underground world of Beacon, and even the global underground world, was shocked.
The Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation is the most important intelligence agency in the Lighthouse State, which is the only superpower in the world.
The Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation is arguably the most feared tiger in the global underworld. How could the underground world not tremble when the tiger of the Lighthouse Bureau suddenly moved? Chapter 84: Why should we stop people from going to their deaths? The imperial capital of Xia.
The headquarters of the National Security Bureau, the Courtyard Pavilion.
An elderly man with a stern appearance is playing chess
with a young one-eyed woman. The courtyard is heavily guarded, and inspection teams often walk past in step, armed and loaded. Old Chief, according to a reliable informant, the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation is already gathering information technology resources. I have already reported this to the Ministry of State Affairs, but I don't think the Lighthouse State's fanatics are really looking to start a war. The one-eyed woman rubbed her belly with her black stone.
The dignified old man dropped the white stone on the board.
Why do you say that?
If there really is a war, you wouldn't have the time to play chess with me. Otherwise, let's make a bet. If I win, I'll take a look at Mr. Meng's personal information at the Xia State Bank.
The one-eyed woman's voice was hearty and unwavering, quite the heroic spirit of a woman of the world. She is the eldest daughter of the Biming family in the imperial capital, Biming Paper Kite.
She talked and laughed.
There was no trace of the usual nervousness of a woman in front of a powerful figure.
The dignified old man shook his head and sighed. The head of the Biming family raised you as a boy from a young age.
Although you have cultivated a lot of skills, you have also lost an eye and picked up bad habits like drinking and gambling. Mr. Meng's affairs involve a wide range of issues, and it is not something you or I can be curious about.
Upon hearing this, Biming Ziyuan touched his one-eyed patch, and the eldest daughter is like a mother. What are you talking about?
It's not like the style of the Xianan Bureau of our Xia country to be sad and melancholy. The dignified old man smiled slightly and was about to say something else.
Suddenly, the specially made mobile phone next to the chessboard rang with a series of urgent rings. The dignified old man's face changed drastically. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. He looked at Beiming Zhiya with a wry smile.
You're a real jinx. You really said that Chao Gong would come, and the Lighthouse Bureau is really after Mr. Meng.
Oh? How many people have they sent to infiltrate our territory?
Let me take my men to wipe them out and let them know whose territory Xia is.
For something like this, it's best to go in with a black hand. In the last remaining eye of Biming Ziyuan, a bloodthirsty frenzy flashed. It was clear that she hated the Lighthouse Bureau's global law enforcement.
She can't control anything else, but in Xia, as long as the agents of the Lighthouse infiltrate, Beiming Ziyuan will make them disappear.
And because it was a secret infiltration, it was not on the table. Even if they lose an agent,
the Lighthouse country, which has suffered a silent loss, can only swallow its pride and accept it. It is impossible to rise to the diplomatic level. For a militant like Beiming Zhiyao, she knows very well who Xia's greatest enemy is. For her, every enemy eliminated is an ultimate pleasure.
Moreover, in recent years,
although there have been no major international wars,
but there is constant conflict in the underworld.
Especially between the Xianan Bureau and the Lighthouse Bureau, the top two intelligence agencies in the world, there are constant frictions, both overt and covert. When they go on missions to other countries, casualties are inevitable. The hatred that has been built up from the blood and bones of comrades in arms has made Biming Paper Kite far more hostile towards the Lighthouse Bureau than the average Xia people.
None of your business, it's electronic infiltration. Isn't the Lighthouse Bureau searching for powerful hackers all over the world these days? It is now working with a supercomputer to attack Mr. Meng's personal information protection network.
The dignified old man waved his hand. Seeing the dignified old man's indifferent expression, Beiming Paper Kite suddenly became a bit anxious.
He put his hands on the chessboard and said, "Director, are you senile? That's Mr. Meng. Although I'm just a martial artist and don't understand finance, I've heard Dongfang Biqing mention that Mr. Meng's information security is extremely important. Forget it. I'll immediately arrange for someone to set up an information defense network, and you can just play chess here."
Seeing Beiming Paper Kite getting up to leave, the dignified old man quickly stopped her. If someone else dared to talk to him like that, he would have turned his face long ago, but Biming Ziyuan is his favorite successor, and her straightforward personality is to his liking.
He is not angry at all.
This little girl is so rash and impatient.
You know the truth, don't you? Biming Ziyuan rolled her eyes. She just doesn't understand why the old director always likes to say half and leave half. Isn't this meant to torture her? If she doesn't have the authority to know something, then don't mention it. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Do you think that our entire security bureau is secretly protecting Mr. Meng?
The dignified old man picked up a white chess piece and placed it on the chessboard without haste. Beiming Paper Kite was stunned for a moment.
Isn't that the case?
This order came from above. I heard that Mr. Meng has a deep-rooted relationship with the central bank and is a superpower who can influence the rise and fall of the Xia country's economy.
Old director, I am a fool and don't understand what you are saying.
Biming Zhiyu sat back down on the stool and looked at the dignified old man as he played chess with himself, and said frankly. The dignified old man said calmly, "We have never been protecting Mr. Meng, but preventing small fry from bothering him. Since the big tiger of the Beacon Bureau is determined to alert Mr. Meng, the true god, why should the Xia State Security Bureau stop people from going to their deaths?"
What?
The Paper Kite of the North Sea is frightened.
According to the old director.
Then Mr. Meng's power is even greater than the Lighthouse Bureau.
The government actually allows the existence of such a civilian force? Is this reasonable?
But if this is true, then Biming Paper Kite hopes that Mr. Meng will teach the Lighthouse Bureau a good lesson. After all, even the Xianan Bureau of Xia has lost many people in the hands of the Lighthouse Bureau when sending people on missions abroad. The dignified old man obviously saw the surprise on Beiming Zhiyuan's face and looked at her deeply, saying, "The decision made by the higher-ups is not something we can speculate on."
What is the seventh law of the Quanon Bureau?
Since he can sit in the position of the director of the Quanon Bureau, the old man's loyalty to the country is naturally beyond doubt.
But he has seen a lot of storms.
Therefore, his passion for his country is not written on his young face like Beiming Zhiyuan's.
Be respectful and don't be too curious. I understand, old director. Beiming Zhiyuan smiled bitterly.
For an intelligence worker, excessive curiosity is absolutely fatal, because their missions are special and often involve secrets.
And no intelligence worker can guarantee that they won't be captured on a mission abroad one day.
Therefore, the more confidential the information, the safer it is for fewer people to know.
However, Beiming Ziyuan was thinking to herself, should I find an opportunity to secretly go to Nanhang to see the legendary Mr. Meng?
After all, she had heard that Mr. Meng had been seen in public at places such as the Marriott Hotel and Dompa Pavilion in Nanhang City.
In other words,
in the whole world, only in Nanhang City can you have the opportunity to see Mr. Meng's true appearance.
As for photos?
No organization has yet dared to sell photos of Mr. Meng, just as no organization dares to sell the list of members of the Freemason Consortium.
These existences, which are influential enough to affect the world's structure, don't seem to like to show their faces.
Biming Paper Kite looked at the black and white chess pieces scattered all over the chessboard in front of him. He suddenly remembered what his best friend Dongfang Diqing had said.
The sound of the falling beads is like the sound of the world. Are you a chess piece? Or are you the player? Chapter 85, the one offering a reward of 1 billion nanocrystals. Xia County, Feng. Dark clouds are gathering, and a storm is brewing.
The wind blows through the streets, picking up the fallen leaves and plastic bags on the ground and whirling them about. Tang Tang sat on the seat of the two-wheeled cart, snuggled up in Mang Yu's warm embrace, and said, "Brother, the wind on the street is so strong."
Is this a typhoon? Otherwise, let's walk.
Mang Yu held the steering wheel with his right hand, rubbed Tang Tang's little head with his left hand, and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky.
It looks like it's going to rain heavily.
Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up and rush to the banquet venue before the rain starts.
He frowned.
Tang Tang grabbed the front of the car as instructed. The 2-8-bar suddenly accelerated, and Tang Tang leaned back against Meng Yu's chest, her slender body tightly pressed against his chest. A sense of security that she had not felt in a long time filled her mind.
At this moment,
she didn't need to think about anything, just lying in her brother-in-law's arms and watching quietly. This feeling of being able to rely on someone made her feel very at ease.
However,
Tang Tang did not realize that the first arrow that threatened her brother Meng Yu had already been shot from the other side of the Pacific Ocean using information technology.
The arrow pointed at Meng Yu's personal information. Ding!
Host phone detected to be hacked.
Countermeasures being generated. Please choose one of the following 3 options provided by the system.
Option 1, escape the system will provide the host with the location of a safe house.
After the host arrives at the safe house, the world's strongest hacker will not be able to obtain any valid personal information from the host.
Option 2, confrontation. The system will connect the host to an underground network bounty platform, where the host can post various bounty tasks, including but not limited to reconnaissance, killing, electronic infiltration, and escort. Option 3, peace. Please briefly describe the terms of the peace talks and the corresponding compensation, and the system will convey them to the intruder on your behalf.
The third option is actually a peace offer? What the hell?
There is no way to seek peace.
No one has bullied you to this extent, so there is absolutely no reason to seek peace. As for the first and second options,
Meng Yu's eyes narrowed slightly.
Plan A is undoubtedly the safest. Going to the system's safe house, under the protection of the system, is definitely a foolproof and safe choice. But Meng Yu won't choose it. Because he is not alone.
He has parents, friends, and this obedient and well-behaved adopted sister Tang Tang in his arms.
If he chooses to escape, what about his friends and family? Will they be implicated? Meng Yu is no longer the poor boy of a few days ago.
After a global devaluation of 1 billion times, he is now a business magnate with more than 200,000 yuan, equivalent to more than 200 trillion yuan. Those who dare to take advantage of him are not likely to be kind-hearted. If Meng Yu, this towering tree, escapes, then his relatives and friends may fall victim to their anger.
So Meng Yu will not choose option 1. Then there is only the second option.
Meng Yu is not unfamiliar with this type of night service provided by the system. After all, 2 days ago in Nanhang City, he had hired the Black Rose mercenary group.
But this time,
what Meng Yu needs to do is obviously not a confrontation in the real world, but a confrontation in network information technology.
This will be a modern battle without smoke.
And he refuses to fail.
Enabling Plan 2.
I'm going to offer a reward of 1 billion nanites on the underground platform. I want to know who has the audacity to spy on my personal information. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly.
1 billion nanocredit is a lot. But in yuan, it's only worth 1 yuan.
Before the world changes.
$1.
It's just enough to buy a bottle of cheap mineral water. It's not even enough to buy a bottle of Nongfu spring water. Now it can be spent on underground platforms to reward information about the enemy, to find the person who is hiding in the dark and dealing with him.
It's really a bargain. It's great to have 1 billion times more money.
As for the hacker who attacked him, he doesn't know who it is. But the fact that it could make the system, which likes to fool around, jump out, must be quite something. It is undoubtedly necessary to offer a huge reward of $1. But since they dared to attack his phone without reason, I'm afraid they're not just after his information.
Meng Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce look.
It's best that the other side doesn't have any dangerous ideas, otherwise I'm afraid he'll have to use his iron fist to kill the chicken and warn the monkey.
You know.
Since he can hire the Black Rose mercenary group to protect Su Ningyun, he can also use it to kill the enemy. The Black Rose mercenary group is like a sharp sword. And he is the one who holds the sword. And he doesn't just have one sword.
Yes, host.
The system has distributed your bounty mission to all online platforms around the world. The voice of the system in his head was still so respectful and pleasant. Meng Yu, riding a two-wheeled bicycle, was communicating with the system and posting a bounty while not stopping at all. He even chatted with Tang Tang in his arms.
Men.
Especially a good man who can manage his time. He has to be good at both work and life.
However,
unlike the peaceful world of the sun, in the dark corners, the underworld has already stirred up a huge wave.
The legendary Mr. Meng
has posted a bounty for the first time on the underground platform. The task is, Mr. Meng wants to know who dares to spy on his personal information.
The reward is $1. That's 1 billion nanograms. Mr. Meng's first move was a bombshell. The entire global underworld was shaken by his generosity.
The activity of users on underground forums has soared to a record high.
Holy shit! Is Mr. Meng finally going to enter the world? Who would dare to provoke Mr. Meng?
Last time, a genius hacker was curious about the personal information of the Oriental princess, but he was caught after just one night.
This is what we call having sperm in your brain. Who says it isn't? Anyway, that person's account has never been online again, probably because it's completely frozen.
Oh, the imperial capital's Dongfang family is powerful, but our Izumi family in Sakura is not weak either.
But I'm afraid Mr. Meng has more wealth than both of our families combined. That's for sure. Mr. Meng is so rich that he can rival a country.
I guess only the Freemasons can compare with him.
Back to the topic, who is it? How dare they disturb Mr. Meng? Isn't that nonsense? If I knew, I would have taken the mission long ago. I wouldn't be here chatting. A huge reward of $1, isn't it tempting? That's right. Do you think it could be the 5 big players in Sakura? Right. Do you have any inside information about the Oizumi family?
The underground network is confidential, so you can speak freely.
No one will know if you are a human or a ghost. Don't talk nonsense. We Sakura people have great respect for Mr. Meng, so how could we possibly spy on his personal information?
In my opinion, it must be the Lighthouse State.
The Lighthouse State has a precedent for doing this kind of thing. Could it be the Freemasons? That's unlikely.
If the Freemasons and Mr. Meng went to war, whoever won, the world economy would be set back at least 20 years.
Be careful what you say.
Although the underground forum is secretive, the all-seeing eye is everywhere. The security of the imperial capital. Biming Ziyuan sat in front of the computer, and what was displayed on the computer screen was the crude interface of the underground forum.
Chapter 86: An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Biming Ziyuan lifted the wine bowl on the table, took a big sip, and wiped the wine stains from the corner of her mouth. A decisive look flashed in her remaining eye. Her delicate hand wearing tactical gloves quickly flicked on the keyboard. She accepted the bounty. However, after submitting the detailed intelligence materials, she did not receive the commission she deserved, but instead asked to be able to make friends with Mr. Meng. As for why she, as an officer of the Ministry of Security, had an account on an underground forum, the answer was simple enough: the previous owner of the account was in prison.
And why aren't such underground forums banned?
The reason is also very simple.
Sites like this underground forum not only have a simple interface.
Moreover, the main sites are all set up in some small foreign countries, and the ones in China are only mirror sites. Even if they are all destroyed, it is easy to set up a batch again.
It's like weeds that can't be burned out.
So as long as the impact is not bad, Biming Paper Kite has no time to bother.
On the other side,
Mengyu read the intelligence data in his mind through the system and learned that the hacker who was spying on him was actually from the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation.
This came as a big surprise to him.
Before he got the system, he was just an ordinary worker.
How could he be targeted by an agent of the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation? Mengyu really wanted to ask a question. What if he is being targeted by the Lighthouse FB1? Online. It's urgent. But when he thought about the reply, "Thank you for your invitation.
I suggest you have a nice meal," he decided against it. After all, his miraculous experience of the past few days, from being a worker to becoming the richest man in the world, no one would believe it if he told them.
But why did the Lighthouse Bureau want to pry into his personal information?
Mengyu didn't think he had anything to do with the Lighthouse State. Although he really wanted to kill the Lighthouse country, after all, it was just a thought. If he really wanted to take action, it would require a long-term plan. It was not easy to plot against the world's #1 country with one's own strength.
If he spooks the snake, even with the help of the system, Mengyu would probably be socially dead. This is something Mengyu absolutely cannot accept. So why did the Beacon Bureau of Investigation target him? Or, knowing that Mr. Meng is a wealthy man, what is the Lighthouse Bureau probing into? There are no enemies without reason in this world.
Especially in Beacon, where capital interests are paramount. Mengyu subconsciously pinched Tang Tang's thin face, riding in the wind with one hand, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to see through the invisible fog in front of him.
Perhaps these upper-class people are scheming against each other.
For a fresh graduate like him, it's still a bit too difficult.
Brother is bullying me again. It's too hard for me.
Tang Tang pouted her lips in grievance. When she was with Mengyu, she was more like an innocent little sister than a sensible and filial daughter. Only in front of her brother did she not need to think. Even though the two had been separated for 7 years, in Tang Tang's small enclosed world, her brother and father were the most important people to her, and the ones she could trust without having to put up any defenses.
Ding!
Detected that Tang Tang's favorability has reached 40 out of 100, and the host is randomly rewarded 1,000 yuan.
1,000 yuan? That's 1,000,000,000,000 nanobucks, not bad. Mengyu smiled. He was not surprised at all by Tang Tang's progress in terms of favorability.
The two had been very good friends in junior high school, and had a very good emotional foundation, to the point where they were even on a first-name basis. It's just that they haven't seen each other for 7 years, so their feelings need to warm up slowly.
That's why.
His beautiful and peaceful life now cannot be ruined by any force. Even the world-famous Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation needs to pay a sufficient price for offending him.
Of course, before that,
Mengyu was more curious to know the details of the Lighthouse Bureau's plan. According to the intelligence provided by the tasker, the Beacon Bureau has activated a Level 1 alert, requisitioned several supercomputers, and gathered numerous world-class hackers, all in order to deal with Mr. Meng.
Unfortunately, Mengyu has strong system protection.
No matter how hard the Lighthouse Bureau tried, they could not break through the system's protective network, even if they managed to break through the security of the Shanghai National Security Bureau.
At this point,
Meng Yu connected with the tasker in his mind through the system. He was still somewhat interested in this tasker who had refused the reward of $1. After all, $1 was a whole billion nanograms, and someone who could refuse must not be a simple person.
Reward chat interface. Tasker, why did you refuse to accept the reward you deserved?
The information you provided was very detailed, and its value to me is definitely more than $1.
Mr. Meng, it is my pleasure to provide you with information.
You and I are on the same side, so it is too vulgar to talk about compensation.
May I ask how you plan to deal with the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation?
If you need help, I can continue to provide it free of charge. Although we may not necessarily become friends, at least we have a common enemy.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
The other side.
Binding Paper Kite took a deep breath as he read the 8 characters on the computer screen. Mr. Meng's opponent is the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation.
Even the leaders of small countries would be unable to sleep if they were targeted by the Lighthouse Bureau.
After all, the Lighthouse Bureau's atrocities are not 1 or 2.
Although Bei Mingji Yuan would like to raze the Lighthouse State to the ground. But she also knows that as the world's #1 power, the Lighthouse State is extremely powerful, and this is the source of the Lighthouse Bureau's audacity.
Arrested by the Lighthouse Bureau? If you're unlucky, you're unlucky.
If you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble.
Even if they don't release you, what can they do?
With the exception of a few hardcore powers, most countries dare not say no in the face of the Lighthouse Bureau. The hard power of the Lighthouse countries is there, and if you don't agree, you can only hold it in.
That's why the Lighthouse Bureau is the global guardian of law enforcement. That's why Mr. Meng can say that an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. How domineering.
I'm afraid that the leaders of small countries wouldn't dare say such things.
After all, it is the Beacon Investigation Bureau.
Binding Paper Kite would like to respond to this by saying, Mr. Meng, bravo.
But after I finished typing, I felt that something was wrong. That was the legendary Mr. Meng. Would it be inappropriate to speak so crudely? It would be bad if Mr. Meng got a bad impression. So how should I phrase it?
Binding Paper Kite picked up the half bowl of white wine on the table and gulped it down, biting her nails and replying to Meng Yu.
Mr. Meng is a true hero, a model for the Xia Kingdom, and a true man.
I hope Mr. Meng will beat up the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation for us and give Xia a good reputation. After replying, Beiming Paper Kite stared at the computer screen, hoping that the legendary Mr. Meng would reply to her soon. If the young men of the imperial capital knew about this, they would probably drop their jaws. After all, Beiming Yuan is the leader of the younger generation in the imperial capital, highly valued by the entire security bureau, and a big shot in the future Xia country. She has never been unkind to the young men who pursue her. She is also righteous and hates evil, often punishing all kinds of second-generation people, and is never afraid of offending people. How could such a strange woman be so interested in a man she has never met before?
It's really unbelievable. Ha! Is it Mr. Meng, who is elusive and hard to find? Then it's all right. Chapter 87. This firewall is like a great wall. Waiting. It feels like years. After a dozen seconds. In the expectant eyes of Beiming's Paper Kite, Meng Yu's reply came. Beiming looked at the simple word and was a little dumbfounded.
But she also felt a sense of familiarity.
Yes.
She seemed to have replied in the same way when dealing with those boring suitors.
So she is the boring suitor? Ming was a little annoyed.
Although she admitted that she did have some favorable feelings towards Mr. Meng, who dared to challenge the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation, she was not her sister, who was infatuated with Mr. Meng and daydreamed about being with him. Last time she said she had met Mr. Meng and added him as a trusted friend, but she was afraid she was dreaming.
How could a college student like her meet someone like Mr. Meng? If it really was the case, how much luck would it take to meet someone like that? Headquarters of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. The agents let out a burst of cheers.
The firewall built by the Shanghai Security Bureau in Mr. Meng's phone was broken by their hackers. The deputy director stood at the central control desk, his face showing signs of ecstasy. Well done, brothers from the 7 continents and 4 oceans, you have taken down the yellow-skinned monkey surnamed Meng in one fell swoop.
However,
What he didn't know was that this brief victory was only the beginning of despair. The hackers had obviously discovered that the firewall performance of the other party's Xiaogua Baiku was not at its best. As world-class hackers, they naturally knew the true strength of the white hackers of the Xia State Security Bureau.
You have to know.
Xiaogui is known as Hacker Forbidden Land.
The technical level of its hackers is absolutely terrifying.
Even if these hackers have several supercomputers, the holy weapons in this electronic infiltration war. But to break through the firewall set up by the National Security Bureau, they would have to rack their brains.
There is no reason to succeed so easily. There must be a trick. However,
after all, the hackers were captured from all over the world. Although they are forced to work for the lighthouse countries due to their power, they are definitely unwilling. They would never be so kind as to warn the agents. I'm afraid they secretly hope that the leader of the beacon country will explode on the spot. Instead, the agents, seeing that the hackers were distracted, immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at their heads, cursing and swearing, "You dark-dwelling creeps, hurry up and crack this yellow-skinned monkey's personal information. If we can catch this yellow-skinned monkey from Xia and get all his wealth, our beacon country will surely be great again. The glory of the beacon state will surely illuminate every corner of the world." The deputy director is well versed in interrogation psychology, and from the facial expressions of the hackers, he also analyzed their surprise. But the deputy director had his own unique understanding. The reason why the Xianghua Security Bureau did not do its best to defend the firewall must be because it was afraid of the lighthouse state.
Right. Which country wouldn't be afraid of the lighthouse state? They are the world's #1 country. However, this unique lighthouse arrogance soon made the deputy director suffer.
10 minutes after breaking through the firewall of the National Security Bureau,
the hackers screamed in panic. Oh my God! What kind of firewall is this? How could it possibly exist? Impossible. This firewall is as great as the Great Wall of China. We can't break through it. It's a mysterious power from the east. We are guilty.
This is the word of God, and God is punishing us.
Yes.
They have touched the firewall that the system has set up. Under this kind of dimensional attack, their proud hacking skills are like children's toy planes, completely helpless in the face of real aircraft.
What's going on? Didn't they already break through?
The deputy director grabbed the Asian hacker by the collar and lifted him up in the air like a chicken. The Asian hacker looked at the deputy director's bloodshot eyes in fear and said, "The firewall set up by the entire security bureau has indeed been breached, but there is still a personal firewall inside. It seems to have been built by Mr. Meng personally, and the technology is really too brilliant.
We are powerless to move it.
Worthless." The deputy director snorted. He casually threw the Asian hacker to the ground and walked straight up to an old man with white hair, leaning over and asking, "Professor Albert, how long will it take to break through the last personal firewall?"
Break it?
The old professor shook his head.
Deputy Director, you think too highly of me?
Seeing this firewall, I finally understand the meaning of the ancient Eastern saying, "There is always someone better than you, and there is always something better than that."
The deputy director's eyes widened.
The old professor in front of him was a Nobel Prize winner, proficient in electronic information technology, and had once single-handedly cracked dozens of computer viruses that had ravaged the lighthouse country.
But even such an authority, he doesn't even have a chance of breaking through. This firewall is really terrifying.
The old professor continued to lament, "This firewall is like a natural barrier. It makes me realize that the mysterious ancient Eastern country actually hides such profound information technology. I always thought that the lighthouse state was the most technologically advanced country in the world, but now I realize that I have always been arrogant. Just like before Mr. Meng appeared a few years ago, who could have imagined that Xia had such a wealthy and powerful person?
I am ashamed. I must go to the east to learn humbly if I have the chance in the future." After saying this,
the old professor from the lighthouse country waved his hand to refuse the deputy director's entreaties and left. The deputy director furiously pounded his head and slapped the table in frustration.
Fact. He knew it. Mr. Meng is definitely not an easy man.
The bastards in his family had set him up, and they wanted him dead. And he had no way to defend himself.
It was outrageous. However,
the deputy director knows that he has no way out.
Since the family used resources to push him into this position, it was for this day.
If sacrificing him alone can get Meng's personal information, it will definitely be a good deal for the family. Pass the order down, forcibly requisition all the supercomputers in Beacon State, and even if it means using exhaustive search, we must smash through this last firewall.
How can our great Beacon State lose to a yellow-skinned monkey? The deputy director roared.
The agents waved their fists, their eyes burning with enthusiasm, and shouted.
Lighthouse Country will win. Defeat the yellow-skinned monkeys of the East. We are the great nation of the Myconley. The leader of modern world civilization. Our Beacon State will be great again. At this moment,
the communications officer suddenly rushed in.
Deputy Director, it's bad.
All the mainstream portals in our Beacon State have been hacked, and the homepage is covered with red flags with the character Meng.
The leader is furious at the palace. Chapter 88, the Meng flag is flying in the Beacon State. The underworld.
Since Mr. Meng first posted a task on various reward platforms, the huge reward of $1 shocked the entire underworld.
For a time,
Mr. Meng's birth of a $1 reward task, who is investigating Mr. Meng, etc., has become a hot word in this dark world. In this chaotic zone where nothing can be done, people's desire for huge rewards far exceeds those living in the world of sunshine.
All the underground forums are hotly discussing when Mr. Meng's second task will arrive.
And what a lucky person it was who helped Mr. Meng find his opponent.
$1. That's 1 billion nanograms.
With such a large sum of money, the person who completes the task can immediately retire from the underground world and live a life of luxury in the sun.
He could even live a life of luxury for 3 generations. What a pity! If I had insider information, I would have been able to get a whole $1. I wonder which kid got it. Probably an insider. The mission requires detailed evidence, and insiders are the most likely to turn against the boss. I have to say, Mr. Meng's trick of sowing discord is really brilliant. Yes. After all, everyone is in this business to make a few bucks.
Mr. Meng is offering so much, and the underground platform can
guarantee the secrecy of the transaction. It's not uncommon for people to betray. Otherwise, I think it could be an intelligence organization like FB1. It's not possible for an ordinary insider to turn against the boss so quickly and complete the task. Who cares who it is? I didn't get a penny of the whole $1. Just wait patiently. Someone actually dared to investigate Mr. Meng. They don't know what they're getting into.
After Mr. Meng learns about the information, he's going to start taking revenge.
We in the underworld should be able to get some work. No wonder there are so many people around lately, they're all waiting for Mr. Meng to give them a job. Yes. It's not often that a generous patron like Mr. Meng comes along. And when you work for Mr. Meng, you don't have to worry about getting paid. Of course, what kind of person is Mr. Meng? He would never skimp on the reward for the task.
In Mr. Meng's eyes, $1 is probably just a small amount of money.
I wonder which brave person dared to investigate Mr. Meng in private. Don't they know that these hidden big shots are most afraid of people investigating their identities? Isn't that right? Even if you secretly follow a Western tycoon, you will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. After all, the giants are not celebrities, they are powerful and influential. If you dare to pry into their personal information, you will be fine if you are not discovered, but if you are caught, you may not even be able to sit in jail. Shit. Mr. Meng's second task is here. The reward is as high as 20 yuan, which is outrageous. Brothers, let's get to work. It's a group mission, so it's even better. Oh, shit. It's a hacker mission. I don't know anything about computers. I can't get my $20 back. I don't understand it either. I'm in the toilet, I'm going to faint. Mr. Meng's second task arrived, and the eyes of the many taskers who were eagerly awaiting it lit up. They are scattered all over the world. At this moment. But for the same reason. Their faces are agitated, their bodies are trembling, and their hearts are screaming. 20 yuan. That's 20 billion nanograms. Mr. Meng is indeed generous. This time, the Lighthouse Country has hit the iron plate. That's right. The second task Mr. Meng issued was for the Lighthouse State. This is a prize pool type bounty task.
The task requires the tasker to hack into the major websites of the beacon state, obtain the highest administrator privileges, and hang a red flag with the character Meng on the homepage. Taking down a beacon state website will be considered as completing a task, and the reward platform will issue a reward amount based on the degree of task completion. Individuals or organizations can participate multiple times until the 20 billion nanometer prize pool is exhausted, at which point the task will end. Almost as soon as the task was posted, hackers around the world are itching to get involved. Although the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation has arrested world-class hackers, the special nature of the hacker identity means that there are countless powerful hackers hiding in the corners of the world.
Under the sun.
These hackers may be a doctor, a passerby, a web writer, or even a bodybuilder.
Do a big job and get more money. This is the first thought in their minds. However, the most feared organization for hackers worldwide is the infamous Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation.
For hackers, once they are registered with the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation, they will inevitably be invited to the lighthouse country for a cup of tea at any time.
As for running away,
the lone wolf, who is alone and has no one to rely on, is ultimately a minority. In real life, most hackers are also born to parents, and where can they go after their true identity is exposed?
However, fear breeds rage. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. If the beacon state is the most feared country for hackers worldwide, then they also deeply hate the Beacon Investigation Bureau and the beacon state. From the time when the beacon state and the Xia state hackers fought each other, it can be seen from the fact that many hackers from third countries disguised themselves as hackers from Xia and participated in the battle against Beacon. Those who do good have many supporters, while those who do evil have few supporters. The atrocities of the beacon state have long since angered the masses. The global hackers dare to be angry but dare not speak out. And now,
with Mr. Meng's bounty task issued, they can not only fish in troubled waters to attack the lighthouse country's network, but they can even split the prize pool of 20 billion nanograms.
If they don't act now, when will they act? The hackers around the world are going crazy.
An unprecedented hacker war has officially begun, with the beacon state as the main battlefield. Anonymous data streams from 7 continents and 4 oceans have infiltrated the beacon's national defense firewall and are wreaking havoc on the beacon's network. As one by one, the Lighthouse website was taken down, a picture of the Meng word in red replaced the original homepage, and for the first time, countless bright red flags were flying on the Lighthouse network.
In the center of the bright red banner is a black Meng character, Solomon Sacred. It seems to be announcing to the world that Mr. Meng has never been afraid of power, and that even if the beacon state is the world's #1 power, if it offends him, it will have to pay a bloody price. The situation rapidly escalated. More and more anonymous data streams poured into the beacon state, especially scientific research, military and other networks with special value, which became the focus of attacks. It was clear that some organization was trying to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the favorable situation created by Mr. Meng. By the end of the war, almost all websites in the beacon state were covered with red flags. Even though the hackers in the beacon country were trying their best to defend themselves, they were no match for the hackers from all over the world. Although the beacon country had advanced information technology, it was a pipe dream to think that it could withstand the attacks of hackers from all over the world. The leader of the beacon country was furious at the emergency press conference in the palace, loudly condemning Mr. Meng for not following the rules and warning hackers around the world to obey the laws of the beacon country. However,
when faced with the sharp questions of the reporters from the beacon state, he could only admit with a black face that there was no way to deal with the hacker invasion for the time being, and that only some beacon state websites could be closed. Because the huge incentive of a 20 billion nanometer bounty has made all hackers around the world had gone completely crazy. They are like bloodthirsty sharks, like mad dogs that will stop at nothing. As for the mysterious Mr. Meng, the beacon state is even more helpless, because Mr. Meng's network firewall is like a natural barrier, and they have no way of knowing Mr. Meng's true identity. Even if the beacon state is the world's #1 power, without being able to confirm Mr. Meng's real location, they can only have the strength of a country but not be able to use it. Seeing the leader of the Lighthouse state look so helpless and angry in front of the camera, netizens in the Xia country were all overjoyed.
Isn't that old guy with blonde hair and blue eyes a bit crazy?
He's always targeting our great Xia country.
I never thought it would come to this. Mr. Meng is a real hero. Chapter 89, I can already feel his boundless pride.
The news that the beacon country was under siege by hackers from all over the world spread back to the mainland, and the Xia people were boiling.
Is this Mr. Meng? He's so scary. No wonder the world's banking giants gathered in Nanhang City just to meet Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is too strong.
At the command of Mr. Meng, hackers around the world rose up in opposition to the hegemonism of Beacon State.
Ali, give it to me. I would like to call Mr. Meng the strongest man. I can't take it anymore. Mr. Meng is just too great. I want to give birth to a monkey for him. I feel so much better.
The Lighthouse State has been so arrogant, but finally someone has taught them a lesson.
Mr. Meng is my idol now. I don't even support the wall, I just support Mr. Meng.
I'll tell you, I have insider information.
Mr. Meng has posted 2 reward tasks on the underground network. I'm afraid I'll be invited to tea by the Ministry of Public Security if I say any more. Danger upstairs. Any brave souls want to add to this? It's nothing. Mr. Meng is just offering a reward of 200 enolds. By the way, I'm a hacker, so I know the ropes. It's not a problem to go to the Public Security Bureau for a cup of tea. Big shot. Tell us what happened this time, and how did Mr. Meng get into a fight with the Beacon State? I dare not. In front of Mr. Meng, who dares to call himself a big shot?
Not long ago, Mr. Meng posted his first intelligence mission on the underground network, offering a huge reward of $1 to anyone who could spy on his organization. According to the information I have, it is speculated that the Beacon Bureau of Investigation is secretly investigating Mr. Meng, but I don't know who commissioned it. At the time, this intelligence mission was picked up in seconds, and the person who took the mission was estimated to have received a reward of $1. $1? Front row worship of the god of wealth. $1 is a whole billion nanometers, no wonder it can find the Lighthouse Bureau.
That's right. He was willing to risk his life and bring down the emperor. If I were a member of the Lighthouse Bureau and had a billion nanograms in front of me, I would also dare to be a mole. Why do you all think of a traitor as your first reaction? I don't think it was a traitor. It should be a third-party organization, like the Freemasons in the West, the Rothschilds, the Easterns and the Bimings in our imperial capital, the Wangshangsing in the demon capital, or even the 5 families in Sakura. They all have the power to do this. Indeed. These organizations all want to be on good terms with Mr. Meng. Hey, guys, let's not talk about these things from the underworld, we ordinary people don't understand it. Let's continue talking about Mr. Meng.
Okay, as mentioned earlier, Mr. Meng issued an intelligence mission, and then the agent provided the intelligence. It is unknown what the specific intelligence was, but Mr. Meng soon issued a second mission. That is to offer a reward of 20 blocks, a total of 20 billion nanobucks, to launch a hacker attack on the Lighthouse State network.
You all know what happened next.
The Meng flag is flying high on the Lighthouse State network, and now you can see the red flag on the homepage of almost every Lighthouse State website.
It's so satisfying. Damn those Western barbarians in Beacon. Love Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng has taken revenge for the oppressed people of the world. Well done. But is Mr. Meng in danger? After all, it's the Beacon country.
The only superpower in the world, and Mr. Meng has offended it terribly this time.
You're wrong. Yes. What do you mean that Mr. Meng offended the Lighthouse country?
It was the Lighthouse country that offended Mr. Meng.
Didn't you see the incompetent and furious look on the leader of the Lighthouse country at the press conference? What kind of person is Mr. Meng? He comes from a family that is so wealthy that it rivals a country. If the Lighthouse State wants to deal with Mr. Meng will be able to easily handle it. Right.
If Mr. Meng was afraid of the Lighthouse State, he wouldn't have issued a second bounty.
Be careful what you say.
The moderator has already started deleting comments.
The moderator is a dog.
Guys, stop cursing.
Look at the news.
Our Foreign Affairs Department has also held a press conference to respond to the hacker war issue in a domineering manner.
At this moment, a press conference is being held in the imperial capital.
The spokesperson for the Xia Kingdom, Dongfang Mukan, is dressed in a smart suit and sitting upright on the stage.
The audience is full of reporters from major news media at home and abroad.
Dongfang Mukan faces the camera and talks to the microphone, his voice sonorous and powerful. The Xia side expressed deep concern about the sudden large-scale cyber attack on the Beacon State, and hoped that the beacon side would realize its own problems as soon as possible and stop its barbaric behavior of arbitrarily arresting citizens of other countries.
It was time for the QS session.
A reporter from the Beacon State asked, "Mr. Dongfang, the red flag of Meng is flying all over the internet in the Beacon State. We have reason to suspect that the mastermind behind this cyber attack is none other than Mr. Meng from your country.
Could it be that the Xia side is also involved in the conspiracy to launch a cyber attack? Could it be that the Xia side is deliberately provoking a cyber conflict with the Beacon State?"
Facing the aggressive words of the lighthouse reporter, Dongfang Mukan smiled calmly.
"This is nonsense. Mr. Meng is a pillar of our country, a kind and humble person.
This foreign journalist friend, without any solid evidence, is unjustifiably suspicious of our citizens. Especially when the leaders of certain countries, without any evidence, publicly and groundlessly accused Mr. Meng, a citizen of Xia. It is very regrettable and hard to believe. As for the suspicion that Xia is involved in hacking, it is even more nonsense.
In Xia, there is an old saying, if you want to frame someone, you can always find a reason.
I advise certain heads of state to act like a great power and stop these ridiculous and unreasonable behaviors." The reporters from the lighthouse country were speechless after hearing the righteous words of the Eastern Shepherd.
He said what he thought.
Although it is obvious to the discerning eye that the relationship between the Meng word red flag and Mr. Meng is not enough as evidence in an international court of law.
Mr. Meng's posting was done on underground networks. There is no way to leave any useful evidence in that kind of place. For the flawless response of Dongfang Mukan.
Even if the reporters from the Beacon country were unwilling, they had to sit down with a sour look on their faces.
Subsequently,
Dongfang Mukan responded to a series of questions and answered the difficult questions of foreign journalists one by one, showing the spirit of a great power's news spokesman.
When the press conference came to a successful conclusion, the audience gave a warm round of applause.
Dongfang Mukan walked from the stage to the rest area and saw Baiming Ziyuan standing on the windowsill with a wine jar in his arms, drinking alone. He complained with a bitter smile, "The Beacon Bureau is really presumptuous.
They even dared to spy on Mr. Meng's personal information. I guess Mr. Meng will make a big move later."
It's bad enough that the Beacon country is in trouble, but it also involves us, the servants of the people of Xia, to clean up the mess.
Don't you think this is very passionate?
Baiming Paper Kite took a big sip from the wine jar, and the wine dripped down his white chin and into the peaks. A real man should be like Mr. Meng. Even if he is facing the world's #1 power, he should be brave enough to show his sword. We are just too worried. I am looking forward to Mr. Meng's next move against the lighthouse country.
Dongfang Mukan shrugged his shoulders. He was indeed passionate. And the power of the hidden family is unquestionable.
I hope that with Mr. Meng's help, our Xia country can take a big step forward. I dream of the day when Xia surpasses the lighthouse and becomes the world's #1 power.
It may take a little time, but that day will come.
Baiming Paper Kite wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. I have confidence in our Xia country and in Mr. Meng.
He gives me the impression of a special low-key and powerful man.
Although I have never met him, I can already feel his boundless pride in his heart from our brief exchange.
Dongfang Mukan smiled slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly,
the private cell phone in Baiming Ziyuan's pocket rang.
Chapter 90, Daughter, how much do you know about him? The phone beeped. Baiming.
Paper Kite took out his private cell phone from his trouser pocket and looked at Dongfang Mukan apologetically. Her slender fingers slid across the screen to unlock it, and a new message from Wei Xian appeared on the phone interface.
The note was titled Your Highness Jean. Sister Kite, my father said that Meng Yu was besieged by the Lighthouse Bureau of Investigation. Is he okay? Brother Meng Yu? Is Mr. Meng's name Yu? Yes.
With the intelligence capabilities of the previous life, it is not much to say that knowing Meng's real name is extremely normal.
The corners of Baiming's mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Yu. The character for universe. It's a simple, yet profound name, which suits her. Your Highness Jean, don't worry, Mr. Meng Yu is fine. Don't forget, this is our Xia country's territory, and the Beacon Bureau can only use some cyber attack methods, but Mr. Meng Yu has blocked them all. Baiming Paper Kite replies. As for who this Qin is, it all started in the City of Demons. However, to be precise, the Yangtsinghang is not an organization of Xia. It is one of the world's largest international organizations.
The organization originated in the late Tang dynasty and has a history of more than 1,000 years. Over the long years, it has grown into a towering tree with roots covering the entire Asia-Pacific region. If the shadow of the Freemasons looms over the entire Ojo and North Magnesium Islands, and its symbol, the all-seeing eye, is everywhere, then the underworld is the ancient emperor of the underground world in the Asia-Pacific region.
However, unlike the Freemasons, the Order of the Dead does not secretly control Western politics.
Instead, it is hidden behind the scenes. Like a towering shadow beast, it silently watches over the vicissitudes of the times. It is worth mentioning that the Order of the Dead is very serious about rules and promises. And the first rule is that it cannot exist in the sunlight. This is also the fundamental reason why the Yang, although it is the most powerful organization in the Asia-Pacific region, rarely conflicts with the governments of various countries. And since the current head of the Wangshangsing clan is the only daughter of the previous head, Biming Paper Kite respectfully calls her Your Highness, and there is nothing inappropriate about it.
Soon,
Biming Paper Kite received a new message.
Your Highness Jean, I'm glad Mengyu is okay. You don't know, Sister Ziyuan.
My father called me back from Nanhang these few days, and he's been pushing me to study and manage the pawnshop. It's really exhausting.
Biming Ziyuan smiled knowingly.
Mr. Meng's appearance in Nanhang City has caused a great stir in the global financial community. According to the information obtained by the Quanan Bureau, the waters of Nanhang City are very deep. All kinds of people with different motives are pouring into Nanhang City from all over the world. Although the Underworld King is a powerful figure. However, in such a complicated situation, he could not guarantee the safety of the princess, and it was reasonable to call her back to the demon capital.
Biming Paper Kite, Nanhang City is in chaos right now.
Your Highness, you should just focus on learning management from your father. After all, you are not young anymore, and you don't have any siblings.
Sooner or later, you will have to take over the management of the Afterlife Club. Princess Jean, great.
Sister Kite, I'll tell you in confidence that I don't want to take over the family business at all. I've lived in a pawnshop since I was a child, and at my father's request, I majored in archaeology in college. Now I really get headaches when I see old things. What I want to do most now is start a business with Mengyu.
What?
Biming Paper Kite was a little bit of a laughingstock. Although she knew that Jean was being kept in the dark by her father and did not know the lofty status of the afterlife in the underworld. But hearing this still feels a bit hard to accept. After all, that was the position of the crown prince of the underworld. It is far more noble than the position of prince in most countries. And how many wealthy and powerful people all over the world want to get a position in it to increase their influence on the underworld? But Jean said she didn't want to inherit the position of the head of the underworld. Biming Paper Kite replied with a message.
If your highness really wants to go to Nanhang City, why not talk to your father directly?
After all, if you follow Mr. Meng, your personal safety is at least guaranteed.
Your highness Jean, okay, let's stop here for now. My father is here. If you have time, remember to come to the demon capital to play with me. I have enough of the 20-year-old daughter red wine.
The other side of the prestige.
In an elegant study.
The sound of a door opening and closing was heard. Su Ningyun hurriedly put down her phone and invited her father in. She knew it was her father by the rhythm of the knocking. At this moment, Su Lingyun had already removed her ugly makeup, revealing her delicate face that was as beautiful as a moon. She sat at an old pearwood desk, with an open bamboo scroll of ancient text on her lap. The text was in seal script. However, Su Lingyun, who graduated from the Department of Archaeology, obviously had no difficulty reading it at all. She picked up the bamboo scroll and read it aloud. The door to the study was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged father with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, wearing a green shirt, walked in. He looked at his daughter, who was pretending to read hard while shaking her head. His mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything. For this only daughter left by his deceased wife, he was afraid of breaking her, afraid of melting her, and never forced her to do anything since she was a child. Otherwise, with her noble status, she would not have been able to grow up happily and normally.
Cheener, are you still angry with your father? It's a bit chaotic outside right now, so I'll let you go out to play again in a while.
The Lord of the Underworld had a gentle expression. If the people of the Underworld saw the indulgent smile on the face of the Emperor of the Underworld, they would probably be shocked.
Who doesn't know that the Lord of the Underworld is ruthless?
Every year, countless underground forces fall at the hands of the underworld boss.
Soo-yoon shook her head. No.
My daughter knows that her father is only doing this for my own good, but I want to stay with Mengyu.
Mengyu? The owner of the underworld pondered for a moment, looking at Su Ningyun's eyes and said, "How much do you know about him? How much do you know about our underworld?" Su Ningyun scratches her head. He must be the legendary Mr. Meng. As for our company, isn't it an old pawnshop? Actually, it's not strange for her to think that way.
Imagine growing up in a cosmopolitan city like Shanghai, where classmates are always driven to and from school, and the owner of the funeral home deliberately keeps a low profile. Su Ningyun simply doesn't feel special. As for the title of Your Highness, she would only think it was a joke between friends.
After all, Xiao Bai Luo is also a prince? Besides,
in a news report, there was a wife who only found out after 20 years of marriage that her husband was a billionaire. This shows that as long as the deceased owner of the company deliberately hides it, it is normal for Su to be a well-behaved daughter and not discover the truth about the company.
Moreover, Soo-yoon's life from childhood to adulthood was really quite mediocre.
Of course. That is the ordinary life of a native of the City of Demons. The owner of the afterlife business looked at his daughter's innocent expression and smiled. As long as he, the father, was still alive, his daughter would have the innocence of a child. As for the future,
like father, like daughter.
After all, Su Ningyun was born to him and his wife, and she is extremely talented. She was also taught by famous teachers from a young age, and although she looks simple and innocent now, it is only because she is unwilling to study hard.
And this is also the result of the master's deliberate connivance. He owed Su Ningyun's mother too much.
If he could, he would like his daughter to live her life as if it were a blank sheet of paper, with her childlike innocence intact, never coming into contact with the shadowy world of the impossible.
Of course, this is not very likely. Daughter, you still know too little about Mr. Meng. You only know a little from hearsay and don't know the real story at all.
But since you're going to learn to take over the afterlife business, I'll talk to you about Mr. Meng, the legendary figure. The afterlife master shook his head with a smile.
How could Mengyu be Mr. Meng?
In the eyes of such a shadowy emperor, Mengyu is at best just a junior member of the hidden Meng family. He should be a decoy to hide the whereabouts of the real Mr. Meng. Su Ningyun quickly put down the ancient bamboo book in her hand, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon.
Father, you are the most knowledgeable person I know. Tell me about Mr. Meng's deeds.
She loves listening to stories. It's 1,000 times more interesting than memorizing books.
Chapter 91, You are too far apart from him.
The host of the afterlife lit a stick of ambergris. This spice, which is more precious than gold, is the secretion of the sperm whale in the ocean, and it is casually lit, with white smoke wreathing the beams.
The low-key luxury of the afterlife is evident.
Just now, Mr. Meng was spied on by the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, so he issued a reward information task on the underground platform.
The owner of the afterlife house smiled meaningfully. Because in his opinion, Mr. Meng's move was quite meaningful. Why not use the intelligence system of the hidden family, but instead use the underground platform? Perhaps he is announcing his return to the underworld? And he can also scare the tiger by knocking on the mountain.
After all, the Western families, led by the Rothschilds, have been very restless lately.
Perhaps they are also warning him. Yes, my father told me about it. I just asked Sister Kite, and she said that Mr. Meng had completely blocked it. It was very impressive. Su Ningyun was full of joy. Sister Kite? Is she the eldest daughter of the Biming family in the imperial capital?
The owner of the afterlife smiled imperceptibly.
As an equally ancient existence, the afterlife and the Biming family are naturally inextricably linked.
After all, at the top level of the Xia country, if no major changes occur, it will always be the same forces.
The girl from the Biming family was right.
It was simply impossible for the hackers from the Beacon Bureau to move against Mr. Meng.
However, they did manage to find out something. The network defense agency behind Mr. Meng is incredibly powerful.
The owner of the Yongsun Company agreed.
He then looked at Su Lingyun, the daughter, and asked, "Do you know why the Beacon Bureau would still investigate Mr. Meng recklessly when they knew that they had little chance of winning? The master of the afterlife is deliberately testing this innocent daughter."
After all, she is not young, and sooner or later, the entire afterlife company will be handed over to her. He just hopes that this time will come later. After all, no father wants his daughter to lose her innocence and become a calculating young empress.
However,
This time, Su Lingyun was completely at a loss.
is she going to fight with no chance of winning? Are all the agents of the Beacon Bureau like the ones in the TV series?
Su Lingyun played with the hem of her clothes and frowned in thought.
Deadly? The owner of the afterlife laughed. He never thought his daughter would be so right. Is this the correct answer that was reached through the wrong method?
Just like her mother, she has a terrible intuition. It is not entirely wrong to call the deputy director of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau a dead man. He is already a pawn of the Rothschild family, and this step is also a dead end. Of course, at the cost of sacrificing a high-ranking pawn, it is completely not a loss for the profit-oriented Western capital family to find out about Mr. Meng's network defense capabilities.
However, Mr. Meng is not someone who can be provoked at will.
Just now, the Lighthouse State suffered as a result. The owner of the afterlife said slowly.
Su Lingyun's eyes lit up, and she waved her little fists and said, Mr. Meng finally took action? Father, don't keep us in suspense. How did Mr. Meng teach the bad foreigners in Beacon Country a lesson?
The master of the afterlife smiled.
I didn't realize that you have a bit of a violent streak in you too, my daughter. Let him be. And as the future empress of the underworld, she really needs to be strong-willed.
Although her current abilities are not very good, her talent is there, and it's only a matter of time before she improves. Mr. Meng issued a 20 billion nanometer hacker bounty, calling on hackers from all over the world to attack the Lighthouse State's network, launching the largest hacker war in history, which defeated the entire Lighthouse State hacker army. Now, all the networks in the Lighthouse State are flying the Meng red flag. When I first heard about Mr. Meng's deeds, I was filled with youthful enthusiasm. It is now rumored that Mr. Meng is under 30 years old, and it seems that most of it is true.
The owner of the funeral home sighed.
He has never admired many people in his life. But Mr. Meng is the only one who has both admiration and respect for him. As the emperor of the underworld, he knew much more than the average intelligence agency.
However,
for the time being, it is not necessary to mention this to his daughter, because if they talk too deeply, it will be difficult for him to explain the source of the information.
20 billion nanograms? That's 20 yuan, right? So much money.
Su Lingyun's eyes widened in shock.
You know a lot, Dad.
Xiangxing's main branch coughed. This is all your Uncle Biming told me. I have nothing to do, so I like to chat with others.
Uncle Biming?
Of course, he is the patriarch of the Biming family, the father of Biming Paper Kite and Biming Een. Of course, to the owner of the funeral home, he is the one who is often inexplicably blamed.
Let's get back to Mengyu. Qin, do you really think he is Mr. Meng? After recalling the 6 months you spent with him and his colleagues, and thinking about the deeds of Mr. Meng I mentioned earlier, do you still think Mengyu is Mr. Meng?
Of course. I don't deny that the kid is a young talent, but he is still far from the height of Mr. Meng. The owner of the afterlife said decisively. He didn't know much about Mr. Meng, but he had a comprehensive grasp of Mengyu's information.
After analyzing Mengyu's life experience over the past 20 years, he concluded that Mengyu is just an ordinary person.
However, Mengyu may have been lucky and had some connection with the real Meng, which gave him support. It is even possible that Mengyu's ancestors were a branch of the hidden Meng family.
Mengyu could never be Mr. Meng. This point. He is 100% certain of this. Su Ningyun hesitated. Should it be?
Although she had a strong intuition that Mengyu was Mr. Meng, she still believed her father's words, which had never been wrong.
The deceased asked, during the 6 months you worked with him, did Mengyu ever admit that he was Mr. Meng?
Su Ningyun recalled and shook her head.
No. It seems that she really thought too much. However,
Su Ningyun thought that it was better that Mengyu was not Mr. Meng, so that she could go and play with him without the pressure of being with a tiger.
Father, can I go play with Mengyu?
Su Ningyun grabbed the arm of the deceased and weakly cooed to her father.
However,
the owner of the funeral home waved his hand and said, No, the situation in Nanhang City is mixed, and there are surging undercurrents.
I'm afraid something big is brewing. You can't go anywhere for a while. Just stay by my side and learn how to manage the funeral home. And Meng Yu and you are not suitable for each other, do you understand? You are too far apart from him. Su Ningyun pouted. I know, you're going to say that our family is too poor to afford new things. Father, I know I'm not good enough for him, I won't be delusional. The deceased owner of the business paused for a moment. He did say that. He didn't want his daughter to be a spoiled brat, so he raised her in poverty. Of course. He definitely gave his daughter the best in terms of food and drink. This can be seen from the lit ambergris. What is ambergris? It is a precious perfume that has only added a little bit of precious spices. In just a short time, it has burned dozens of bottles of Chanel's ambergris. What a low-key luxury. And this is not just any ambergris, but the king of ambergris, produced by the sperm whale in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. In ancient times, it was a tribute item that only the emperor and empress could use. It has a soft, rich aroma that is not greasy, and has the effect of calming the mind and beautifying the skin. However, when it comes to having fun, Su Ningyun is a tragedy. Every day, it's nothing but reading. Reading. Sometimes, Su Ningyun felt like her brain was going to rot from reading, but as a good and obedient daughter, she would never refuse to read in the face of her father's strict demands. After all, the more you read, the more you can distinguish right from wrong. But she often likes to skip class. Chapter 92. I am proud that Mr. Meng is from Feng County. The deceased master originally wanted to tell his daughter the truth about the deceased master. But looking at his daughter's innocent smile, he hesitated. Sheener, you don't have to be so self-deprecating. Although our family is poor, we are after all natives of the demon capital. Su Ningyun's feelings of inferiority were actually deliberately cultivated by the owner of the afterlife. After all, he had instilled in his daughter the idea that the family was poor since she was a child, so it was only natural that she would be self-conscious. However, the owner of the funeral business did not think this was a problem. After taking over the funeral business, he learned about the enormous power and wealth of the funeral business, and naturally Su Ningyun's inferiority complex would dissipate. This is not a big problem. And this kind of inferiority complex can save a lot of things, such as letting Su Ningyun get used to being alone, so that when she reaches the top of the world and is praised as lonely, she will get used to the coldness of the top of the world. In that case, in fact, the owner of the company has also suffered a lot. That means I can still hang out with Meng Yu, right? Ling Yu said that Meng Yu is starting a company and I'm going to work for him. Su Ningyun's eyes lit up. When she worked with Meng Yu before, she didn't feel anything, except that he was very handsome. After leaving Meng Yu and returning to the Magic City, she realized what it meant to be apart from him for a day. Although she had returned to the demon capital, her heart had remained in Nanhang City. How can she concentrate on her studies? Work? The owner of the pawnshop looked at his daughter, who was excited, with a complex expression. Had he overeducated her, causing her to give up the position of owner of the pawnshop and instead want to go work for someone else? Even if he didn't say the true identity of the afterlife business, after all, the afterlife business is a 3-story pawnshop in the Demon City, and it's worth tens of millions. Isn't it better to continue the family business than to work as a laborer? But then he thought, if he agreed, working as a laborer, this is not impossible, but you have to study hard. Meng Yu, even if he is not Mr. Meng, is now a billionaire with hundreds of billions of dollars in savings. It is estimated that the Meng kid is still a member of Mr. Meng's clan. With Mr. Meng as his backer, it is a sure thing that he will become rich in the future. If you don't have a college degree and don't study hard, even if you want to work for someone else, I'm afraid they won't want you. The old man has learned the art of being a good-for-nothing. He was really desperate to let his daughter study hard and inherit the family business in the future. At worst, he would talk to Meng Yu. Since he came from a hidden family, he should know what it means to be the owner of the funeral business, and he would certainly not be ignorant. The owner of the funeral home was even a little sour. It is said that a daughter is a father's close little cotton-padded jacket. Now that the little cotton-padded jacket has grown up and has a man she likes in her heart, he feels very uncomfortable, and he even wants to teach Meng Yu a lesson. Even if he is a member of a hidden family, he is not afraid of the afterlife. Because if you really want to talk about it, the Su family of the afterlife sect is also a hidden family. Father. I know. A fierce fire of fighting spirit flared up in Su Ningyun's eyes. It is said that when a boy has a girl he likes, he will become diligent.
In fact, the same is true for girls. After all, only by working hard to become a better version of herself would Su Ningyun have the courage to confess to Mengyu. Otherwise, her inferiority complex would make her a dumb girl sealed by love.
The owner of the funeral home smiled and said, "I'll ask the professors at the University of the Devil to come home one by one. You must study hard this time, and don't run away like you did last time. Should we invite the education of Qingbei and Western University to come home?" The master of the afterlife thought it was still necessary. If his daughter misses school, no matter how much it costs, he doesn't care. He'll kidnap the best university professors in the world if he has to. It's true. Wang Shangxing has the power to do so. Hey, don't expose my secret.
Su Ningyun smiled and scratched the back of her head. She knew that her father had given her permission to sneak out.
Otherwise, her father would not have known her exact location in Nanhang.
Su Ningyun suddenly remembered the Black Rose mercenary group.
According to their leader, the Black Rose mercenary group was sent by Meng Yuga to protect her. Meng Yu is so good to her, could it be that he likes her?
But when she thought of Meng Yuga's humble and kind personality, and how he seemed to be a gentleman to every woman, she became a little less confident.
And the women around him are all so outstanding.
It seems that if she doesn't work hard, she may not be able to keep up with him.
Su Ningyun felt that she definitely couldn't accept this outcome. Meng Yuga, I will work hard in secret and then amaze everyone. You must wait for me. Please.
Su Ningyun prayed silently in her heart.
Feng County.
The banquet for the people is being held in full swing under the dense greenhouses in front of them. The sky was filled with rolling thunderclouds, and the piercing cold wind, accompanied by icy raindrops, pounded down on the tent fabric, producing a drumbeat.
However,
the unfriendly weather does not affect the enthusiasm of the residents of Feng County in the slightest. Mr. Meng donated 100 billion yuan to build a railway. Their gratitude to Mr. Meng is like the Yellow River, endless and unstoppable. How could it be scattered by this cold wind and rain?
Everyone, let's work harder. This table is a bit dirty, wipe it again. Come and help me take down this big table. This fried noodle is not very good. Let old Chen stir fry the next pot. He is an old hand and has been doing it for 7 or 8 years. You go help with the vegetables. Where are the bowls?
There are 10 bowls missing from table 0302.
They're all gone.
Old Li has already gone to the land of plenty to get them.
The restaurant owner said he'd lend them to us for free. What a good man. That's right. All the restaurants in the county provide tableware for free. Mr. Meng is really popular. Yes. After all, Mr. Meng donated 100 billion yuan. I would like to call Mr. Meng the god of our hometown. Did you hear?
The leader of the Lighthouse country accused Mr. Meng of starting a hacker war.
Shameless. Folks. How could Mr. Meng do such a thing?
The leader of the Beacon country is unreliable and his words cannot be trusted.
That's right.
The Lighthouse country has the nerve to slander Mr. Meng. From now on, I will no longer sell Lighthouse products in my store.
Check out the video on the front page of the Qianjia website.
The spokesperson for the Xia country,
Dongfang Mukan, has spoken. What a domineering attitude.
He speaks with the dignity of a great power.
I like it and I'll forward it. I've seen it too. It's gone viral on Douyin.
I've already reposted it to the neighborhood group.
Mr. Meng is really awesome.
He's practically the only source of pride in Feng County, and he's even appeared in such an international incident.
I'm jealous. Mr. Meng is definitely going to be in the textbooks now. This is what it means to be remembered in history. I admit that I am jealous, but I am proud that Mr. Meng is from Feng County. Mr. Meng, you're awesome. However,
amidst the roaring cheers for Mr. Meng, no one noticed that a man with a damp back was riding a 28-barrel bicycle, holding a skinny young woman, and driving into the Wanmin banquet tent.
Who would have thought? The Beacon country's network is in a precarious state, with the Meng flag covering the sky.
And the man who is strategizing and winning on the other side of the Pacific Ocean is hiding in such a small county.
Chapter 93, Would you like to try driving in the rain? Damn this weather, it's actually made me wet.
Meng Yu patted the rain off his coat, took Tang Tang from the seat cushion, and then pushed the two-wheeled cart into the greenhouse area, which was the venue for the banquet for the people. A closer look at the greenhouse area reveals that it is made up of hundreds of large and small rain shelters. Although it doesn't look very neat, it adds a bit of the bustling atmosphere of the city, and it feels quite lively for the new year. Meng Yu looked at the busy villagers and heard them chanting, "Mr. Meng, you're the best."
He couldn't help but smile. The villagers were so enthusiastic this time. He felt a little embarrassed.
Tang Tang looked worried and pointed at Meng Yu's wet back, saying, "Brother, you'll catch a cold if your clothes get wet. It's all to cover up the sweet, otherwise your clothes wouldn't be so wet." It turns out that, just as Meng Yu was riding his bike towards the one-man banquet tent, it suddenly started to rain. Meng Yu opened his jacket to protect Tang Tang from getting wet, just like an old hen protecting her chicks.
Fortunately, the rain didn't last long, so Meng Yu only got a little wet. "It's okay, I'm strong." "What's a little rain? You forget that we used to take baths in the rain."
Meng Yu took off his jacket, wiped the water off his head, and said nonchalantly,
"A little rain is really nothing to him. Besides,
he was riding in the rain, so getting wet was inevitable.
If two people get wet, it's better for one person to get wet."
After all, Tang Tang also called him brother, so there was no need to get Tang Tang wet too. She looked very weak and thin, and if she got sick from the autumn rain, it would be a problem.
Besides,
Wang Lingyue had several suits of Armani men's clothing in the car, so he just asked her to get a change of clothes. He wasn't worried about not having dry clothes to change into. Tang Tang recalled the rainy day that year, and as she looked at Meng Yu's increasingly burly and masculine physique, her face flushed like a freshly picked strawberry.
"It was so nice to have a brother. I really hope that my brother will be by my side every day and night from now on. Then I will be the happiest girl in the world." Tang Tang thought to herself. Ding! Tang Tang's favorability has increased. Current favorability progress is 50 out of 100.
A random reward of a Porsche 911 Turbo is given to the host. The Porsche key has been issued to the host's coat pocket.
Oh! This time, a car was randomly awarded? Meng Yu was shocked.
It's rare for the system to change its taste, although the Porsche 911 is not too expensive, probably only about 2 million NGN.
But isn't it great to get a sports car for free?
After all, not every girl will trigger a system reward when her favorability reaches the 50 out of 100 stage.
This is a purely random reward. Meng Yu personally doesn't like driving too expensive cars, they're too flashy and don't fit his low-key personality.
After all, with his current wealth, he has already left the low-end level that needs luxury cars to decorate the card.
Of course, Meng Yu has no problem buying a few Rolls-Royces and Bugatti Veyrons to put in his garage, but the prerequisite is to first get a manor in the center of Nanhang. He has already asked Wang Lingyue to talk to the city about this. However,
the specific situation still needs to be discussed by him and Wang Lingyue when they return to Nanhang City. Feeling the extra car keys in his pocket, Meng Yu missed Nanhang City. After all, he had spent 4 years in college and another 6 months after graduation, so he had been in Nanhang for a long time.
It was his second hometown. However,
Meng Yu knew that he would be busy saying goodbye to relatives and friends in the next 2 days. After all, after Meng Yu's parents moved to Nanhang City, he would not necessarily return to Feng County in the future.
Uncle, aunt. You can't just move away without saying anything. It's not appropriate. I wonder how Miss Morong and Bei Mingyin are doing, and what about Wei Yulan, the female CEO of the pharmaceutical company? Is her targeted new drug phase 4 clinical trial going smoothly? Tang Tang, you stay here and don't move. I'm going to change into some dry clothes.
Meng Yu looked at Wang Lingyue, who appeared not far away, and casually told Tang Tang.
Tang Tang laughed, "Brother, you're taking advantage of me again. Do you want to buy some more oranges? Don't worry, I won't run off. Do you want to eat tangerines? I'll go buy a bag later. I'll eat 2, and the rest will be yours." Meng Yu smiled.
Perhaps it was because of the feeling of being both familiar and strange that he always subconsciously teased Tang Tang, a junior high school classmate who called himself his brother.
I'll tell you the truth. Isn't it much more fragrant to have a well-behaved younger sister than to spend a lot of money on exotic flowers and plants? Meng Yu pinched Tang Tang's plump cheeks.
Forget it, you don't need to take vitamin C supplements, you're so fresh and healthy. Just drink some water with the orange peel. Tang Tang rolled her eyes in anger as she watched Meng Yu turn around.
7 years have passed.
My brother is still the same, cool and reliable. But it feels like as long as I'm with my brother, I'll never have any worries.
On the other side,
Meng Yu has already secretly contacted Wang Lingyue. After witnessing the enthusiastic and overwhelming response from the villagers, Meng Yu now has no desire to reveal his identity.
People fear fame, and pigs fear getting fat.
Meng Yu said that it was quite nice to be an unknown, and he didn't want to be treated like a panda. The thought of people commenting on him made him break out in a cold sweat. He is financially independent anyway, and doesn't need to make money from his fame.
He doesn't want to become a celebrity. So when he went to Wang Lingyue's place to get his clothes, he had to be quiet. Because Wang Lingyue accompanied Mr. Meng to Feng County, it was public knowledge. If Meng Yu and Wang Lingyue got too close, they might be suspected by the villagers. Especially the street aunties, they are really nosy.
Meng Yu would rather go to the stock market than become the focus of the street aunties. The two kept their distance from each other. Meng Yu watched Wang Lingyue interact with the residents of Feng County gracefully and politely, and nodded to himself.
Wang Lingyue was indeed worthy of being the president of the Nanhang Bank.
Unintentionally, his eyes fell on her purple tight-fitting little suit today, especially the wiggling buttocks. He felt a little dry in his mouth.
This little demon. She looks good in anything. The 98-point supermodel figure that has been certified by the system is not a bluff. She really has the capital to charm the world.
Finally, they arrived at the garage, and there was no one around.
Wang Lingyue leaned against the Maserati, fully stretching her perfect S-shaped body curves.
Her pair of beautiful eyes were charming, and her soft, fragrant tongue playfully traced the corners of her mouth.
It was quite flirtatious. Brother, would you like to try riding in the rain? I'm a great driver. Wang
Lingyue took Meng Yu's wet jacket in both hands and smiled seductively.
Obviously.
This woman has excellent hearing, and she heard all of Meng Yu and Tang Tang's banter just now.
Meng Yu glared at her fiercely. President Wang, please speak in human language. How is the matter I handed you doing? This girl is good at everything. She's just too flirtatious. If you keep her around every day, she'll be malnourished sooner or later. Chapter 94. I am willing to swear my loyalty to Mr. Meng Yu. Tang's father's situation has been taken care of.
I have called in a nursing team from Nanhang City to ensure that his condition does not deteriorate.
As for treatment, I think it would be best to wait until we get to Nanhang City. When it comes to business, Wang Lingyue's face straightened, and she took out dry clothes while saying. Suddenly.
She hesitated for a moment, and added, Tang's father's injury is very special. According to preliminary estimates, it is not ordinary paralysis. Meng Yu read the hesitation in her eyes and said calmly, don't worry about my attitude.
Just do what you think is best. Since I brought you along, I trust your ability to handle things. Although this woman is less capable than Morong Qianyu. But Meng Yu values a good feel for people more. The feeling of using people.
If Wang Lingyue is easy to use, he doesn't mind spending a little money to train her. After all, the ability to get things done is something. Can be fed through a large number of actual projects. As the money in the bank account reached the sky, reaching more than 200,000 yuan, which is a terrifying amount of more than 200 trillion nanometers, Meng Yu sometimes really felt that.
Money is just a bunch of numbers.
He had lost the concept of money, and a luxury car worth 2 million yuan and one worth 20 million yuan were both toys to him. He once heard that the Prince of Dubai ordered a model plane from Boeing, but Boeing ended up building a real plane, and the Prince of Dubai didn't think the model plane was too expensive.
This is a typical case of losing the concept of money.
Meng Yu couldn't understand it when he was a wage earner, but after he got the system and the world's prices depreciated 1 billion times, he seemed to be able to empathize. This is also the reason why he is becoming more and more generous. When he has so much wealth, he no longer cares about the small gains and losses in his mind, and even when he spends money, he doesn't consider the concept of cost-effectiveness. He just buys whatever he likes, without asking the price. Whoever dares to rip him off will be in trouble. Wang Lingyue lowered her eyes and continued after serving Meng Yu with a new set of dry clothes.
Thank you for your trust in me, Mr. Meng.
I have also heard about the 2 pending tasks you have issued. The central bank asked me to give you a message, hoping that you can take the overall situation into account and stop short. I will naturally consider the words of the central bank, but it seems a bit late. The sword has already been deployed, and by now there should already be blood splattered 5 steps away.
Meng Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold.
Like most people in Xia, he didn't like to stir up trouble. He prefers a quiet life, a simple life, a life free from worldly strife.
Unfortunately, the ambitions of the traitorous wolf son of the Beacon Country have repeatedly violated his bottom line. He certainly understands the principle of not going too far. But if he doesn't kill one to warn 100, I'm afraid the Western powers will think he is weak and can be bullied, and that will cause endless trouble. Wang Lingyue's hand that was picking up the dirty laundry visibly trembled, as if she had been struck by a gust of icy wind, and her bones were chilled to the marrow. Blood splashed 5 steps? It seems that someone has already had bad luck. Yes. A giant like Mr. Meng must be decisive and resolute. Meng Yu reached out and stroked Wang Lingyue's pale cheeks. Don't be afraid. I don't like killing. As long as you don't cross my bottom line, why would I easily unleash my wrath? However, since you have chosen to follow me, you should know that our relationship is not a simple partnership. Don't you agree? Of course, if you want to keep your distance from me, I won't force you to do so. To be honest, I actually like Yin Beiming better. Although she is a bit childish, she seems to be more loyal than you. Wang Lingyue pursed her lips. Is she a pedant? On the contrary, before she met Meng Yu, she was already the deputy president of the Nanhang Bank, and her experience in human relations is beyond doubt. So she naturally heard the hidden meaning in Meng Yu's words. Meng Yu needs her to make a statement. This is only natural, because no giant would like a person who is indecisive. Since she is in the banking industry and considers herself to be Mr. Meng's spokesperson, she naturally needs to show her loyalty to Mr. Meng. Wang Lingyue took a deep breath and knelt on one knee.
She is also a decisive person, otherwise she would not have climbed to the 8th floor to see Mr. Meng as soon as she got the news. With one hand on her chest, she solemnly swore, I, Wang Lingyue, am willing to swear my loyalty to Mr. Meng Yu to the death. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. Almost as soon as Wang Lingyue knelt down, Meng Yu's mind rang with the system's prompt.
Ding! Detecting Wang Lingyue's oath of allegiance, the progress of her favorability has increased significantly.
The current progress of favorability is 80/100, and the host is randomly rewarded with 10,000 yuan.
10,000 yuan? That's 10 trillion yuan. Isn't that too good to be true? You know that 100 yuan can turn the lighthouse country upside down, so wouldn't 10,000 yuan be able to turn the lighthouse country upside down? Of course. If it's not necessary.
Meng Yu would definitely not spend money on doing something that harms others and does not benefit oneself. This time, it was mainly because the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau started the trouble first, and Meng Yu definitely could not tolerate it, so he took the opportunity to clean up the arrogant lighthouse state.
However,
it is indeed very gratifying to play with the world's #1 power in the palm of your hand.
Lingyu, please get up quickly. We are all modern young people, so we don't need the old family routine. Meng Yu helped Wang Lingyu up with a smile. According to the system,
a couple whose favorability has reached 80 out of 100 is basically the same as his die-hard fans, and can be used with absolute confidence by subordinates.
And the system also reminds you,
if Wang Lingyue embezzles his money or has a rebellious heart, then the favorability progress of 80 out of 100 will instantly turn negative.
So Meng Yuzhen doesn't need to worry about Wang Lingyue's loyalty at all.
The system has already arranged everything for him. Wang Lingyue didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that after she had sworn her loyalty, Meng Yu's gaze on her had changed dramatically. He no longer had any defenses, but was filled with absolute trust.
Is this the case that you don't suspect people who you trust? Mr. Meng is indeed a giant who is worth following. Wang Lingyue is no child. The reason she decided to follow Mr. Meng is because of the real benefits.
Since she met Mr. Meng, she has not only received a super huge deposit of tens of trillions of nanograms from him, but she has even become the president of the Southbound Bank. Although she only got the title of vice president, her status and power have increased by leaps and bounds, all thanks to Mr. Meng Yu. Of course. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked. Mr. Meng Yu's personality is also the reason she is willing to follow him. After all, not every boss is willing to entrust a huge fortune to his subordinates, although this may be because Mr. Meng Yu is in control of everything. But it also shows from a different perspective. Mr. Meng Yu's confidence and strength. Moreover, Mr. Meng is still young and very handsome. Even if she swears her loyalty to him, it does not prevent her from continuing to pursue Mr. Meng. If she succeeds, wouldn't that be wonderful? In the future, everyone will have to call her Mrs. Meng. Thinking about it, tears float uncontrollably from the corners of Wang Lingyue's mouth. Chapter 95 sees the greatest opportunity in your life. Something is wrong with you. Lingyu, are you coveting my body? Meng Yu took a step back and pretended to be on guard. After getting close, he also became interested in joking around with Wang Lingyue. This is very real. After all, if it were just a simple customer-bank relationship, he wouldn't have to invest so much emotion in Wang Lingyue. Is it because Tang Tang's sister is not cute enough, or is it because Moron's young lady is not pretty enough? He didn't need to waste his expression on Wang Lingyue. But after the favorability level reached 80 out of 100, it was completely different. This means that Wang Lingyue is the woman he will follow for the rest of his life. Meng Yu of course wants to return the sincerity and loyalty of others with more sincerity. Returning a peach with a plum, it has always been like this since ancient times. Wang Lingyue gave Meng Yu a flirtatious glance. Yes. I am very envious of your strong body, and you don't know that I am very lonely every night in my room, and I need your passion to fill me. Meng Yu listened and said that he was an expert. It is true that if a beauty is in the mood, there is nothing a pervert can do. However, Meng Yu suddenly remembered that Tang Tang was still waiting for him, so he said teasingly, "Hey, please pay attention to your status, Wang de President. Tang Tang is still waiting for me, so I'll leave first." As she watched Meng Yu wave goodbye, Wang Lingyue's heart ached again. If she could choose, she would rather accompany Meng Yu and pretend to be an ordinary guest than be the highest-profile guest of honor at the banquet. Unfortunately, her status as a bank president does not allow it. Sometimes, having too high a status can be a real pain. Wang Lingyue was a little depressed. On the other side, after leaving the garage, Meng Yu didn't go straight to Tang Tang, but instead borrowed a black umbrella from Wang Lingyue and went to the nearest fruit shop to buy a caddy of oranges. Joking aside, he remembered that Tang Tang really liked oranges. Perhaps it was also because tangerines were cheap. When he was in junior high school, some street vendors would drag a large truck of tangerines to sell on the street. It was sweet and sour, fresh and juicy, and had a faint orange fragrance. It was a rare delicacy for students from working-class families. However, eating too much can easily cause a fever. Of course, that was before the world's value had dropped 1 billion times. Since the world has depreciated 1 billion times, 5 yuan is an astronomical sum of 50 billion nan yuan. Not to mention buying 4 caddies of tangerines, it is more than enough to buy a fruit farm. So it's really great to have a system. Meng Yu said that once he has found a suitable location for his estate in the city center, he will transplant all kinds of fruit trees there and create a 100-fruit garden, so that he can eat the freshest fruit every day. Then he will pick a few beautiful and loyal girls to live with him, collect a garage full of luxury cars, and fill the cellar with wine. Every day, listen to zither music and enjoy the dance. Wouldn't that be a life of a god? No. Even immortals are not as happy as him. Even if it was King Zhou's wine pool and meat forest, imperial luxury, I'm afraid it wouldn't be much more than that. And all of this cost less than $5. It was only worth 4 caddies of oranges before the price dropped. As he thought about it, Meng Yu had already arrived at the location where he was to meet Tang Tang, carrying 4 caddies of tangerines. From a distance, he saw a group of people, who looked familiar, talking to Tang Tang. Time goes back 5 minutes to when Meng Yu left. At that time, Meng Yu was being served by Wang Lingyue, taking off his wet clothes. A group of men and women surrounded a handsome couple as they passed by Tang Tang's waiting position. The man was Lu Hao, a rich second generation who drove a Porsche. The woman was a vulgar woman with sharp lips, quite attractive, but with heavy makeup and a bit of a down-and-out air. This group of people are all classmates from class 902. At the suggestion of Lu Hao, the class leader, the students took the opportunity of the banquet to get together.
Lu Hao's family is very wealthy, and he often flaunts his life as a rich second generation in his circle of friends. He also spends money on entertaining guests, so most of his classmates give him face. But when this group of people passed by Tang Tang, although Tang Tang frowned and avoided her, but the eyes of that flashy woman were very sharp, and she saw Tang Tang standing there in her plain clothes. Recalling the days when Tang Tang had been the top student in the class, a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes, and she said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this our class flower? You and Meng Yu were the golden couple in our class back then. How come you're wearing a whole bunch of cheap stuff now? Aren't you the most diligent one?" She took out a hand cream from her Chanel bag and said, "Look at these hands, they're all calloused. I'll give you a hand cream, but I've only used half of it, so I hope you don't mind. It was a gift from a suitor, and it costs 4,800 yuan. It's really good." Tang Tang looked at her smug expression and bit her lip, keeping her head down and not saying a word. This vulgar woman is named Zhang Li. When she and Tang Tang were classmates, she was often compared to Tang Tang by her classmates, but she lost in every way except for her family background. So Zhang Li was envious of Tang Tang to the point of madness. Now that she has managed to establish herself in the city of demons through her sexual relationship, she naturally wants to regain her lost status and vent her long-simmering jealousy on Tang Tang. In Zhang Li's opinion, Tang Tang is just a helpless woman. Even if she is clearly bullying her, will anyone stand up for her? There are so many classmates who know Tang Tang. They all chose to look on with cold eyes? This is not the same as it was back then. The students have all grown up and become adults who put their own interests first. Although she has to admit in her heart that Tang Tang is still prettier than her even if she is not dressed up and does not do all kinds of care. But so what? In the adult world, being beautiful is important, but being rich and powerful is even more important. She, Zhang Li, was a woman who had established a foothold in the city of demons. Even if her methods were not very honorable, she was after all a university graduate. And Tang Tang? A waste of talent who dropped out of school after compulsory education. I heard that she now makes a living by doing odd jobs. Compared to her annual salary of 300,000 yuan, this is like heaven and earth. The two women are no longer from the same world. And in the years to come, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. After she spends a few more nights with the vice president, beats the competition and is promoted to department manager, and then buys a house in the city, she will achieve true financial freedom. As for the despicable means, who cares? In this era where poverty is not a laughing matter, Zhang Li thinks her choice is correct. As long as she can make money, the bottom line morality is a burden. In fact, if she hadn't heard that a big shot from her hometown had come to town, she wouldn't have hurried back to this small county town, let alone attend a class reunion. Except for the class president, who was the son of a rich Porsche owner, all the other classmates were just dogs in her eyes, not even worthy of being her spare tire. This big shot is really something. Even the lighthouse country is helpless against him. What a horror! Zhang Li really wanted to use this banquet to make connections, so that she could really become rich and powerful. By then, she wouldn't even care about the position of vice president, let alone department manager. Come on, Zhang Li. You can do it. Seize this greatest opportunity in your life, and you will be the best of the best. Zhang Li was encouraging herself, her eyes full of eager anticipation. Chapter 96, Someone actually dared to poach his corner. Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Li, and a trace of imperceptible contempt flashed in his eyes. No one would actually think that a rich kid would be interested in a used car? Friends? Don't be ridiculous. There is no reason for a rich guy to be friends with a whore. Although the two had had several brief relationships, he had always played along and never really cared about Zhang Li. Of course, he was very deep and would never say anything heartfelt. Tang, I haven't seen Meng Yu. It's raining so hard. He rode his motorcycle to bring you here. What if he gets wet? Lu Hao asked politely. People who don't know the truth might think that he really cares about Meng Yu. In fact, he wanted to step Meng Yu into the mud with one foot. And he never mentioned Meng Yu's Armani clothes, clearly wanting to give the students a preconceived impression. After all, once a prejudice is formed, it is not easy to reverse it. He is very familiar with manipulating people's hearts. The students were indeed surprised. Meng Yu was once a popular figure in the class. He was handsome and good at fighting.
Except for his grades and family background, he was almost an impeccable male god. Lu Hao once said that if Meng Yu ran for class president, he would have nothing to do with it, and he was definitely not being modest. After all, in the rebellious age of junior high school, a second-generation rich kid like Lu Hao, who had a good family background and was good at studying, was definitely not as popular as Meng Yu.
But now everything has changed.
The students have all grown up and graduated, and their worldviews have changed dramatically. They may not care about their studies, but they care a lot about their family backgrounds. I heard that Meng Yu got into Nanhang University, but I never thought he would end up in such a miserable situation.
It's better to be born again than to do well in the exam.
Look at Mr. Liu. After graduating, his family gave him a car and startup capital, and he started off with 100 million yuan.
He was practically at the peak of his career when he debuted. The pinnacle? Farewell.
100 million NTD is a full 10 cents, a number we will never be able to reach in our lifetime.
Yes. Our entire class combined probably doesn't have as much money as the class president. It's true that we made the right choice in choosing Lu as our monitor.
Meng was quite self-aware at the time, but now he's reduced to riding a 28-inch bike, which is really embarrassing. My little Wuling is too embarrassing to show in front of Mr. Lu's Porsche.
With Meng as the bottom, I don't feel embarrassed.
That's true.
I drive a BYD. I'm a little better off than you.
I just bought a new Audi for 160,000 renminbi. I spent 300,000 yuan on a wedding and my girlfriend's family gave her a BMW X4 as a dowry, so it's only 500,000 yuan in total.
I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
Your families are so rich, and I've just started working and still have tens of thousands of dollars left to pay back on my student loans.
I'm under so much pressure. Please help me out. Please help me.
It's okay, there's no need to help.
We're all old classmates. Keep in touch and I'll help you out when I can. Me too. Tang Tang watched the world from the sidelines.
As a somewhat introverted woman, she has no great interest in the bustling world outside her own, otherwise she would have left her paralyzed father in bed and gone out to make her own way in the world.
The world is big. There are all kinds of different people. They don't see eye to eye, so what does she have to do with them?
Even Mr. Meng, in Tang Tang's eyes, is just a rich man who is even richer than Xuanma. Maybe he is very generous and has donated 100 billion to build a railway. Tang Tang was very grateful to him for his benevolence, but that was all. She never had any extra thoughts, and she would never imagine anything happening with Mr. Meng. Her heart was already filled with her brother, and there was no room for any other man. As long as her brother and father were there, even in a small county with a lack of public facilities, it was still her own paradise. Lu Hao looked at Tang Tang, who was unmoved, and a trace of unnoticeable gloom flashed in his eyes.
Generally speaking, people are herd-oriented.
For example, if you see that a certain fruit stall is doing a roaring trade and that there is a queue of people buying fruit, most people will subconsciously follow suit and buy some.
However,
Tang Tang, this beautiful girl, actually doesn't follow the crowd of classmates and flatter them for their good family background.
Is she not human? Or is she autistic? Lu Hao was a little annoyed.
He had originally been patient and had played with Tang Tang slowly. After all, she only had him as a suitor, and she had no other choice. However, the appearance of Meng Yu and Tang Tang's rapid decline made Lu Hao feel like there was a green light above his head, incredibly bright.
He couldn't wait any longer.
Maybe at any time, the woman he liked would be rolling in the sheets with another man. This was unacceptable to him. Alas, Tang Tang, I told you to come over in my Porsche 911, but you insisted on riding a bicycle.
Lu Hao pretended to be angry. However,
then he changed the subject and said to Tang Tang, I've liked you for a long time.
Will you marry me?
As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a heart-shaped diamond ring box and knelt down in front of Tang Tang to open it. Inside lay a 2-carat Cartier radiant diamond ring.
Tang Tang was shocked by his abrupt behavior and jumped back.
Although Lu Hao had pursued her every now and then over the years, he had never acted so aggressively.
Lu, I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like.
Tang Tang firmly shook her head to refuse, leaving no room for doubt. Her eyes were clear and pure, like the brightest star in the night sky.
Lu Hao forced a smile. Who is it? Could it be Meng Yu, the real estate agent with the two-wheeled bicycle? Sweetie, don't be fooled by him. Real estate agents are all profit-driven people. They would even betray their friends and family to close a deal. If you like him, I won't agree. The students looked at each other in shock. However, if they weigh the pros and cons in their hearts, they can make the right judgment. Why should a real estate salesperson compete with a rich second-generation heir for a woman? Besides, Lou the monitor had even treated them to a meal. People are easily influenced by others. There is no need to think twice about who to support. Tang Tang, Lou is right. Your family is so poor, if you marry into the Lou family, you will definitely improve your situation. Yes. If I were you, I would accept Lou's proposal right away. Lou's family is so rich, you'll be able to enjoy a life of luxury if you marry into it. You'll have no worries about food and clothing, and you'll be able to buy all the pretty shoes and handbags you want. Just think how envious I am. Tang Tang, what are you hesitating about? When you become rich, don't forget your classmates. I'm definitely going to drink at Mr. Lou's wedding banquet. I wish Mr. and Mrs. Lou a healthy baby boy. Let's get excited, guys. Tang Tang, forget Meng Yu. Real estate sales are really not a good thing. I was cheated by my college classmates, but fortunately I didn't buy it. Even if Meng Yu is the top salesperson, it's not as good as inheriting a family business worth hundreds of millions of yuan like Mr. Lou. Classmate Tang. Wear a diamond ring and be Mrs. Lou. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the boisterous voices of the students. You dare to touch my woman? You little bastards are looking for death. Meng Yu, carrying a bag of 4 caddies of tangerines, looked at the weak, helpless Tang Tang surrounded by her classmates. He was suddenly filled with rage. Was it because he couldn't lift a knife, or was the world gone mad? Someone actually dared to steal his woman. Ha! Do they have the guts to do that? Chapter 97. That's a 2-carat Cartier radiant diamond ring. Tang Tang turned around abruptly and looked at Meng Yu blankly. She was always strong. At the moment Meng Yu appeared, her eyes were filled with tears. In front of her brother, being strong is not necessary, right? Meng Yu walked quickly to Tang Tang with a gloomy face, just like the time when he stood up for her when she was bullied at school. Sweetie, take this. Meng Yu handed Tang Tang a bag of oranges. Tang Tang looked at the heavy bag of fresh oranges and burst into laughter. It turns out that only her brother is the best to her. However, as soon as Tang Tang took the bag, Meng Yu grabbed Lu Hao by the collar with his back hand. The tall and powerful Meng Yu lifted the delicate Lu Hao with one hand, as if he were grabbing a little chicken. You can be arrogant because I allow you to be arrogant, but now you have gone too far, so you need to pay a heavy price for it. Meng Yu said in a low voice. The reason for his emotional swings was not just because his sister-in-law was being bullied. It wasn't just because his sister was being bullied. It was also because Lu Hao's behavior had brought back some unpleasant memories. The two superimposed. I think that no normal person can remain calm, no matter if he is the richest person in Xia or the richest person in the world. In the end, they are all human beings, not machines. Moreover, Meng Yu was just an ordinary person a few days ago. It is also impossible to say that he has become a top leader with a deep mind and a calm demeanor in just a few days. Lu Hao panicked. He was afraid of the strong, and the strong were afraid of the desperate. He never imagined that Meng Yu had such a strong grip. And Lu Hao was even more worried that Meng Yu would do something irrational in a fit of anger. After all, he is a rich second generation, and there is still a lot of good life to enjoy. If Meng Yu loses his temper and kills him in a fit of rage, then he will lose his life. This is not impossible. Even news of murder-suicides is not uncommon. Meng Yu, calm down. This is a society ruled by law. We are all adults and must be responsible for our own actions. Lu Hao said in fear. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows. Are you telling me what to do? Don't worry, I won't hit you. Street fights are illegal and pointless. Besides, today's banquet is for Mr. Meng's celebration, so there can't be any bloodshed. A fight? It's 2020, not 2002. What if you teach the children watching the fight a bad habit? Besides, this is the banquet for the people, a banquet specially set up by the county residents to thank him. Meng Yu is angry, but he is not stupid enough to ruin his own party. Besides, what problem can be solved by beating up a rich kid? It's a complete waste of time and effort. It's the worst possible strategy. Since Lu Hao, his former classmate, is playing this forced marriage game in front of him, then he doesn't need to care about old feelings. Let the rich second generation become the negative second generation. Meng Yu snatched the diamond ring box from Lu Hao's hand and then, like throwing away garbage, he casually threw Lu Hao to the ground. Proposing with a diamond ring? You guys should take a good look at yourselves. Is my woman something you can covet? Meng Yu threw the diamond ring box at his feet, lifted his foot and stepped on it hard, crushing it to pieces. What kind of proposal ring is this? It's disgusting just looking at it. He felt much better after stepping on it. As for compensation, to be honest, Meng Yu didn't care. Not to mention a marriage proposal ring, even if he had flattened Lu Hao's father's company building, he wouldn't have even blinked. Lu Hao was stunned. Looking at the broken diamond ring box, he pointed at Meng Yu and couldn't speak. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if someone had slapped him hard. And it was a 2-carat Cartier radiant diamond ring. It was worth 288,888 francs. He had gone all out when he proposed to Tang Tang. But Meng Yu's foot is going to leave only a fraction of it. Lu Hao's family is rich, but it's all his father's, and his monthly allowance is actually very limited. And he and Meng Yu are in the same year. They had both graduated less than a year ago. The company has only just been established, and it is still in the process of rebuilding. Although it has invested 100 million, it is still far from profitable. So this rich second generation is actually not as rich as outsiders think. The students clamored in fear that the world would not be in chaos. Because Meng Yu's words apparently included them in the scolding, and since Meng Yu had already started scolding, they could not remain neutral. What's more, seeing Meng Yu, once the most popular boy in the class, become this kind of loser, they were secretly happy, even though they were feeling sorry for him. After all, people like to see others not as good as themselves. Especially when this person was very good in the past, they will have a deeper sense of superiority. Meng, you're finished. This ring is a Cartier diamond ring. I just saw the logo on the diamond box. This is an international brand. It's not enough to compensate for tens of thousands of nanograms. Tens of thousands of nanograms. When I graduated and got married to my girlfriend, I saw a Cartier diamond ring, but I didn't buy it because it was too expensive. A ring like this, with a radiant cut, would cost at least 200,000 nans. 200,000 dinars. The down payment for a house is gone. Meng is finished. I remember his family was just a working class family. It's going to be a big blow. If his parents knew about this, they would beat him to death, wouldn't they? There is a way to avoid it. As long as Tang Tang can make a sacrifice, everything will be fine. Lu Zong doesn't mind spending a little extra money. Indeed, after all, Lu is a beauty lover, and it's not like he needs the 200,000 NTD. Tang Tang heard this and her face turned pale. She nervously grabbed Meng Yu's sleeve, her mood very complex. She knew Meng Yu's family background, and 200,000 Nauru dollars was a very large sum for Meng Yu. If she had to make a sacrifice, Tang Tang would refuse in her heart, but she knew that she would not refuse her brother's command, even if it was very excessive. As long as it can help my brother. Because for a somewhat autistic girl, her brother and father are all she has in the world. Everything is up to my brother. Who let him be the brother she recognized in her heart? Tang Tang clenched her fists and thought about it in a somewhat paranoid way. At the same time, she felt a little sorry for herself. If she had enough wealth and social status, she wouldn't have been so powerless in the face of the 200,000 NGN compensation. And her father's illness could be cured. At this moment, for the first time, Tang Tang's little head had the idea of becoming stronger. If she were strong, she could protect her brother. But when she thought of her father, who was paralyzed in bed, she could only helplessly let go of her fists. Life was so cruel, and she seemed to be trapped in a dead end. It is like the problem of the tramp in the lighthouse country. If there is no outside force to break the deadlock, it is simply impossible for a tramp to find a normal job and return to the normal social system on his own. However, Meng Yu's authoritative shout interrupted Tang Tang's rambling thoughts and the chatter of the other students. Meng Yu glared at them, turned around and looked around. "Shut up.
It has only been a few days since the price of goods has depreciated by 1 billion times, but he has already accumulated a faint aura of superiority. After all, a man needs to have a fat wallet and hold power in order to speak with authority. Everyone around him was silenced by his glance. This kind of thing is intangible, but it does exist. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying as self-restrained authority? While the students were all wondering why Mengyu, a real estate salesman, was so arrogant. Suddenly, the crowd quickly made way for a wide path. Someone shouted excitedly, "It's President Wang! Look! It's the beautiful president who is accompanying Mr. Meng. The president is personally accompanying him. What a big shot!" Chapter 98, Is this young man scared silly? Wang Lingyue, surrounded by a crowd of Feng County officials, walked into the scene of the disturbance with a dignified bearing from the wide road cleared by the crowd. At this moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her eyes were full of murderous intent, and she was extremely cold and beautiful. There was not a trace of the charm and beauty that she had when she was with Mengyu, like a pool of autumn water. Wang Lingyue is very angry now. Today's banquet is for the residents of the county to thank Mengyu for his benevolence to the village, and Mengyu is also visiting in plain clothes. If anything goes wrong, won't it make Mengyu look down on her ability to do her job? Especially since she had just sworn her loyalty to Mengyu, and now there was a problem at the banquet. How would Master Mengyu think of her? Although Master Mengyu doesn't say it, I think he will be very disappointed. If she can't even handle such a trivial matter, how will Master Mengyu ever use her again? She is not willing to lose her value and be reduced to a mere plaything in bed. A life of being a flower vase is definitely not what she is after. What a fool! How dare he cause trouble at the banquet? If she catches him, she'll show him. Doesn't he know that this is Mr. Meng's place? Or is the old man taking arsenic? The officials from Feng County who were standing around looked at each other. Although they didn't know that Mr. Meng was visiting in plain clothes, they knew the importance of this banquet, which would directly affect Mr. Meng's attitude towards his hometown. You should know that Mr. Meng has donated 100 yuan. That's 100 billion yuan in today's money, which he used to build a railway and invest in business in Feng County. This is definitely a great achievement for the people of the county. Which county would not value such a big boss? They naturally patted their chests and promised the bank manager that they would do their utmost to ensure the success of the banquet. If something goes wrong at the banquet, wouldn't that be a disappointment to Mr. Meng? In the future, what would Mr. Meng have to do to help the township develop? The county head of Feng County was frowning, clearly aware of this. And even if we put aside all of that, just Mr. Meng's international prestige, even the foreign affairs spokesman of the Xia country spoke in support, what is the little county head worth? Thinking this way, he gave a wink. Immediately, a civil servant who was good at reading people's expressions jumped out and volunteered to be the front runner, striding toward the scene of the disturbance with a proud and dignified air. This man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses is the secretary of the county magistrate, but since the county magistrate is a county-level official, there is generally no secretariat, so the man in the suit is actually a secretary, but not officially one. This front-runner rushed to the scene. He saw two groups of young people facing off. On one side were Mengyu and Tang Tang, and on the other side were the students led by Lu Hao and Zhang Li. Both sides looked fearless, which made the secretary of the suspended head, who had many years of experience, frown. Obviously, these two groups of people have connections. If ordinary people cause trouble at the banquet, they would probably choose to settle the matter quietly and suffer the consequences. And since both men were so young and dressed so extravagantly, they were probably from good families. This made the long-standing secretary a bit embarrassed. What's wrong with you? Don't you know that today's banquet is to thank Mr. Meng for his donation of 100 yuan? This is the top priority in Feng County right now. Mr. Meng donated money to build the railway, and your family elders will also benefit from it. Stop messing around and disperse. The secretary put on an official tone. In his mind, these two young men are just fighting over women. He has seen many young men like this. However, he guessed the beginning, but not the end. Mengyu smiled, and with his feet in Armani limited edition leather shoes, he stepped on the heart-shaped box containing the diamond ring again. This directly touched Lu Hao's sensitive nerves. In his eyes, Mengyu was not stepping on a diamond ring, but on his face.
They are both second-generation rich kids. Mengyu wears Armani, and he wears Dior, so why does Mengyu dare to provoke him like this? However, Lu Hao obviously selectively forgot. When he proposed to Tang Tang, wasn't he also challenging a man's most primitive right to copulation? If this were in a primitive tribal society, a courtship like this would probably lead to a fight to the death between the two men. However, Lu Hao was still angry and had not had a chance to speak, but Zhang Li, who was quick-witted and quick-tongued, had already accused the villain first. Secretary, that madman crushed our boss Lu's engagement ring, which cost more than 200,000 New Zealand dollars. You must do something for our boss Lu. Our boss Lu's father is the chairman of Lanhuai Group, which contributes tens of millions of tax revenue to the county every year. It also provides a large number of jobs. What is this about the villain first reporting the crime? As the standard equipment for office green tea, Zhang Li, plus a senior internship, has obviously become very skilled after a year and a half of training in the Magic City, otherwise she would not have been able to climb all the way to the big bed of the vice president. Although she was out of context, she was telling the truth. Lu Hao's family has a very special status in Feng County. Not only are the family relationships intertwined, but they have also made a great contribution to the local market in Feng County. It is quite appropriate to describe the Lu family as local gentry. If Lu Hao hadn't met Mengyu, and if he hadn't proposed to Tang Tang, who was a bit of a troublemaker, then maybe 100 years later, there would have been a Lu family in Feng County. Unfortunately, there is no if. Zhang Li, who was eager to curry favor with Lu Hao, continued to push the unknowing Lu Hao into the fire pit and roast him on the fire. She smiled charmingly, walked a few steps closer to the secretary, and the Chanel No. 5 perfume on her body penetrated the secretary's nasal cavity. Please, sir, you must do something for us. This man just tried to touch Mr. Lu in public. He even tried to touch my butt. Luckily, I was quick enough to dodge him, or else my reputation would be ruined. At this point, she pretended to be embarrassed and lowered her head, revealing a pitiful posture that was even more pitiful than the real thing. Zhang Li's words were very skillful. Old green tea. Mengyu just lifted Lu Hao up, and she directly blurted into a physical attack. I'm afraid that if someone doesn't know, the first impression is that Mengyu hit someone. And the point of touching the buttocks is very sensitive. Don't you see? A freshman accidentally bumped into a senior's buttocks with his school bag and died instantly. This is no laughing matter. Not to mention, in counties where social awareness is relatively backward, although the crime of being a hooligan has been abolished, many things that remain have not changed, and touching a butt is no small matter. Of course, this is not entirely a bad thing. At least it can protect women in the county. After all, the idea of male superiority is still not completely avoided in the county. But often, the potential rules become a protective umbrella for green tea. The secretary's brow furrowed. This matter is more troublesome than he expected, but if it is handled well, it will be a great help to his career. And there was no doubt about it. In the Great Xia country, although the identity of the second generation of rich people has various conveniences, it is by no means able to get away with it. Not to mention the second generation. Even if it was the richest man in Xia, he was put in jail for touching the high-voltage line of the legal system. It's a matter of principle. There are no privileges. Young man, this girl has accused you of indecent assault, provoking trouble, and intentionally destroying property. What do you have to say? The secretary waved to stop Zhang Li from continuing to speak, and turned to look at Mengyu, who was looking relaxed and carefree. Is this young man scared silly? Or is he really arrogant? Chapter 99. Even if what she said was true. In the face of the secretary's questioning, Mengyu's mouth curled up slightly, and his 5 fingers combed through Tang Tang's slightly yellowed hair. Secretary, look at him. He's so sloppy, he's clearly not a law-abiding citizen. Just arrest him and it's done. Today is Mr. Meng's banquet for the people, and we can't ruin the festivities. Zhang Li urged, trying to get in every word. This is not the first time she has dealt with the authorities. Of course, she knew what the secretary was most worried about. Hearing the name Mr. Meng, the secretary's face immediately turned ugly, but he was able to sit in the delicate position of secretary to the county magistrate, so of course he was not someone a green tea girl could fool around with. In fact, if Mengyu was not wearing a suit by Armani and had a calm and intimidating look in his eyes, the secretary would not mind having him arrested first. After all, a normal detention would not leave any criminal record. At most, it would be a little embarrassing. And ordinary people wouldn't care about a little face saving. After all, don't you need to work to pay the rent and buy food? If it really doesn't work out, it doesn't matter if the government pays a little compensation. Compared to the banquet for the people that Mr. Meng is involved in, this is not a problem. But Meng Yu's attitude is obviously not that of an ordinary person. How many people who pass the civil service exam and become the secretary of a county magistrate have eyes in the back of their heads? The pass rate for the exam is 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. This lady, please keep quiet, otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. The secretary glanced at Zhang Li. He likes beautiful women, too. But in the face of a career, women are not worth mentioning, especially this woman's obvious air of being a prostitute, and it is clear that she is not a good family. The secretary looked at Meng Yu quietly, waiting for him to speak. If possible, he really didn't want to get rough. After all, being a secretary is a position. It is expected that you do a good job, but if you mess up, you will be scolded by your superiors. Of course. The good thing is that although he is only a small clerical staff, because of his identity as a secretary, he can speak on behalf of the county magistrate and handle various private and public affairs for the county magistrate. And there are more opportunities for promotion. Even if what she said was true. Meng Yu shrugged. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Zhang Li, the green tea bitch, and seeing the smug expressions on the faces of his classmates, Meng Yu knew that he would definitely not be able to win against the majority. Because in the end, there must be evidence. And the classmates are the best witnesses for Zhang Li. However, this does not mean that Meng Yu has conceded defeat. On the contrary, because he is Mr. Meng, he has always been undefeated. The only thing he is worried about was the series of troubles that might be brought about by the disclosure of his identity as Mr. Meng. Of course, these troubles definitely do not include these junior high school classmates. After learning of his identity, I'm afraid they'll be too busy licking their lips to find him trouble. Tang Tang heard this and became a little anxious. She held Meng Yu's arm, tilted her head back, and looked at Meng Yu with her big, watery eyes. She pursed her lips and said, "Brother, how could you admit it? This bad woman is clearly slandering you." In her opinion, except for the fact that Meng Yu had to pay for the broken diamond ring, he had done nothing wrong. How could he be so serious as to be charged with indecent assault, provoking trouble, and intentional destruction of property? Moreover, she knew Meng Yu stepped on the diamond ring because of her, and she caused Meng Yu all the trouble. All of this is her fault. You're right. Comrade Secretary, you see how pretty my girlfriend is, would I have the time to touch that broken goods butt? Meng Yu pointed his finger at Zhang Li, his eyes full of ridicule. To be honest, this former female classmate is really quite miserable. She has been suppressed by Tang Tang since she was a child. However, the poor have their own hateful aspects. Meng Yu did not expect Zhang Li to come forward and slander him for molesting her. This is not a small crime. If it is confirmed, not to mention the government's investigation, the gossip among the residents of the county alone is estimated to drive Meng Yu's family crazy. The most poisonous woman's heart. Some women will really stop at nothing to get close to a rich second generation. Isn't she afraid that she is Mr. Meng? Yes. It is precisely because Zhang Li knows Meng Yu's past and family that she is more reckless and unscrupulous than the secretary. Relatively speaking, Lu Hao, the second generation of the rich, is obviously more sophisticated than her. Of course, these two are not good people, and since they have bumped into Meng Yu's hand, he will not be soft-hearted. Thinking about this, Meng Yu reached out and pinched Tang Tang's perky butt. Although this incident had little to do with Tang Tang's subjective will, it was obviously another case of a beautiful woman being a disaster. As a beauty, Tang Tang is naturally the source of trouble. Meng Yu didn't blame her at all, but he always felt a bit cheated. It just so happened that Tang Tang's butt was still very nice, so he touched it to compensate himself. Of course, this is based on the premise of the two being close. Tang Tang was startled by the sudden attack, but after realizing that the pig's hand was Meng Yu, she just shyly glanced at Meng Yu and lowered her head without saying anything. Tang Tang felt her head spinning. Maybe she was already not quite right when Meng Yu said, "My woman," when he came back. Maybe even
When Meng Yu first saved her from the harassment of street thugs in junior high school, she may have already secretly fallen in love with him. After all, girls are always more mature than boys. The only thing that had kept them apart was the thin membrane between them. Meng Yu had never confessed his love to her, and Tang Tang, who came from a poor family, didn't want to burden Meng Yu by marrying him, hoping that he would meet someone better. Although it is said that love is selfish. But not all women are selfish, there are always a few who are not so smart.
The secretary was stunned.
Looking at Meng Yu and Tang Tang's intimate movements, she turned her head and looked at Zhangli, who was gritting her teeth, and after comparing the two, she actually believed 90% of what Meng Yu said.
But any normal person,
with a girlfriend as beautiful as she, sure, no one would be interested in Dongshi, let alone a broken goods full of dust.
Naturally, there is no mention of lewdness.
This woman is lying. Zhangli never imagined that after all that she had said, Meng Yu would be able to dispel most of it with a single sentence. Because once a person says a lie, then all of her testimony will be greatly reduced in credibility.
It can even be regarded as nonsense.
Lu Hao coldly glanced at Zhangli. This useless person who was good for nothing but making trouble, is she trying to make herself look like an upper-class person by being licked by the lapdogs in her circle of friends for so long that she has forgotten what she is relying on to get to the top? Even at this time, Zhangli is still trying to flatter herself. Not to mention that Tang Tangju is in front of her. Meng Yu at least wears Armani, so how could he touch you like a crazy man?
Is he joking?
He has to do it himself. Lu Hao squatted down, holding back his anger, picked up the flattened ring box from the ground, and held it up to Meng Yu, saying, "This is a 2-carat Cartier radiant diamond ring, worth 288,888 nanograms.
You deliberately destroyed it. Now in front of the government officials, what do you say? Of course, if you don't believe me, I can have someone find the original invoice. I can even check the official Cartier website. Chapter 100, 1/30th of a mineral water bottle."
The long-suffering secretary frowned. You know that intentionally destroying personal property worth more than 5,000 nanograms is a criminal offense.
This ring is 288,888 nanograms.
That is definitely a huge amount, and it can even be considered particularly egregious.
The sentencing standard is more than 3 years and less than 7 years. The secretary has seen many cases like this.
But it happened at the banquet, which he never wanted to see. After all, the banquet was held to thank Mr. Meng, and it was meant to be a happy occasion. If such an incident reached the ears of President Wang, I'm afraid he would leave in anger. If the head of the bank blamed him for this, he, a mere secretary, could not bear the consequences. Thinking about this, the secretary's forehead broke out in a fine layer of sweat. There is no need for evidence, and it is less than 300,000 NGN, so I don't think it's necessary for Lao Ban to forge it.
Moreover, since I accidentally stepped on your engagement ring, I should naturally compensate you. Meng Yu's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He didn't really know how much a 2-carat Cartier radiant diamond ring was worth. But 288,888 and 3 million. To him. Is there really a big difference?
You know that 1 cent is equivalent to 100 million NGN, so there is no problem buying more than 30 of these diamond rings. Before the price of a penny was devalued, it was so cheap that you could throw it in a beggar's bowl and not even hear a thank you. In earlier years, a bottle of mineral water could be sold for a penny.
Meng Yu once even sold it at a recycling station.
Meng Yu thought that as long as he had to pay 1/30th of a mineral water bottle in compensation, he didn't bother to check the Cartier official website and invoice. After all, this bastard took his compensation and soon the family was going to go bankrupt.
After all, Meng Yu is not a good person.
It's impossible to pretend that nothing happened when someone has taken advantage of you.
Revenge is inevitable. And this money is just like throwing a mineral water bottle to a homeless person when passing by. After all,
Meng Yu is immune to price depreciation, so naturally he doesn't feel any lofty or sacred feelings for a dime, and he can't treat a dime like a treasure like other people.
Accidentally? You? Lu Hao was shaking with anger. If it were just an ordinary object, he, a rich second generation, wouldn't be so agitated.
But it was the ring he used to propose to her. Even if he didn't love Tang Tang absolutely, he had put more or less his feelings into this marriage proposal. After all, Tang Tang was the goddess he had been chasing since junior high school.
The onlookers also looked strange. Accidentally?
This handsome young man, who had just taken the diamond ring box from her hand, then stomped on it with all his might, had almost crushed it into a piece of paper. If this is considered careless, there is no such thing as killing intentionally. However, everyone can understand Meng Yu's anger. In their eyes, this incident was obviously the fault of the suitor, Lu Hao. Because Meng Yu and Tang Tang were obviously a couple who were in love, and the couple had a very good relationship, why would this idiot propose to Tang Tang? If this happened to any other man, wouldn't he fly into a rage on the spot? I'm afraid that as long as he's not a garlic-loving bastard, he'll teach the suitor a lesson. Meng Yu was able to restrain himself from getting violent, which shows that he has excellent self-cultivation.
Cough cough, it seems that the matter is very clear.
Since this Meng student accidentally stepped on the ring and broke it, all he has to do is pay Lu a little money.
How about this? Since the ring is 288,888 NGN, just pay 200,000 NGN.
The broken ring belongs to Meng. The long-suffering secretary pondered for a moment and said. After a brief observation, he had already guessed the general course of events. Most likely, the man who proposed to her was the one who liked the girlfriend of the Armani man, so he took advantage of the Armani man's absence to confess his love to his girlfriend and propose to her. But the secretary expressed no interest in the young man's complicated love life.
He just wants to put an end to the incident as soon as possible,
so that the banquet can begin as scheduled.
After all, it's almost lunchtime. This nonsense should be put to an end, otherwise I'm afraid President Wang will come personally to check it out.
At that time, no matter what the final result is, the Feng County government will leave people with the impression that they are not doing their job well.
That's the president of the Nanhang Bank, and he's Mr. Meng's favorite. He might even be Mr. Meng's bedside man.
The secretary couldn't imagine what would happen if this matter reached Mr. Meng's ears.
Would his career be completely ruined because of a casual remark from Mr. Meng?
As the old saying goes, calling a stag a horse. Many times, a big shot like Mr. Meng
doesn't need to do anything personally.
He only needs to casually say that a certain person is not good, then no matter whether that person is good or not, he must not be good.
Mr. Secretary, this is not appropriate, is it? This ring is 288,888 Swiss francs. And Lu Hao obviously didn't want to let Meng Yu off so easily.
The secretary frowned and stopped.
Lu Hao's son, I think your father is quite capable, but why are you so stupid? Today is the day of the banquet for the people, and I am grateful to Mr. Meng for being the first. Everything else can be postponed a little.
At this point, the secretary bowed to the sky, his face respectful, saying that if he offended Mr. Meng, your family's small Lanhuai group would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lu Hao's head shrunk at the news, and his eyes revealed a look of fear. He was also so overwhelmed by anger that he forgot the real purpose of this trip.
It wasn't a junior high school reunion, and it wasn't even a marriage proposal to Tang Tang. These are all incidental. Women or classmates. As long as they have money, they will come to the door.
The most important goal of his trip.
There is only one. To get acquainted with the bank president who was attending the banquet.
And his father, the chairman of the Lanhuai Group, had also prepared a gift and wanted to talk to President Wang about a big business deal. If he can get in touch with Governor Wang, then his family's business will no longer be limited to the county seat, but can expand to Nanhang City. And after making friends with Mr. Meng in the future, they will be able to expand beyond Xia and into the world. Then the Lu family might become a family, and Lu Hao will become a young master of a wealthy family.
By then,
not to mention the poor goddess Tang Tang, even if it is a family heiress, he will have the opportunity to get her. The secretary saw the fear and enthusiasm in Lu Hao's eyes and nodded slightly, knowing that it was good to be afraid.
He continued to speak and said, "Don't think I don't know your little tricks.
This girl has a boyfriend, and you still want to propose to her. In terms of reason and logic, it's only right that this girl's boyfriend should step on your engagement ring.
Compensation of 200,000 NTD is already appropriate. Let's just leave it at that. Mr. Meng, what do you think of my handling of this matter?" The secretary turned to look at Meng Yu. It's quite a coincidence that this young gentleman also has the surname Meng.
But compared to a big shot like Mr. Meng, who can turn the tides with a flick of his hand, he is still far too inferior. There are more than 10,000 households with the surname Meng in Feng County. But there is only one person like Mr. Meng, who is so powerful that even the entire lighthouse state can do nothing about him. I'm afraid there is no one in the entire Xia country who can even come close to him.
Chapter 101. Hey, is one enough? Meng Yu was eating the orange slice Tang Tang had given him.
He was thinking to himself that he and Tang Tang had both grown up, and the world's prices had fallen by 1,000,000,000 times, but the oranges were still the same as they had been back then. And the price of 5 yuan for 4 caddies is still very affordable. He suddenly heard the secretary's inquiry, and subconsciously used his hand, which was still smelling of oranges, to take out a $5 bill from his pocket and hand it to the secretary.
Is one enough?
The secretary was stunned on the spot. Her eyes were fixed on the $5 bill in Meng Yu's hand.
He couldn't take it or leave it. This flexible gold banknote, in the dim light of a cloudy day, reflected a faint golden glow. Is he dreaming? $5. That's 5 billion naira. The secretary couldn't remember when he had last seen a banknote of this denomination. It seemed to be 3 or 4 years ago, when he had not yet been transferred to the position of secretary, and had accompanied his superior to the provincial capital to meet with a big boss. It was said to be the head of a family from the imperial capital. At that time, he was lucky enough to see a $5 banknote carefully preserved in a glass box. It was also on that occasion that he learned that there were so many rules for the storage and transportation of banknotes, and that there were even professional staff in the bank responsible for that. Although he has been with the company for many years, he has had a lot of dealings with the boss with a net worth of 10 billion, but assets are one thing, and real cash in the vault is another. This Meng student, oh no! The Meng student actually had so many banknotes.
And he casually put it in his pocket.
Could it be that he is Mr. Meng?
But the secretary quickly dismissed this idea, just as an ordinary person would not mistake a rich man named Ma for the horse Ma in Nanhang. He had just heard about the incident between Mr. Meng and the lighthouse country. In his impression, Mr. Meng was a heroic figure like a god, a strange man from Xia who could wrestle with superpowers.
There was no overlap between the two images. However,
a person with 5 yuan in his pocket is obviously not an ordinary person, and the secretary felt that this young man was unfamiliar and spoke fluent Fengxian dialect. It was only natural to guess that Meng Yu might be a younger member of Mr. Meng's clan. Because the county government had already discussed it, they believed that Mr. Meng's family, which was hidden from the world, should be somewhere in Feng County, in a place similar to the secluded Taoyuan village.
This is the most likely scenario.
The secretary smiled and thought she had already seen the truth.
Lu Hao looked at the 5 yuan in Meng Yu's hand and almost dropped to the ground.
He couldn't help but swear in his heart.
Shit! You're good, Meng Yu, you're so well hidden. You're the super rich second generation. No wonder you always look so relaxed. You were careless.
Lu Hao thought that he had always been very clear about which people he could not provoke and which people he could manipulate at will, but he never imagined that the junior high school classmate he once looked down on was actually a low-key dragon.
That's $5. Converted into NTD, it is a whole 5 billion NTD. How many Porsche 911s can that buy? How many Cartier diamond rings can that buy?
It turns out that he has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger since junior high school.
This person is hiding too deep. Zhang Li was scared out of her wits.
The moment she saw Meng Yu take out the 5 yuan note, it completely occupied her mind. If she had known that Meng Yu had 5 yuan, she would never have dared to provoke him. She would not have had time to ask for a warm bed.
Even if Meng Yu doesn't like her, it doesn't matter. Who wouldn't be a secret lover? Now that she thinks about it, she felt extremely regretful.
Looking at Meng Yu's casual gesture when he took out the money, she was afraid that the family background of all the men who had slept with her combined together was not as good as Meng Yu's family background, which was only 1% of his.
This junior high school classmate is really good at hiding his weaknesses.
He was obviously from a wealthy family, but when he was in junior high school, he pretended to be from a normal family.
This is deceiving an ignorant young girl, isn't it? It's really hateful. At this moment,
seeing Tang Tang peel the orange for Meng Yu, she just wanted to yell, "Let go of that orange, let me do it."
Of course. She could only yell in her heart.
It was impossible for her to yell at Meng Yu at this time. She originally thought that Meng Yu was just wearing an ordinary Armani suit and had just made a small fortune, but now it seems that Meng Yu has found true love and is not going to pretend anymore.
Alas! Don't all rich people these days like to pretend to be poor in order to find true love? That's how it is on TV. Let's be honest.
Zhanli was already feeling inferior in front of the 5 yuan. Tang Tang saw the 5 yuan and lost control of her hand as she peeled the orange. The orange slipped halfway down and fell to the ground.
Fortunately, she was used to doing housework and was agile and quick.
She quickly grabbed the orange with her hand. Her fingers were cut by the orange flesh, and some orange juice flowed out, exuding a faint orange fragrance.
However, she didn't say anything.
Because the reason she called Meng Yu her brother was simply because he had helped her a lot in the past, and it had nothing to do with financial gain. After all, a woman who can endure poverty. And at such a young age, her character is naturally far superior to that of an ordinary woman. Money is far less important to her than her father and brother. Her brother had become rich, and she was naturally happy for him, but that was all.
As for jealousy and greed, they are non-existent. Poverty can ruin most people.
But it can also create a small number of people, making them mentally extraordinary.
You see? Have you ever seen a king or a general who was not born into a noble family? Which great man didn't start out from humble origins? The onlookers were dumbfounded and began to discuss it. What? This is fine, but why did he take out $5? May I ask which noble family is the student Meng from? How can he be so casual about paying? No honor.
The second generation of rich kids only fight to the point, but Mr. Meng just raised his hand and delivered a critical strike.
Do you think he might be Mr. Meng? No way. If Mr. Meng were here, how could President Wang and the government officials not personally accompany him? That's true.
I heard that Mr. Meng organized a hacker war in the Beacon State, and the entire Beacon State's network was covered with red flags with the character Meng.
I guess he doesn't have time to attend our little banquet for the people. That's true. It can't be Mr. Meng. After all, there are countless wealthy people in Xia who keep a low profile, so it's not unusual for one of them to occasionally show up with the same surname. It definitely can't be Mr. Meng. But it's still pretty amazing. That's 5 yuan.
When this Mr. Meng paid, he was just so cool. Any boss in front of him would just look like a loser.
Yes. I was also very impressed, and suddenly I wanted to give him a monkey.
It doesn't matter if he's rich or not, the main thing is that he's a boy who likes oranges and he's so handsome.
I admit that I am infatuated. Why isn't the girl standing next to him me?
I am so envious of the girl standing next to him peeling the oranges. If heaven could give me a chance to replace that girl and stand by Mr. Meng to peel oranges, I would. If there was a deadline for this, I hope it would be 10,000 years.
Chapter 102. I'll look for some change. Is it okay to peel oranges for 10,000 years? But the score for looks and body is too low. Take care. Meng Yu's mouth twitched. He casually slipped 5 yuan into the secretary's hand.
The 5 yuan that everyone treasured was really just a piece of ordinary paper in his eyes.
$5? What can you do with it before the world's value is dropped 1,000,000,000 times?
A bowl of wonton soup on the street, that's all. I'm sorry, I can't even afford to cook a simple stir-fry.
Is it really that big a deal?
Or Tang Tang, the cheap sister, is calm. Meng Yu turned his head to look at Tang Tang, his gaze lingering on the orange juice on Tang Tang's fingertips. It was sweet, and he reached out his hand. Tang Tang looked at Meng Yu blankly, tilting her head, her eyes full of confusion. But she was a good and obedient younger sister, so even though she didn't understand, she still reached out her hand to Meng Yu. Her hands were very beautiful, even with a thin layer of calluses, they could not hide the flawless and charming appearance of these delicate hands.
Even because of this, it seems more authentic and personal.
Unlike a paper doll, there is always a sense of a model that has been retouched.
Don't waste it.
Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he opened his mouth wide to lick the orange juice off Tang Tang's fingertips.
Waste is a shame. No problem. As for the criticism of the public, what does Meng Gonzi's reckless behavior have to do with him, Mr. Meng?
But Tang Tang's cheeks flushed. It was the first time she had ever been licked by someone, and it was her closest brother, doing it in public.
Brother, do you want to eat more? Will eating too much cause a problem? Your hands are dirty from holding the money. I'll feed you.
Tang Tang broke the peeled oranges in half, ate the two damaged segments, and then held one segment up to Meng Yu's mouth.
I'll be honest.
Banknotes are indeed quite dirty, after all, they have passed through the hands of so many people. As for whether the dirt on the banknotes is removed when the world changes, Meng Yu said he didn't want to study this question. With a beautiful woman at his side, Meng Yu didn't think twice, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the orange peel with his fingers, leaving Tang Tang's fingers covered in his saliva. Ignoring Tang Tang's disgusted look, he continued to chew on his own.
How could he not eat the food that his sister had brought to his lips? If I really get angry, I'll go to Wan Lingyue to cool down. Wan Lingyue? It's true.
Tang Tang's oranges really do taste better than the ones you peel yourself.
Mr. Meng, I'm sorry to interrupt you and your wife eating, but this 5 yuan is a bit too much, isn't it?
You don't need to use banknotes for a mere 200,000 NTD in compensation. The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now that he had guessed Meng Yu's true identity, he dared not be so presumptuous as to call him classmate Meng. This tone of voice from an elder is too arrogant.
If this gets back to the Meng family, it could easily cause resentment among the bigwigs.
When dealing with a hidden family, it is always correct to be careful and respectful in your speech, even if Meng Yu looks like he is not much older than his nephew.
I see. Let me see if I have any change.
Meng Yu didn't care too much, and casually took out a few gold banknotes from his pocket, including ones, and tens.
Everyone was stunned and looked at him with their jaws dropped. Is this something a person can do? Does he carry such a large amount of banknotes with him? Did he rob a bank vault? Of course, everyone knows this is impossible.
Because banknotes have a micro-engraved identification and positioning system, no one in Xia would be stupid enough to rob a banknote.
That would be even more stupid than robbing a bank with a kitchen knife. The risk and reward simply do not match. Lu Hao and Zhang Li and the rest of their junior high school classmates were shaking in their boots. Were they just blinded by greed, or did they have the courage to show off in front of such a rich young man? What BYD? What Audi? What Porsche? Can they add up to 100 million New Zealand dollars?
In front of this pile of gold, they are all hot air. Especially Lu Hao and Zhang Li, as the main characters in the entire incident, facing Meng Yutong, these two people at this time simply wished that time could turn back.
They were classmates from two ordinary families, but how did Meng Yu suddenly become a super rich second generation that everyone worships? This is not scientific.
Just thinking about having been classmates with a super rich kid, Zhang Li wanted to die.
She hated it.
She was given a chance by the heavens, but she was too blind to see the truth and didn't seize it.
Moreover,
the two of them recalled what they had just said and done, and suddenly they were sweating profusely. If Lu Hao and Zhang Li were Meng Yu, they probably wouldn't let them go either. They thought of the banknotes Meng Yu took out of his pocket one after another.
How could they not be terrified?
Not to mention 20 yuan, even if it's just 1 yuan, it's still 1 billion Nan yuan, enough to hurt the family behind Lu Hao.
And Zhang Li is even worse.
She is just a high-class working bitch who got to her position through her relationship with her boss. It is easy to imagine what will happen if she offends the rich young master. Of course, these long-standing secretaries don't care. As the situation became more and more serious, he just wanted to put an end to the storm. After all, this was at the banquet to thank Mr. Meng, and there was no room for error. Let's do this, Mr. Lu. The county will pay 200,000 yuan in compensation for Mr. Meng.
After the banquet is over, you can come to me and we can call it a day. The secretary looked at Lu Hao and said.
Lu Hao nodded in agreement, his mind in a daze.
He's not stupid.
At this point, the 288,888 nanometer diamond ring was no longer important. Whether or not to pay compensation is irrelevant to Meng Yu, a super rich second generation who carries around 10 billion nanograms.
However, his proposal to Tang Tang probably violated Meng Yu's taboo. As the ancients said, the dragon is tall and elegant, warm and jade-like, but it has scales on its neck that will anger it if touched. There is no doubt.
This matter is not over, but has just begun. He will have to face Meng Yu's revenge.
Everyone, please disperse. The food is almost ready. Please take your seats.
The long-standing secretary greeted the onlookers and announced that the storm at the banquet had come to an end.
As for the fate of Lu Hao and his entourage, that's none of his business. Whoever offended Meng Donzi without thinking was asking for trouble.
The secretary had originally been quite optimistic about Lanhui Group. After all, it was one of the largest local groups.
Now it seems he had to quickly distance himself from the Lanhui Group to avoid being implicated. Who let the chairman of the Lanhui Group be Lu Hao's father? This is a real scam.
The long-term secretary shook his head. If his son grows up to be like this Lu Hao, it would be better to send him to Thailand.
The chairman of the Lanhui Group is a capable man who started from scratch.
I never thought that his son would cause such a huge disaster and offend Mr. Meng's clan.
This is simply inviting disaster. Suddenly,
the secretary's eyes lit up. Following his gaze, a beautiful female bank manager with a graceful figure was slowly walking over, surrounded by a group of Fengxian government officials.
Chapter 103. It was Mr. Meng's distant cousin.
Wang Lingyue was originally very unhappy, just like the gloomy sky at this time. After all, the banquet for the people was a task assigned to her by her master, Meng Yu. If there is any chaos, it will probably directly affect the way Master Meng Yu thinks of her. But after the noisy crowd dispersed, and she saw Meng Yu through the sparse shadows, her mood immediately changed from gloomy to sunny, and she immediately made a 180-degree spiral flip. It turns out that it was Master Meng Yu who was causing trouble.
Then everything is fine. As long as he is happy. As long as Master
Meng Yu likes it, it doesn't matter if it's a mess at the banquet for the people, even if it's 10 or 100 times, Wang Lingyue doesn't care.
If the master is happy, it's worth 100 billion nanograms of water. However,
with her sharp eyesight, she quickly saw Tang Tang feeding Meng Yu orange slices.
Wang Lingyue said she was so sour. It's even more sour than lemon. I knew it. Why didn't she come to Feng County to attend junior high school?
Then she could have been a classmate of her master Meng Yu. Go to the city, where education resources are more concentrated. Go to the city, where interpersonal relationships are cultivated from a young age.
Is all of this worth the precious opportunity to be Meng Yu's classmate? Is it worth the orange in Tang Tang's hand?
The fact that the master Meng Yu was willing to buy a bag of tangerines for Tang Tang was like the emperor giving a piece of meat to his son.
The meaning behind this was more than clear to Wang Lingyue.
How many women in the world can afford to buy a bag of tangerines for a man like Mr. Meng, who is so rich that he can afford to buy them for himself? Unfortunately, it is difficult to buy knowledge. But if she had really been in the same school as Meng Yu, she would have been a few years behind him.
Wang Lingyue thought about this, and her eyes became even more resentful. At this moment, Shen Yang and his entourage were all smiling as they surrounded Wang Lingyue.
They all felt a sudden tightening in their hearts when they saw Wang Lingyue's face change from gloomy to bright.
This Wang is Mr. Meng's favorite. It is rare for them to come to Feng County, so they must treat him well and give him a good impression. No matter how you look at it. Even a small county like Fengxian is extremely insignificant in front of Mr. Meng. What kind of person is Mr. Meng?
He is the man who can turn the lighthouse network upside down.
And he was able to get away with it. How many people in the world can do this?
Anyway, it is extremely fortunate that such a great man can rise in such a small county as Feng County. What's more, Mr. Meng donated 100 yuan to the railway, which is a great deed for Feng County and worthy of the whole county's heartfelt gratitude. The long gaze of Feng County swept over the crowd. Seeing Meng Yu in Armani, Lu Hao in Dior, and Tang Tang, who was young, pretty, clean and cute like a little white flower, he had a pretty good idea.
Who hasn't been in their 20s?
But soon, he was drawn to the gold banknotes in his secretary's hands.
Oh my God. $5. That's 5 billion naira.
And it was real money, not some imaginary thing like the market value.
Where did the secretary get so much money? Comrade Liang, what's going on? Why do you have 5 yuan in your hand? Fuxian's face turned pale. If it were any other time, it would be fine.
But now he was in front of President Wang. If the secretary gives him a hard time, he may have to sacrifice the secretary to save his own skin. The secretary's face changed at the mention of this. He had been working for the county head for several years, and he was almost like a worm in the belly of the county head, so he knew exactly what the county head was thinking at the moment. He quickly walked up to the Feng County governor and whispered to him in detail about what had just happened. He also told the county magistrate about his guess about the identity of Mr. Meng Yu's family. After listening to him, the county magistrate looked at Meng Yu in surprise. Whether Meng Yu is a member of Mr. Meng's family or not, he can carry a large amount of gold banknotes with him, so he must be an ordinary person.
Thinking of this,
the head of the Fengxian County government flashed a look of shrewdness in his eyes.
He bowed slightly to Wang Lingyue and said, "Mr. Wang, forgive me for asking a question out of turn, but is this young man surnamed Meng a relative of Mr. Meng?" He thought to himself. As Mr. Meng's favorite person, President Wang might have some knowledge of the young man's identity.
And from his observations, it seems that President Wang should know Meng Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen the target of the disturbance and immediately let go of most of his anger.
Wang Lingyue did not look at Fengxian County's chief, but looked at Meng Yu with a strange expression on his face, saying, "What happened to the promise to visit the banquet in private attire?" "Dear master, you are not following the plan, which will make your subordinates very confused." However, Wang Lingyue is not stupid.
She rolled her eyes and suddenly had an idea.
Cough.
The head of the Fengxian County is called Meng Yu, and he is a distant relative of Mr. Meng.
This $5 is probably the pocket money that Mr. Meng gave him casually. Wang Lingyue said nonsense seriously. You should know that.
Mr. Meng, and Meng Yu are all the same person.
And Wang Lingyue had never met any of Meng Yu's family brothers. Not to mention any distant relatives. As for the $5 in pocket money, that was purely Wang Lingyue's wild guess.
After all, Meng Yu was generous, and she had seen it with her own eyes.
For such a terrifying hidden family, $5 in pocket money should not be an exaggeration, right? However,
as Mr. Meng's favorite person, Wang Lingyue's nonsense was naturally taken seriously by everyone, and they discussed it in whispers.
What a surprise! This Mr. Meng is actually Mr. Meng's younger brother. It's normal. After all, the banquet was for Mr. Meng, so it's reasonable that someone from Mr. Meng's family would come to see it. However, this young man is too low-key, riding a bicycle to come. This is probably the style of a hidden family. Yes. I heard that they live in a paradise, far from the world, and lead a simple life in the mountains, working from sunrise to sunset, living off the land, and enjoying the freedom. Forget it. I'd die without a cell phone or a computer. I'm telling you, I don't think I could live in a place without electricity. Wait. I ride a mountain bike, and Mr. Meng rides a 28-inch bike. A bike is a bike, so doesn't that mean I'm the same as Mr. Meng? Am I also a younger brother of Mr. Meng? You're a math genius. Wake up. It's still noon, don't daydream. Alas, Mr. Meng is so handsome. Why are all the good-looking guys taken? There are simply not enough good men in the world. Isn't that woman called Meng Gongzi's older sister? I think she's just a good friend of his. Don't fool yourself. Do you really believe that there are siblings with different surnames in this world? Even if there are, you and I are both women. Can't you see the admiration in the eyes of the woman next to Mr. Meng? That's fine. I suggest we open up the system of concubinage. Since you can't have Meng alone, it's better to share him with a few others. I'd rather be a concubine in a rich family than a wife in a poor one. I agree. I'm the woman who is determined to give Meng Gongzi a monkey. Sisters, you're so horny. Damn. Chapter 104, the family group behind you is disbanded. This young Mr. Meng is a cousin of Mr. Meng? So that's how it is. The officials looked at each other and nodded in secret. Based on Wang Lingyue's words, everything makes sense if you interpret it in this way. It is impossible for ordinary people to carry around a vault of gold. But if this person is Mr. Meng's younger brother, then it makes perfect sense. After all, Mr. Meng's legendary deeds are well known even in the small county of Feng County. $5 pocket money? That's 5 billion NTD? Although it is a bit scary, it seems to make sense when you think that Mr. Meng casually donated 100 yuan to build a railway in his hometown. As for Meng Yu, he is a stranger. That is even more normal. After all, everyone in Xia knows that Mr. Meng is a low-key member of a hidden family, so his younger brother naturally can't be too high profile. After all, not everyone is family, and not everyone is in the same family. It is reasonable and convincing. Tang Tang had a look of ice on her face. No wonder my brother suddenly had money.
It turns out he has a powerful distant relative.
A legendary figure like Mr. Meng. Since he is his younger brother, he is probably going to be very powerful in the future, too. Thinking about this, Tang Tang's eyes dimmed a little.
If that was the case, she definitely wasn't good enough for Meng Yu's brother, so she should just be his sworn sister.
Don't think too much. If the confession is rejected again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to be his sworn sister anymore.
After all, being a sworn sister is also a way to be by his side. Being a couple also has the risk of breaking up. Tang Tang suddenly felt that this kind of relationship was also quite good.
Meng Yu was full of question marks. Good boy. He's a good guy. When did he become Mr. Meng's younger brother? Is it okay for me to be my own brother? Is it really one person playing multiple roles? But Meng Yu quickly admitted it. Mr. Wang, where is my cousin, Mr. Meng? Have you seen him? Meng Yu naturally did not refuse Wang Lingyue's kind offer.
After all, he had already tried to make friends out of nothing. It didn't matter if he was his own cousin again.
Who made him dislike high profile? To be precise, Meng Yu is more annoyed by the various troubles that come with being famous.
The thought of crazy single women on the streets and various beautiful spies approaching him with ill intentions makes him feel that low-key days are simply too good. Just think of the way celebrities look when they go out. Mr. Meng's global fame is more than 100 times that of an international superstar. Especially during the Lighthouse Country internet storm, when the Meng word red flag was flying all over the Lighthouse Country website, who knows how many people around the world were won over by Mr. Meng. After all, most people admire the strong. A man like Mr. Meng, who can single-handedly take on a superpower, even if he is an Oriental, will win the respect and admiration of the world.
Therefore, Meng Yu's choice to hide his whereabouts and not publish Mr. Meng's identity information is undoubtedly a wise move. Wang Lingyue blinked her eyes and said in a cooperative manner, Mr. Meng, his venerable old man? He must have returned to Nanjing, right?
There are world-renowned bankers gathered there just to see him. You don't know, my subordinate is so difficult, all the calls come to me, and I don't dare to disturb Mr. Meng. She was obviously taking the opportunity to vent.
You know. Recently, Wang Lingyue's phone has been ringing off the hook.
As Mr. Meng's only two decision-makers, when people outside the company could not get in touch with Mr. Meng, they naturally called Wang Lingyue. Although everyone's words were very concise.
There was no unnecessary nonsense. But there were so many people. It's like when the teacher gives homework for the weekend.
The teacher for one subject gives one test paper, and there are 9 subjects: math, English, Chinese, chemistry, physics, geography, biology, history, and civics.
A wonderful weekend is ruined in an instant. Wang Lingyue was already overwhelmed.
Meng Yu couldn't help but smile when he heard this.
President Wang, I think people like my cousin aren't very interested in money, and I don't think they're very interested in business cooperation either. You have good personal skills, so you can handle it yourself.
As for the invitation to see him, he will personally handle it when he arrives in Nanhang. After all, no matter what time it is, getting along with family is always the first priority.
What do you think? Wang Lingyue couldn't help but complain in her heart. Say? What can I say?
You are the boss, so whatever you say is right.
But Wang Lingyue also understands Meng Yu, the master, very well.
After all, a big shot like him must be extremely busy, and he doesn't have much time to spend with his family. This time, he finally got to go back to his hometown to visit his family, and Meng Yu definitely didn't want to be disturbed by work.
That's why Wang Lingyue never reported it. As an excellent special assistant, one's emotional intelligence must be high.
If the boss feels uncomfortable, even if the work is done well, at least in the position of assistant, it is definitely not suitable.
It was only at this point
Wang Lingyue was interested in taking a look at Lu Hao. She could tell that this person was also a little rich second generation, but to be honest, the rich second generation of a small county town was really not enough to see in the eyes of her sister, the head of the Wang family in Nanhang. Not to mention Mr. Meng, who is rich enough to rival a country.
This is what it means to be ignorant and fearless.
It is precisely because he does not know the identity of the master Meng Yu that he has the courage to propose to the woman next to Meng Yu. If Lu Hao had proposed to her, Wang Lingyue would have thrown him into jail for reform.
According to Secretary Liang, it was you who proposed to Miss Tang? You even bought her a Cartier diamond ring worth more than 200,000 New Zealand dollars, and you want compensation? Wang Lingyue's tone suddenly became harsh. How dare you? Lu Hao was scared stiff on the spot. As a Porsche second-generation heir, he had heard about the identity of this Wang Xingjiang from his elders. He was the president of the Nanhang Bank, and his status was not much different from that of the mayor of Nanhang. He is also from the Wang family in Nanhang, a large family in Jiangnan. Lu Hao's family was like a chick that had just broken out of its shell in front of the Wang family of Nanhang. He couldn't imagine how long the Lu family's Lanhuai group could last if Wang Lingyue got angry. Especially since she is also the spokesperson for Mr. Meng. That would be terrifying. I'm afraid that even if there were 10,000 Wang families in Nanhang, it would be like a stone hitting an egg in front of Mr. Meng, not to mention the small Lanhuai group. In that case, you should disband the family group behind you as a lesson to you. A flash of indifference passed through Wang Lingyue's eyes. As the president of the Nanhang Bank, over the years, she has seen countless bankruptcies. Some small groups were destroyed by the Wang Group because of conflicts of interest. The business world is like a battlefield. She naturally has no mercy for these things, otherwise she would not have been able to reach the high position of vice president before she met Meng Yu. Moreover, Wang Lingyue undoubtedly had the strength to say this, whether as the president of the Nanhang Bank or as the sister of the head of the Wang family in Nanhang, she was qualified to say this. Of course. Her greatest source of confidence comes from her master Meng Yu in front of her. Not to mention the second generation of a small county town, even if it is the second generation of the imperial capital, her master wants to abolish the family behind him, it is just a matter of waving his hand. Seeing that her master Meng Yu was eating the tangerines that Tang Tang had personally fed him, a resolute look flashed in Wang Lingyue's eyes. Naturally, this role of the villain was to be played by her subordinate. After all, ancient emperors were all about benevolence and righteousness. Naturally, a big shot like the master can't be petty with a small character, that would be too demeaning. But since she has sworn allegiance to Meng Yu, she can do things for him, whether it is black or white, public or private. Lu Hao's face showed fear when he heard this, and his eyes went black as he fell to the ground in a weak kneeling position. Wang Changqing's word is his bond. The Lu family is finished. Chapter 105, Give me a break, please. From now on, the family group behind you will be scattered, as a reminder to you. Wang Lingyue's words echoed in Lu Hao's mind. He knelt down in front of her red high heels and bowed his head like a garlic. If someone else had said this, Lu Hao would have just smiled in contempt and ignored it. Because the Lu family's Lanhuai group is, after all, a major group in Feng County, how can it be disbanded so easily? Do you think you are the king of heaven? But when Wang Lingyue said it, it was like a court sentence, and her authority was unquestionable. Lu Hao did not argue back, but just bowed his head and begged for mercy. He knew that if he said anything harsh, he would only end up in a more miserable situation. After all, his arm could not twist the thigh. The Lanhuai group was just a small ant in front of the Wang group. It would not even be noticed by any big shot if it was stepped on and killed. On the contrary, if Wang Lingyue blows the wind in her pillow, I'm afraid that after Mr. Meng's attack, it won't just be bankruptcy, they won't even have a way to survive. Wang Lingyue saw that he looked like he understood, and looked at Meng Yu hesitantly. Meng Yu saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching out to stroke Tang Tang's hair, which was slightly yellow from malnutrition, but in the end he didn't say anything. He is not a bad person, but he is definitely not a good person. Lu Hao was once his junior high school monitor, but he is not a child anymore and needs to be responsible for his own actions. From the moment Lu Hao proposed to Tang Tang and forced her to accept by speaking ill of her classmates, his fate was sealed. Of course, this is not right or wrong. Because weakness is the original sin. Imagine if Meng Yu had not received the system, then he would have had to put up with this kind of thing. Or he might have beaten Lu Hao up. Then he would be detained for a few days and have a criminal record. So there's nothing to say. Wang Lingyue stepped back a little away from Lu Hao and said coldly, "Get lost. Miss Tang is the sworn sister of Mr. Meng, and you can covet her? Besides, Miss Tang likes Mr. Meng. Don't you know that? Since you think you can do whatever you want because you have a bit of family background, then let you go back to the working class. President Wang, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I can do anything. Classmates Meng and Tang, please let me off the hook." Lu Hao was in tears. If begging for mercy can save his family's business, then he would rather lose his face. After all, compared to billions of dollars in assets, kneeling and begging for mercy is nothing. Lu Hao has always been very realistic. The only thing he had miscalculated was that he had not thought that Meng Yu was actually Mr. Meng's younger brother, which meant that Meng Yu could ruin his life with just a word. Isn't this identity too terrifying? Meng Yu, a former classmate, is really low-key and scary. It far exceeded his expectations. It's ridiculous that he still wants to steal Meng Yu's woman. It's just asking for trouble. But before Wang Lingyue appeared, he really didn't know that Meng Yu had such a big cousin. If he had known that Mr. Meng was Meng Yu's cousin, he would have stayed away from Tang Tang, let alone proposing to her. He wouldn't even dare to look at her. He would have been spared a disaster. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. He had the audacity to propose to Tang Tang, and without a doubt, he completely offended Meng Yu to death. No man can forgive such an offense. Meng Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "La Ban, I think you've been a rich kid for more than 20 years, and you've already made enough money. For the rest of your life, you should just enjoy the life of a working person. It's actually quite happy. Tang Tang, what do you think? My brother is right. I'll listen to him." Tang Tang nodded slightly, and a flash of pity crossed her eyes. From her perspective, Lu Hao was just an overzealous suitor. Now that the bank president was going to ruin his family's company, he was really pitiful. However, Tang Tang's sympathy for Lu Hao disappeared when she thought about how angry her brother had been. She agreed with what her brother had just said. No matter what, family comes first. It didn't matter whether Lu Hao was genuinely pursuing her or not, what mattered was her brother's attitude. If he thinks that Lu Hao is a bad person, then he must deserve it. If she couldn't understand that, then she was just too stupid. After all, her brother must be smarter than her and be able to think of many things that she can't. Meng Yu smiled and pinched Tang Tang's cheek. This cheap younger sister is quite reliable, firm in her position, and not a saint. She didn't disappoint him. Lu Hao kept on knocking his head, until it was bleeding. This person is still a bit ruthless. If Meng Yu didn't have an unlimited scanning system that could determine that Lu Hao's hatred was not high, he would have wanted to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Of course. He just thought about it casually. After all, they are old classmates, so if it is possible to avoid using a sword, try not to make it too bloody. Moreover, Meng Yu could actually tell. Lu Hao already feared him far more than he hated him. Fortunately, Lu Hao didn't know that Meng Yu was Mr. Meng himself, otherwise he might not have been able to muster even a little hatred. Seeing the situation reverse, the classmates also switched sides. I told you back then. Meng should have been class president, and Lu Hao is obviously not up to it. That's right. He even wanted to date Tang. Pa! Isn't this like a toad trying to eat swan meat? But Meng is Mr. Meng's little cousin, right? What kind of status is that? He and Tang are a perfect match, and Lu Hao wants to get in on the action? You guys know what? I couldn't stand it at the time, but I was afraid of offending people and didn't dare say anything. Me too. Lu Hao is really a jerk. He's always showing off his wealth because his family is rich, unlike Meng, who is a true low-key big shot. Stop it. Lu Hao, you dog scum, you will die a horrible death. When we were dating, he was also playing multiple sports at the same time. Meng is a good guy, but unfortunately he already has Tang Tang, otherwise I would like to be his girlfriend. Forget it. Meng's cousin is Mr. Meng, and you're not good enough for him. Tang Tang is pretty and has a good temperament, but her family background is not good enough, and she doesn't feel like she's good enough for Meng. Meng is really the most handsome guy in our class. I agree. Zhang Li saw that Lu Hao's fate was sealed, and that he was being pointed at by thousands of people, so she also jumped out and clearly drew a line between herself and Lu Hao. She pointed at Lu Hao's nose and shouted, I was blinded by this stupid thing and said those things to you. Tang Tang, don't take it to heart. What? You criticize Tang Tang? Meng Yu's eyes hardened. When he came back with the tangerines, it was just when Lu Hao was proposing, so he didn't hear Zhang Li's words about Tang Tang. Oh. It seems that this piece of junk also needs to be disposed of. It would be a perfect ending to this storm.
And the table was already set with bowls and chopsticks, and the cold dishes were also on the table. The banquet is about to begin, and it's just in time for a hot bite. It's very comfortable.
Chapter 106 I Won't Allow You to Be Bullied.
Stared at by Mang Yu's questioning gaze, Zhongli trembled violently, and her hand pointing at Lu Hao froze. She had thought that by condemning Lu Hao, she would be able to clear her name, but instead, she had only succeeded in attracting Mang Yu's attention. Of course, Zhongli had also thought about faking her death to avoid the storm. But when she thought about Tang Tang and Mang Yu being on a first-name basis, she felt deeply uneasy. If Tang Tang blew her own horn after the fact, she was afraid that her fate would be miserable. This is her judging others with a small person's heart. Tang Tang is not as vengeful as she is. However, this is how green tea is. When her own heart turns black, she thinks that all women's hearts are black. Therefore, that's why she was so eager to distance herself from Lu Hao and seek Tang Tang's forgiveness, even if it was only verbal, at least giving her a chance to buffer. Tang Tang smiled when she heard this.
Brother, it's okay. I don't care about other people's gossip.
As a child growing up in a single-parent family, she had experienced the ups and downs of life since childhood, and she had actually not taken Zhang Li's verbal insult to heart. I know you don't like to argue with people, but since you called me brother, I can't allow you to be bullied.
Understand?
Meng Yu reached out and patted Tang Tang's thin shoulders.
He knew. When she was in school,
there were many girls in school who envied Tang Tang's looks. Unfortunately, Tang Tang's family was very poor.
As a result, the gossip surrounding Tang Tang never stopped. However, these are all in the past.
Now that he has received the system and become a wealthy Mr. Meng, then Tang Tang's grey fate will also be rewritten from now on. Lu Hao and Zhang Li will also have to pay the price for their actions and fall from the upper echelons of society to the bottom.
Wealth and power.
These two forces that can rewrite the fate of others may be what the world is desperately chasing after but cannot obtain, but Meng Yu has already obtained them, and these two forces will become increasingly powerful until they rewrite the fate of the world.
I understand. Thank you, brother.
Tang Tang smiled like a flower.
Brother is the best.
Wherever her brother is, no one can bully her.
Wang Lingyue walked slowly to Zhang Li's side, and a flash of contempt in her eyes.
This kind of green tea girl who fawns over the rich. If it weren't for offending the master Meng Yu, she really wouldn't be interested in dealing with it personally. Since you like to gossip, then become the despicable person you despise.
I will give you 3 days. If you can't do it, the Wang family in Nanhang will help you. Wan Lingyue whispered in her ear.
Zhang Li suddenly felt as if a gust of wind had blown past her ear.
What merit does she have? How could she be singled out by the president of the Nanhang Bank? You have to know.
She had done a lot of things that were against the law and discipline in order to get ahead. If this bank president Wang was determined to find her trouble, it was very possible that she would end up in jail.
Fortunately, Zhang Li didn't say anything too outrageous.
If she were to be punished according to Wang Lingyue's punishment, she would at most be like Tang Tang, dressing more modestly in the future, and she would not be able to use luxury items such as perfume bags.
The only thing that is cruel.
Perhaps the only cruel thing is that Tang Tang comes from a single-parent family, so Zhang Li's parents may need to get divorced.
A vicious look flashed in Zhang Li's eyes.
Now, in order to protect herself, she didn't care so much. After all, her parents' relationship was already bad, so it was fine if they got divorced. It's better than being like Lu Hao, a second-generation rich kid who became a negative second-generation rich kid.
Okay, you two, and all of you, leave me alone.
Wang Lingyue said with authority. Now that Meng Yu is hiding his identity and can't speak, she, as his assistant, naturally has to speak for him. She guessed that her master, Meng Yu, was also impatient to see these people. Hearing this, the students were like they had been pardoned, and they didn't dare to fart, fleeing from the shed area as if they were escaping.
Goodness!
This is Wang, the president of the bank, and Mr. Meng's favorite person.
Who would dare to disobey her?
Meng Yu looked at the group of junior high school classmates and felt a little sad. After all, they had studied in the same school, and it wasn't easy to see them grow up and become what they are now. However, it's not that all his classmates are like this.
There were dozens of people in a junior high school class. Naturally, there are those who lick the dog's ass and those who have a backbone and don't want to be the dog of the second generation. Where are those people? Meng Yu didn't know exactly, but since those classmates who weren't snobbish didn't want to be Lu Hao's lapdog, they certainly wouldn't be hanging around him, that was for sure. After Wang Lingyue finished handling Meng Yu's business, she left with the Feng County government officials. Before leaving, the mayor of Feng County politely exchanged contact information with Meng Yu. After all, in his eyes, Meng Yu was Mr. Meng's younger cousin. Although he could not be compared to Mr. Meng, he would definitely be helpful for his career. It wouldn't hurt to get to know him. If one day, this young Mr. Meng has a sudden urge to invest $5 to build an industrial park in Feng County, wouldn't that be wonderful? Meng Yu had no idea what was going on in the mind of the head of the county. It's true. He used to be just an ordinary resident of the county, and he had never seen a hometown big shot like the mayor before. Now that he had been added as a personal friend by the mayor of his hometown, he really felt a little strange. Especially since the mayor seemed to be taking advantage of the situation, Meng Yu felt a little bit of dark joy. Thanks to the system. If the prices of goods around the world had not been devalued by 1 billion times, the hometown mayor would not have exchanged personal contact information with a commoner like him. However, Meng Yu didn't take the county head too seriously. After all, his wealth had already surpassed that of the richest man in Xia. A mere county magistrate? Is that impressive? Even if he were the mayor of Nanhang, it would be no big deal. Brother, you are really amazing. Even the county magistrate of Feng County wants to get to know you. I saw those government officials, one by one, staring at you, probably wanting to get to know you, but in front of the county magistrate and the bank president, they didn't dare to speak out. The expression of their entanglement was so funny. Tang Tang held a tangerine in her hand and smiled. This kind of innocent beauty is not as attractive as Wang Lingyue's charm. But it makes Meng Yu feel comfortable, like standing by the lake on a summer night, with the moist, cool evening breeze blowing on his face. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. It was quite interesting, but I didn't want to know them. By the way, sweetie, this time you're going to Nanhang with me. Do you need help arranging a banquet for your friends and family to say goodbye? Meng Yu thought to himself, when moving from his hometown to the city, he should say goodbye to his relatives and friends, right? Like Meng Yu's parents, they had already invited relatives to come to Meng Yu's parents' house for dinner the next day and the day after. There is also the issue of resigning from work. Although it is generally necessary to give at least half a month's notice when resigning, Meng Yu's parents' jobs are not irreplaceable. It's not impossible to just say goodbye and leave, it's just a matter of deducting a little bit of salary. Meng Yu didn't care about the money. If it weren't for the fear of scaring his parents, he would have given them a few hundred yuan to spend. Of course. A few $100s in a world of falling prices is worth hundreds of billions of nanograms. I'm afraid that after Meng's parents took the money, they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. They might even get sick from the shock. So Meng Yu just thought about it and arranged for his parents to live in the Nanhu apartment building, and then set up a storefront for his parents on Longjing Street in Westlake. There is no doubt that this is currently the most suitable. Alas! Let's just make do with this for the time being. Once they get used to the middle-class life, then arrange a luxurious life for them. His parents, Meng Yu, naturally deserve the best. Chapter 107. Do you still have the courage to appear in front of me? Brother, I don't have any relatives or friends at home. Tang Tang's face was a little despondent. But she quickly got over her disappointment and hugged Meng Yu's arm, saying that having her brother and father was more than enough. Meng Yu shook his head and laughed. This girl is really easy to satisfy. The banquet for the people of the 10,000 tribes is about to begin. The two walked towards the inner part of the shed and found an empty table in the corner to sit down. The villagers' praise for Mr. Meng filled her ears, and Meng Yu's skin was covered in goosebumps. If she wasn't afraid of leaving early and being scolded by her parents, she would have wanted to play with a yo-yo. Just think about it. At the banquet, tens of thousands of guests were talking about Mr. Meng, and they all gave him thumbs up and praised him for everything and nothing. What Mr. Meng did with the straw boats and arrows? What? Mr. Meng was the first man to walk on the moon. Hearing all this, Meng Yu, the person involved, began to doubt his own life. Did he really do all these things? How come he didn't know about them? Maybe it's just a rumor. This also shows that The ease with which Meng Yu's identity can be kept secret. Because there are so many false rumors, even if someone sees Meng Yu and Wang Lingyue together, I'm afraid no one will believe it. You know, there are many versions of the rumors about who Mr. Meng is. Tian, you and your uncle are going to Nanhang with me this time, and I don't think we'll be back for a while. I've transferred 50,000 NTD to you as an advance on your salary. Buy whatever you want.
Meng Yu shook the Xiaowei phone in his hand. He knew that Tang Tang had a strong sense of self-esteem, and if he gave it to her directly, she would definitely not accept it. So he said it was an advance on her salary. After all, Tang Tang will be working with him in the future, and her annual salary will definitely start at 1 million naira.
Don't you see?
The second generation of the rich in the capital and the capital of the devil all have millions of dollars in pocket money every year. Since Tang Tang is his sworn sister, she naturally can't live worse than the average second generation of the rich. Otherwise, he, as her brother, would be too unworthy.
The most important thing is that money is really just a number to him.
Meng Yu now has more than 200,000 in his bank account, which is equivalent to more than 200 trillion Nan yuan.
I'm not kidding, most small countries are not as rich as Meng Yu. 50,000 NTD?
Brother, this is too much.
You're not going to support me, are you? You said before that I was your woman. Tang Tang's face flushed slightly as she asked weakly.
She was conflicted at this moment. On the one hand, she thought that her brother was wrong to do this. Her feelings for her brother had nothing to do with money. On the other hand, she didn't want her brother to support someone else.
What if my brother gets hurt by a bad woman?
It's better for her to be her brother's mistress.
Tang Tang's face turned even redder as she thought about it.
She admitted that she had fantasized countless times in her dreams about waking up in the same bed with Meng Yu one morning.
That would be a very happy thing. However,
the shame of the world made her unable to accept the abnormal relationship between a lover and a lover.
Tang Tang was in a state of confusion when Meng Yu casually responded, "You said earlier. So I'm helping you out, right? If I don't say you're my woman, how can I speak up for you?"
After all, this kind of brother and sister thing is a lot of trouble to explain. Besides, you are my sworn sister, and a sworn sister is a woman, so you are my woman.
Logically speaking, there is no problem, right? Tang Tang almost burst into tears. Her brother is really a genius of logic. Does she really think that she has only studied in junior high school? However,
Tang Tang only slightly raised the corners of her mouth in a beautiful arc, and did not refute it. Meng Yu had taken a little advantage of her unintentionally. After all, she only has her brother in her heart. Even if Meng Yu's brother wanted her body, she would be willing.
Ding!
It is detected that Tang Tang has deep feelings for the host. The current favorability progress, 70/100.
A random bonus of 10,000 yuan is given to the host. 10,000 yuan? That's 10 trillion nanograms.
Meng Yu was a little surprised at the generous reward from the system.
You know,
the total assets of the richest man in Xia, Nanhang Ma, are only 400 billion nanons. The system is rewarding 25 times the total assets of the richest man in Xia. Tang Tang, his adopted sister, was also sincere and honest, and her favorability rating increased rapidly. She was completely different from those green tea girls who were sweet-talking but had a hidden agenda. With the system's favorability scan, he could rest assured that he could keep Tang Tang by his side.
The unlimited scanning system is great. There is no need to worry about betrayal. Brother, is there anything happy? Tell it to Tang Tang.
Tang Tang helped Meng Yu open the packaging of the tableware in front of him, and then pour some tea water to wash it. Meng Yu smiled without saying a word. The secret of the system is naturally inconvenient to tell anyone. Tang Tang did not pursue the matter, pushed the washed dishes in front of Meng Yu, and put some cold beef in Meng Yu's bowl. She remembered that her brother liked beef. Meng Yu smiled indifferently and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Since he started dating his ex-girlfriend Wang Li, his quality of life has plummeted. His parents' living expenses have all been spent on his ex-girlfriend, and he hardly eats beef jerky anymore.
Now think about it. A few days ago, it was great that the two of them broke up. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be broken up with by Wang Li unilaterally. But isn't it great to be single again? Being single for a while is great. Being single is always great.
If you were with your ex-girlfriend, not to mention Tang Tang riding a bicycle to the banquet with you, even if you added a little prestige, I'm afraid you would be subjected to all kinds of difficulties by your ex-girlfriend.
Meng Yu thought back to his own stupid behavior in the past and felt very funny.
In the past, he cared so much about his ex-girlfriend's feelings, but in the end, he was still cheated on.
7 years of companionship could not beat the rich second generation's flick of a finger? Is life in high society really that attractive? Now Meng Yu is already high class enough, right? I don't feel any different.
A 660,000 yuan supreme fresh crab and a 100 million yuan donpa banquet, they all end up in the same place. A mud toilet and a gold toilet both produce excrement.
Maybe he doesn't have enough vanity. Ha ha. Deep affection is really a joke in front of a gold-digging woman. Suddenly,
a female voice full of surprise came from behind Meng Yu.
Is that you, Meng? Why didn't you say hello when you came back? Meng Yu was interrupted in his memories.
Hearing this somewhat familiar female voice, he turned around and was slightly startled. There was a group of people standing behind him. At the head of the group was a tall, leggy woman in a white trench coat, with an above-average appearance.
Isn't this the tall female monitor from high school? Her name was Gue, and her name was Sha.
She had good grades, long legs, and most importantly, a gentle disposition and a warm heart.
Hey, let's just eat at Meng Yu's table,
Gue Sha said with a smile. The people around her did not object and sat down one after another. Gue Sha sat down next to Tang Tang, and she and Meng Yu were sandwiched between them.
Is this your new girlfriend? Alas, Wang Li is really confused. There is no other handsome and warm guy like you in the world. However,
Meng Yu did not respond, but looked coldly at a girl who was mingling with the crowd. She was wearing a hood and had her head down, but Meng Yu recognized her at once. Wang Li, you still have the courage to show your face to me?
Chapter 108. I'll say it again, get out.
The woman being looked at by Meng Yu trembled and slowly took off the hood on her head. The face she covered was the one that had made Meng Yu infatuated for 7 years.
Ex-girlfriend, Wang Li. For her. Meng Yu closed the door to dating the opposite sex. However,
she abandoned the oath of eternal love and chose to break up and throw herself into the arms of a rich second generation. Fortunately, Meng Yu got the system, and a few days ago, he had a good beating for the couple.
Do you still hate me? I already know that I was wrong.
At the time, I was blinded by vanity and lost my head.
In fact, I still love you from the bottom of my heart. Didn't we promise to be together forever?
Wang Li said pitifully. Several female classmates on the table also spoke up to persuade her.
Yes, Meng, who doesn't make mistakes? Give Wang Li a chance. After all, you've been in love for 7 years.
It would be a shame to break up over a fight. You're a boy, so you should be more generous.
Be generous? I'm fucking generous.
All those who advise you to be generous are standing on the sidelines and talking without any pain.
Yes. Now Wang Li is really pitiful.
She lost her job and her new boyfriend.
She looks so weak and fragile, I feel sorry for her.
But Meng Yu is no longer the silly cup that is being played with by green tea.
Not to mention that Wang Li's favorability rating is not high. Even if it was very high, Meng Yu would not have the slightest bit of softness. He could tolerate the women around him messing up. After all, everyone has their moments of incompetence. But cheating is something that absolutely cannot be forgiven. And it's not a pity to lose Wang Li. Whether it's Tang Tang, Morong Qianyu, Wang Lingyue, or Bei Mingyin, they are all beautiful and have better looks than Wang Li. Is he Meng Yu inferior to Wang Li, this taxi with a special score of less than 70? To put it in a more vulgar way,
Meng Yu was a nobody to Wang Li, but now Wang Li is too high class for Meng Yu.
Moreover, if Meng Yu hadn't turned himself into a billionaire who was richer than Chen Xinxiang, would Wang Li, his ex-girlfriend, have come begging for a reunion?
I'm afraid she would have found a new guy by now. So Meng Yu said one word with extreme indifference: get lost. After saying this word, Meng Yu felt much better. After all, when he was dumped, although he was able to get his pride back, it was still a bit embarrassing to be dumped. Now that he has run into his ex-girlfriend and she is begging for a reunion, Meng Yu is also very decisive in refusing, without the slightest hesitation, thus giving Wang Li a chance to remain attached to him. But Wang Li, who was determined to marry into a wealthy family, could not bear to miss out on Meng Yu, her ex-boyfriend.
Wang Li said tearfully, "Liar. You guys are all liars. None of you are good. You get rich and you turn bad. You get a new person and you forget the old one?" People who don't know the truth shake their heads and sigh, feeling that people's hearts are not as good as they used to be. Only the new guy is laughing, not the old guy crying. It seems that Meng has also learned to be bad in society. Isn't that how rich men are now? They're surrounded by women, and we women are just so unlucky. It's hard enough to wait for your boyfriend to become successful, but then he gets taken away by another woman. Meng is too much. I heard that she even went to Wang Li's current boyfriend to show off her wealth, and broke them up. Meng Yu frowned as he listened to these comments. Wang Li is quite good at turning black and white upside down. She didn't say a word about her affair, but instead blamed Meng Yu for disturbing her and her new boyfriend. No wonder he was fooled by Wang Li at the time. However, Meng Yu has now broken out of the situation and his horizons have broadened. No matter how Wang Li tries to use the reunited with a trashy girl routine, he won't fall for it. As for arguing, there is no need for that at all. It is unreasonable to reason with a girl. The best way to deal with a former girlfriend who was very experienced in this kind of routine is to become a better version of yourself and find a more beautiful girlfriend to make her regret it. A good man doesn't fight with women. "Sweetie, let's change tables," Meng Yu said calmly, and he was about to get up. Wang Li was anxious. She knew that she was not on the same level as the beautiful girl in front of her in terms of temperament and appearance. If she wanted to win back the love she once had, she would have to resort to some special tactics. For example, playing the sad card. Wang Li lifted the cuff of her beige down jacket to reveal a section of her wrist, where there was a shallow scar. I really can't live without you. How many times have I woken up from nightmares and cried myself to sleep? I even wanted to slit my wrists and kill myself. Please trust me again. This time I will definitely grow old with you," she said. Wang Li held out her wrist in front of Meng Yu. Meng Yu glanced at it indifferently. The scar was real. It seems that this woman is really something when she is ruthless. Could it be that she could trick the simple-minded him in the beginning? He was also a famous handsome guy in the whole school, but in the end, he gave up the whole forest for her like a fool. It was outrageous. Of course. It's already 2020. No one is a fool. In a relationship, it is often the case that people are unwilling to suspect the other party. I'll say it again, get out. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Meng Yu's tone was cold. Guisha saw that the situation was out of control and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Meng Yu, it wasn't the monitor who was talking about you. You should be a gentleman to girls. You were my secret crush before, of course. Now that you have such a beautiful girlfriend, you must not look down on me. Then she glared at Wang Li again. As a girl, how could Guisha not be aware of her scheming? She just got used to being a good person. Guisha wanted to help the two get back together, based on the idea that it is better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Of course. This is if Wang Li didn't tell her that she had cheated on her own initiative. How could a scheming woman like Wang Li confess her mistake? How could she win the sympathy of her classmates? Only by creating the image of a wife who has been abandoned by a phoenix man can she. Only then could she get the help of the good-natured class leader. After all, people generally sympathize with victims, right? What's more, she is a weak woman. Moreover, today, Wang Li came to the banquet, and she also learned from Meng Yu's neighbors that he was wearing Armani and driving a Maserati back to his hometown, so she came to the banquet to try her luck. However, Meng Yu's calmness made her a little uneasy. Could it be that going through betrayal could really make a guy mature in an instant? Why are the tricks that used to work so well now having no effect? Wang Li looked at Tang Tang's beauty, and Meng Yu's Armani suit worth millions, and she was even more unwilling. Why? She has sacrificed everything for a material life, but she is not as well off as Meng Yu? And after the breakup, it was obvious to everyone. Meng Yu's life is much better than when he was with her. Doesn't that make her ex-girlfriend look bad? Wang Li refused to accept it. She must make Meng Yu fall at her feet. Chapter 109. I'll help you remember. Is she my brother's ex-girlfriend?
Tang Tang stood up and obediently placed her small hand in Meng Yu's large hand. On the way to the banquet, Tang Tang and Meng Yu also chatted for a while. She knew that Meng Yu had broken up with his ex-girlfriend and was now single. Meng Yu politely apologized to Gue Sha and led Tang Tang to the next table to sit down.
He wasn't afraid of Wang Li. He just didn't want to see Wang Li again, and he didn't want Tang Tang to follow this scheming woman and learn to be bad. Besides, out of sight, out of mind. Meng Yu thought he couldn't bring himself to send his ex-girlfriend to the country, so that was the only way to go. After all, to be honest, there is no deep hatred between the ex-girlfriend and him.
Although he is capable of doing something too extreme, it is really unnecessary.
Yes, don't follow her example and worship money. Meng Yu patted Tang Tang's little head. Tang Tang looked into Meng Yu's eyes and nodded seriously. I will try my best to become the person you like. After we get to Nanhang, you can teach me how to do things. Although Tang Tang is not as good as her father, she is still very capable. She is different from girls who grow up in ordinary families. Tang Tang grew up with her father, and she grew up eating food from many different families, so she knows how to cherish the people in front of her more than ordinary girls. Especially after seeing Wang Li's look of regret. Tang Tang quietly told herself that her brother and father were the most important people in her life, and that she must not let them down. She would help her brother in all aspects of his life. That's what a good sister is. And she could definitely do it. Tang Tang waved her little fist. Meng Yu didn't take it to heart. In his opinion,
although Tang's father seemed to have a distinguished background, he had been in bed for so many years that he probably couldn't keep up with the times.
As for Tang Tang,
was just a mascot in his heart, and Meng Yu had no intention of letting her do anything important. After the company opens, with Morong Qianyu, who has a score of 97, in charge, and some executives recruited with a large sum of money, and with Meng Yu's unlimited scanning system, the company's development should be worry-free.
Are you really that heartless? We've been together for 7 years.
Wang Li's eyes were filled with tears.
As the play continued, she probably even believed it herself. It wasn't that she had cheated on him, but that Meng Yu had abandoned her because he had become rich.
Meng Yu's forehead bulged with veins when he heard this. Time and time again, Wang Li's relentless pursuit of him wore down his patience.
Wang Li, if it weren't for our 7 years of relationship, would you have the chance to stand here and act with me today? Since you want to mention it, I'll help you recall. The attention of everyone at the next table was suddenly drawn. It seems. Is there a twist to this story? You said that you would be with me for the rest of your life. I did say that.
Before we broke up, I did cut off all contact with other men, and I was going to be with you for the rest of my life.
But what about you? You started dating Chen Xinxiang before you broke up with me. I don't mind you having a life of luxury and wealth, but you can't just hang out with me, can you? I won't say anything more. If we're broken up, then we're broken up. We've had a good time together and we've parted ways. I'm not going to bother you anymore, but why are you still haunting me? Reconciliation? I'm not reconciling with you. Do you really want me to kill you?
Meng Yu almost shouted these words. 7 years of emotional investment.
Can you just forget about it?
Although he had been comforting himself by saying that his ex-girlfriend was a gold-digging woman and not worth it.
But how can you just forget the feeling of being cheated on?
After all, Meng Yu really loved her at the time, even though it was a pity that he met a scheming woman.
Tang Tang looked at Meng Yu, whose eyes suddenly turned red.
At this moment, Meng Yu's eyes were fierce, like an angry beast.
However,
she wasn't scared at all, but just hugged Meng Yu's arm with a little pain, and looked at Wang Li coldly.
It's all that evil woman's fault. She actually made my brother so angry. How could she not cherish such a good man as her brother?
Tang Tang had made up her mind. Even if she can't be her brother's girlfriend in the future, she will help him get through this so that no more bad women will hurt him. In the past, it was always her brother who protected her. In the future, she will also protect her brother.
Wang Li was stunned by Meng Yu's angry shout.
She was both remorseful and fearful, and only then realized that Meng Yu was no longer the same person as he had been in the past. If it weren't for his unwillingness, she, Wang Li, would have long since disappeared from this world.
In fact,
Wang Li had already vaguely guessed that Meng Yu was Mr. Meng, because they had been together for 7 years.
She knew all about Meng Yu's various little habits.
She had been blinded by money before, but after Meng Yu slapped her in the face at the Marriott restaurant, she had calmed down. When she hurried to the apartment that Meng Yu rented, she saw the security guard from the Nanhang Bank. After asking around, she learned that this was Mr. Meng's residence and that the banking magnates of Xia had all visited here.
Meng Yu is Mr. Meng. And Mr. Meng's appearance in the world is mostly related to her in some way. Wang Li at the time cried for an hour outside Meng Yu's rented house.
As to why she didn't go in,
the security guard at the Nanhang Bank wouldn't let her in.
Even if she said she was Meng Yu's boyfriend, the security guard's gaze was full of contempt, and he told her politely but coldly that she was the 104th woman to pretend to be Mr. Meng's girlfriend.
And she wasn't even the prettiest.
As for the key to Meng Yu's rental house, Wang Li threw away all the things related to Meng Yu in front of Chen Xinxiang when she was determined to throw herself into the arms of the second generation of the rich. She changed into all the Chanel and Hermes luxury goods that Chen Xinxiang bought for her, and that night, she even became Chen Xinxiang.
The key to the rental house was naturally thrown into the trash can. Perhaps from that moment on,
the two of them closed the door to their world forever. The rest of her life was destined to be lived in a world of regret, anxiously envying her ex-boyfriend Meng Yu's wealthy life, the price she paid for being unfaithful.
And
the more outstanding women Meng Yu had around him, the greater his achievements, the deeper her pain. This pain, for her who had schemed to marry into a wealthy family, was far crueler than killing her outright. After all, death is only a moment of pain.
But living is a lifetime of torment.
Of course.
Lu is Wang Li's own choice. Who can she blame?
Wang Li felt Meng Yu's piercing gaze and sensibly shut her mouth.
She knew that although this man was sentimental, he was definitely not a pedantic person.
If she really angered him, she couldn't afford the consequences.
The way everyone looked at Wang Li changed from pity to contempt in an instant.
It turns out that she is a gold-digging woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. It's fine to be poor and love wealth. After her ex-boyfriend became rich, she shamelessly came back to beg for a reunion.
Oh my God! How can there be such a brazen person in this world? They just want to curse at them. The bitch deserves to die. Chapter 110, There are so many beautiful girls who like my brother. Gisha's face didn't look very good. You know.
When Wang Li asked her to be a lobbyist, she never mentioned the fact that she had cheated on her boyfriend, otherwise, how could Guisha have accompanied Wang Li here?
Guisha snorted, got up, and walked away from the table.
With her long, slender legs, she came and sat down next to Meng Yu.
This kind of behavior from Wang Li
was beyond her limits, and she didn't want to sit at the same table as Wang Li.
Meng Yu's high school classmates also got up one after another.
In terms of prestige in the class, Wang Li and Guisha were definitely not comparable, especially since Wang Li had done such a thing.
For a moment, the table where Wang Li was sitting was empty.
Her face turned pale and then red, but in the end, she didn't dare to argue with Meng Yu's indifferent eyes.
Fear filled her mind. The legend of Mr. Meng had spread like wildfire in Nanhang City since his birth.
Even the children in kindergarten knew that Mr. Meng was very powerful. He is a presence that even the lighthouse country can do nothing about. If Mr. Meng really doesn't care about old
friendships, then what right does she, Wang Li, have to be so presumptuous in front of him? Does she want to die? Wang Li doesn't want to die.
Better to live a crappy life than die. If she really had the courage to die, she wouldn't have used her body as a bargaining chip to get close to the rich second generation.
It can be said that
the reason Wang Li can turn black into white is because of Meng Yu's tolerance.
But now, it is clear that Meng Yu is not going to tolerate it anymore.
After all, Wang Li and Meng Yu have been in love for 7 years, and she can still tell. Sorry, I didn't know she had done such a terrible thing.
I was too hasty this time. You did the right thing.
I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about such a trashy woman. I'm glad you broke up with her, otherwise she would have ruined your life.
Guisha apologized. Meng Yu waved his hand nonchalantly.
He still had a very good impression of Guisha, the class monitor in high school. It was definitely not because of her long legs. It was because Guisha had really helped him out a lot. Although Gue Sha was the class monitor and it was her duty to serve everyone, Meng Yu was still grateful. The food is served.
Everyone, please help yourself. This clay pot soup looks like it was made by a master chef. The meat is tender and the soup is fragrant.
Meng Yu said with a smile. He would not let himself be consumed by the negative emotions brought on by his ex-girlfriend. That would only make his ex-girlfriend feel smug. The past is the past. If it weren't for his ex-girlfriend popping up, he would have deliberately not thought about her. The students at the table all chimed in.
That's right.
This is the owner of the Old Garden restaurant himself, and he's been a chef for over 30 years.
This soup is really thick. Meng, you've become rich now.
The class monitor wants to organize a class reunion at the Old Garden tomorrow, but you don't even care. Meng Yu smiled slightly upon hearing this. He seemed to have seen this group message, but because of the opportunity of the banquet, there were too many groups of classmates who wanted to get together, which made it difficult for him to go to each one. So he decided not to go to any of them.
It's better to avoid favoritism.
Of course.
Meng Yu's mentality is indeed a bit condescending. There's nothing you can do about it. If you have 2 million trillion nanometers in your bank account, you will also feel that your time is very precious. This is only natural.
Meng Yu is just a person after all, not a god without desires or needs.
How could he be exempt from the common human condition? Don't say that. Meng Yu has a new girlfriend. He doesn't have time to hang out with us single guys, right? Handsome Meng? Gue Sha teased. However,
Meng Yu had not yet spoken, but Tang Tang was honest enough to say, actually, I'm just my brother's adopted sister. My brother is still single, so if this sister wants to pursue my brother, she'd better work hard. There are so many beautiful girls who like my brother.
Tang Tang's words made the girls at the table light up.
Even if we ignore Meng Yu's Armani clothes, Meng Yu is a very handsome guy, and he is very popular. If it weren't for Meng Yu's infatuation with Wang Li during school, the girls who pursued him would have lined up from the front gate to the back gate of the school a long time ago.
Moreover, judging from Wang Li's look of regret, Meng Yu is obviously a success. When is the time to take advantage of the situation? Meng, I've added you to WeChat. I want to add you too. Meng, handsome guy, are you free to go to the movies tonight?
I bought 2 tickets, and I was going to go with a friend, but then she suddenly had something to do, so it would be a waste not to go.
Oh. Which sister? Tell me. Hey. Don't be like that. The male student at the table, watching this scene of sweet talk, was almost in tears with envy. Why isn't the guy being fought over by the girls one of them? So bitter. It's really too sour. However, Meng Yu politely rejected them one by one.
His eyes had been spoiled by the girls he had seen, and he was afraid that ordinary-looking girls would not be able to catch his eye.
Only class monitor Gue was considered good-looking.
But Meng Yu definitely didn't need to pursue her.
It's so tiring to pursue girls. Isn't it better to wait for the right girl? The banquet for the people is in full swing.
The host kept praising Mr. Meng on the radio and explained in detail the specific plans for the railway and the progress of the monument to Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng generously donated 100 yuan to build a railway in his hometown.
This great kindness will surely be remembered by the people of Feng County for all eternity.
In order to commemorate Mr. Meng's great deeds, the people of Feng County not only erected a monument to Mr. Meng without pay, but also participated in the preparations for this banquet for the people.
Meng Yu was embarrassed to hear this. He had only donated a mere 100 yuan. Is it worth such a grand celebration? It's just $100. The people of his hometown are really enthusiastic.
Obviously, Meng Yu subconsciously forgot that this was a world where the price of goods had depreciated a billion times. $100 was equivalent to 100 billion yuan.
This is a very generous donation. And it's real cash.
Not to mention in the small county of Feng County, even in the entire Xia country, or even in the entire world, it is extremely rare. The residents of Feng County were both in awe and grateful to Mr. Meng. Especially after seeing the short video of the leader of the Beacon country questioning Mr. Meng, the villagers all retweeted and applauded.
Just imagine. If a great man from your hometown challenges the hegemony of the lighthouse state on his own, wouldn't you be proud to be a fellow villager? How could they not cheer for Mr. Meng?
The tens of thousands of residents at the banquet are the best proof of Mr. Meng's status in his hometown. If it weren't for Meng Yu's announcement that only one person per household could attend, the number would have been 3 times higher. Moreover, Feng County is not a small place, and many of the residents of Feng County in the countryside simply could not come to the county seat to participate in the banquet for the 10,000 people, so they organized their own small banquets in their respective villages and towns,
just to express their gratitude to Mr. Meng.
Although it is not impossible that Meng Yu himself was one of the people who reluctantly came to the banquet, this was only a minority. After all, Mr. Meng had spent a lot of money to benefit the town, and it was only natural for the residents of Feng County to hold a banquet for the 10,000 people to express their gratitude.
However,
for the banquet he held for himself, Meng Yu didn't want to come, but he couldn't get his parents to agree, so he had no choice.
Is there really no problem? Isn't this a bit too Versailles? Chapter 111, Am I jealous of myself? Under the strange looks of everyone, Wang Li couldn't stand it anymore and got up from the table and fled. When she left without an umbrella.
She let the rain soak her luxurious clothes. Her ex-boyfriend Meng Yu did not chase after her, and he did not even look at her.
He was chatting with his beautiful sister-in-law and looked very happy.
The cold autumn rain, mixed with tears in her eyes, made Wang Li calm down a little. She recalled the years when she first met Meng Yu.
Back then,
they were both high school students. Although she used some tricks to get Meng Yu, a handsome guy, to fall for her. But she was at least genuinely fond of Meng Yu, and the two were a pair that everyone on campus envied.
Meng Yu was very good to her.
I remember that once, it was also a heavy rain. Meng Yu took off his jacket to keep her dry and walked her home all the way.
By the time they got to her house, Meng Yu was already soaked to the skin. However,
perhaps love really has a 7-year itch.
Wang Li gradually grew tired of Meng Yu's sincerity, and took Meng Yu's kindness for granted.
Not only did she not feel grateful, she even wanted more to satisfy her materialistic pursuits. Finally, when she met Chen Xinxiang, the second generation of the rich family,
she cheated on him. Just like Pan Jinlian met Shiman Qing, she was completely corrupted. However, looking back now, Meng Yu is not the short Wu Dalong, but the tall and heroic Wu Song. Wang Li was really surprised. Why did she forget the good points of Meng Yu?
Even though Meng Yu was just an ordinary laborer at the time, at least his appearance was better than hers.
How could she bear to leave him? Maybe it's because she's used to it?
She had seen Meng Yu's handsome face for 7 years, and the initial heartthrob was long gone.
Now everything has settled down.
Wang Li left the scene as a former girlfriend, and she was unwilling to accept it, and she regretted it, and even tried to force her to die. But in the end, she had to face the reality: she had lost him. If fate gave her another chance, and she could go back to the beginning, she would definitely follow Meng Yu and never leave him, and then she could enjoy all of Meng Yu's tenderness. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world.
As the saying goes, putting aside emotions, not many people are fools.
Some people are just too good at lying and pretending, while others don't want to deceive or pretend.
Wang Li was thinking about what her future would be like.
Maybe she will date a few more boyfriends, and eventually find an honest man to take over her business. It is her dream to marry into a wealthy family, but dreams and reality are worlds apart.
Anyway, it's definitely not comparable to her ex-boyfriend. He must be Mr. Meng. Ha ha.
Her ex-boyfriend is actually Mr. Meng, who is so rich that he can rival a country.
The goddamn universe is playing a joke on me. Wang Li was laughing miserably in the rain, as if she were possessed. She must be the most miserable ex-girlfriend in the world.
Not only did her life not improve after the cheating, but she could only watch helplessly as her ex-boyfriend rose little by little to the upper-class society that she could only dream of. And after she lowered her face and begged for a reunion, all she got was 2 words: "It's over." This must be the price of cheating. It is the punishment for breaking the oath of love.
She deserves it. The banquet is coming to an end.
Tang Tang picked up a pan-fried dumpling and placed it in Meng Yu's bowl. Meng Yu looked at the bowl in front of him, which had been piled up into a small mountain, and his mouth twitched. After spending so much time with this girl, he had to develop a little general belly.
Dangerously thin. Help! When I return to Nanhang City, should I sign up for a fitness class?
Meng Yu thought it was still necessary.
What if he met a beautiful female coach? Wouldn't it be great to have a beautiful wife and a beautiful coach? And the white P system is really cool. Meng, did you know? Mr. Meng is really amazing.
When I heard our country's representative speak in favor of Mr. Meng, I was shocked. I never thought that such a big shot could come from such a small place.
It's hard to believe,
Gue Sha said with emotion as she listened to the radio. She had also watched the short video. The leader of the lighthouse country was unable to produce any evidence, and his look of impotent rage was simply too comical.
Mr. Meng is so awesome. Meng Yu lowered his eyelids. How could someone be praising him again? This world is crazy. Can't someone scold him a little and let him experience the cruelty of reality? What happened to the sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, salty life? This is all sweet, and it will get boring, right? I think Mr. Meng is okay.
If I had that much money, I would do it too.
Meng Yu smiled reluctantly. He really couldn't praise him anymore.
Although he really wanted to be part of the banquet, he was being praised for himself, and he said he was overdosing on dopamine. Who would have thought that the beautiful class monitor Gue Li would say something like this? Are you jealous of Mr. Meng?
Yes, it's true that a great man like him would make you guys a little unhappy.
But it doesn't matter, after all, we and Mr. Meng are not from the same world. Although he is also from Feng County, the stage is obviously international, and we can buy a house, get married, and have children. The class monitor's words resonated with the students at the table, and they all agreed.
Meng must be jealous of Mr. Meng, ha. Don't cry, Meng. Come to mommy. Alas. Let's be realistic.
Not to mention being as rich as Mr. Meng, even a small goal of 100 million NTD, how many people in our class will be able to achieve it in the future?
Yes. Some people die at the age of 8 and are buried at the age of 80. If you can't reach the height when you are born, you may never be able to reach it in your lifetime. Meng Yu was shocked. Am I jealous of myself? Are these silly high school classmates trying to make him laugh to death and then inherit his inheritance? As for the small goal of 100 million nanograms?
It is indeed quite small.
Isn't it just a matter of a dime?
In the past, beggars made more than a dime a day.
Can anyone in the class do better? Is it really worse than beggars per capita? Meng Yu almost laughed like a pig.
Fortunately, he heard a few of the most beautiful words on the internet, and he successfully swallowed his smile back into his stomach. Geely frowned slightly and her tone became a little more serious.
Meng Yu, you can't say that kind of thing. What do you mean you can do it too? Can you joke around about Mr. Meng?
I know you respect Mr. Meng too, but you have to be careful with your words.
Yes.
Meng Yu said he had learned his lesson.
There's nothing I can do.
The residents of Feng County around him were like knives, and he had no choice but to give in. Besides, others were also defending Mr. Meng, and this kind of good behavior deserved praise.
After hearing Gue Li's explanation, the surrounding stares were withdrawn one by one. Meng Yu was a little helpless.
These days, idols need to be careful when making self-deprecating remarks, because they may be piked by fans who don't know the truth.
Being an idol is indeed a high-risk profession. Suddenly, a young man in a fashionable suit carrying a bottle of Maotai walked over and greeted Meng Yu. Hey! Isn't this Meng Gu? Auntie Meng said you came to the banquet, and I didn't expect to actually meet you. Meng Yu turned around. Oh! The eldest son of the neighbor, Zhu Hui.
Meng's mother had mentioned him before, saying that he was very promising. He is now the vice president of a company, earning 1 million yuan a year. A typical child of privilege.
Chapter 112. I'm doing pretty well. Meng Gu, there are so many pretty girls. Which one is your wife?
Zhu Hui asked, leaning on Meng Yu's shoulder. He and Meng Yu were indeed very familiar with each other. After all, they had been neighbors for more than 10 years, and their families had a good relationship. They often went home together after school and went fishing in the river together on weekends. What's even more annoying is that this guy is a straight-A student. He and Meng Yu fool around all day long, but he still manages to get top 3 grades in his entire grade.
However,
his weak point was sports, and he often failed. Meng Yu, on the other hand, was above average in all subjects, especially in sports, and had even been invited to join the provincial team. Unfortunately, Meng's mother thought that Meng was not suitable for sports and that he would have a broader path to university, so she declined the invitation. So the world of sports is missing a little prince of gymnastics, which is also a pity. As for Zhu Hui, he is obviously older than Meng Yu, so why is he called Mengge? When boys are young, they don't always know what they're doing, so the one who can fight is often called the older brother. When Meng Yu was studying, he was known as the bane of local thugs and was also a man of justice, so he was naturally the undisputed big brother. Of course, it was just a playful nickname between children, so it didn't need to be taken seriously. Anyway, Zhu Hui's nickname is obviously easy to say, and he hasn't changed it when he grew up. No, I'm single. Meng Yu pushed Zhu Hui's hand away with disgust. His best friend is good at everything, except that he is a bit effeminate. Meng Yu always suspects that he has a problem with his sexual orientation, and the two of them are very close, so he is not afraid that he will be angry about it. Happy breakup. I told you that Wang Li was no good. With your looks, it's not hard to find someone better, right? But then again, does that mean I have a chance to say goodbye to being single? This pretty girl looks a bit familiar. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Hui. I'm 25 years old, a vice president, have a house and a car, and make just over $1 million a year. Zhu Hui really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Since Meng Yu looked so uninterested, he decided to take over the baton of picking up girls. Especially Tang Tang. In his eyes, she was a heavenly being. But Zhu Hui always felt that he had seen this girl somewhere before. Meng Yu laughed and pushed him away. Get out of here. Ungrateful son, this is my sworn sister. Dad? It's just a joking term between best friends, don't take it seriously. Zhu Hui rolled his eyes. He called Meng Yu his brother, and this person actually wanted to be his father. This is a big problem. Sister? Dad remembered, this is your son's little stooge. Wow, it's been 8 years since I last saw him, and he's gotten even more handsome. Zhu Hui was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked displeased. It seems that this table is all Meng Yu's prey. Forget it. In consideration of the fact that he is a friend who has just been heartbroken, I won't compete with him. That's good. Not only did he break up with that scheming girl, and the two brothers, working together, can be invincible in the flowery world. This is a cause for celebration. Let's drink a toast. Tang Tang lowered her head and her face turned slightly red. When she was in junior high school, she did often follow Meng Yu around. Basically, the two of them were inseparable during class breaks, and it was always Tang Tang who took the initiative to find Meng Yu to play with. It's a bit vulgar to say that Tang Tang is a stalker, but it's a very vivid image. Get lost, Dad doesn't have a son like you. Tang Tang, this clown is called Zhu Hui, a loser and my best friend. Meng Yu first introduced Tang Tang to everyone seriously, and then introduced him to his high school classmates. Obviously, he didn't want his good friend to be looked down upon. What kind of father-son relationship is this? You guys have such a messed up relationship. Why do you all want to be each other's father? Gue Sha said she couldn't understand. But she quickly remembered something. Right, Zhu Hui, isn't he the county's second highest scoring student in the college entrance exam? Meng Yu's face changed when he heard this, and he quickly reached out and covered Gue Sha's lips. The monitor is bringing up the wrong pot. Zhu Hui's face twitched, and he almost broke his guard on the spot. Failing the college entrance exam and coming in second in the county, barely getting into Qingxia University, was one of the most humiliating things in his life. After all, he had bragged to his best friend Meng Yu that he would be the top scorer in the county's college entrance exam, but he failed to get the top score and was beaten by a girl, only getting the second highest score, which was a shame for the top student. It's okay, Zhu Hui, you just need to stay calm. The college entrance exam is just the beginning. It doesn't matter if you didn't do well. Meng Yu comforted him. The students were all in tears. These two brothers are really something. Old Versailles. If the students present are not mistaken, Zhu Hui is also one of the Fengxian people who passed the entrance exam to Qingxia. Although he is certainly not comparable to the legendary wealth of Mr. Meng, he is also an idol in the hearts of high school students. After all, who doesn't want a Qingxia University degree? Not to mention becoming rich and famous. At least the starting point for finding a job after graduation is much higher than that of ordinary college students.
However,
Meng Yu, as Zhu Hui's best friend, can understand his dissatisfaction. Because Zhu Hui was proud of his academic performance, he could accept being ridiculed for failing his physical education exam, but the poor results of his college entrance exam were a lifelong regret.
if he had known,
He, Zhu Hui, would not have scored points to fill a cup.
that's right. Let's not talk about the past.
After all, I'm doing pretty well now.
Meng, how are you doing this year? Do you want to come over to my place? Zhu Hui asked casually. He knew that Meng Yu would definitely ask if he needed anything, given their relationship between brothers.
There is no false politeness, helping each other and working together for a common cause is a great joy in life.
Think of the oath of brotherhood in the peach garden. Isn't that great? I'm doing pretty well.
I bought my parents a small apartment in Nanhu apartment building and a storefront on Longjing Commercial Street.
I'm preparing to take them there to live. Not bad? How can you call this not bad?
Zhu Hui almost knelt down on the spot.
Please, Brother Meng, take his knees. You know, it's not a big deal to buy a house in the Nanhu apartment building.
At most, it's a little more expensive, maybe a few tens of thousands of square meters.
Zhu Hui is a man who has seen the world.
Although he knows the horror of housing prices around Nanhu, he is not overly surprised.
But in Longjing Commercial Street, where land is so expensive, Meng Yu actually bought a shop, and he bought it for his parents to open a shop? Do you believe it? What do people say? Zhu Hui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mengu is still your Mengu. You can't compare.
Originally, Zhu Hui thought that he had an annual salary of 1 million and was quite capable, so he could help Meng Yu.
Now it seems that $1 million annual salary is obviously nothing in front of Big Brother Meng.
I just don't know what big project Mengu has been working on that has made him so much money in less than a year after graduation.
Could it be that he invested in Pushi Pushi? Zhu Hui knew that a large part of Meng's parents' savings were deposited with Meng Yu.
If Meng Yu didn't deposit them in the bank, they would have at least doubled in value over the years.
However,
he couldn't possibly guess that Meng Yu had obtained the system and turned the savings his parents had entrusted to him into 1 billion times more.
It's terrifying to the point of exploding. Chapter 113, Guishu is really a face.
Guisha heard Meng Yu's words and a soft light flashed in her eyes.
She didn't care much about money. After all, everyone has a different attitude towards money.
For a large part of the population, money is a good thing, but it's enough to get by. Luxury cars, villas, Hermes bags, etc. are not the pursuit of all people.
What Guisha cared about was Meng Yu's filial piety.
It might also have something to do with her status. She was now a government official. Under the unique national conditions of Xia, a company executive with an annual salary of 1 million really had nothing to be proud of in front of a government official with real power.
Money is not omnipotent. Don't you see?
Many big stars with a salary of hundreds of millions of dollars have been banned from death because of bad events.
Money? What good is it? However, legendary Mr. Meng is an exception.
Not only is he rich, but he also has a terrifying power behind him, otherwise the leader of the Beacon country would not have been able to find out any real information about Mr. Meng.
You see, the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau is known to be omnipotent. Second,
as the saying goes,
killing one person is a crime, but slaughtering thousands is a feat. The same goes for money.
100 million naira is nothing at the national level.
But Mr. Meng is different.
He is so rich that he can influence and shake the economy of the Beacon state. At this time, he is not just a rich man. Even the leader of the Beacon country dared only to express his dissatisfaction.
He dares not declare war on Mr. Meng openly. This is the terrifying thing about money accumulated to a certain extent. Gua, I remember you passed the civil service exam. What department is your family in?
Meng Yu casually asked about Guisha's family background.
If he remembered correctly.
When Guisha was diving in the Weixin student group, she seemed to mention that she had passed the county's civil service exam in one go.
Guisha smiled. It's rare that handsome Meng still pays attention to me.
My father is the director of the county's tax bureau, my mother is the director of the county's education bureau, and all of these classmates are also civil servants. The students responded in unison.
Handsome Meng, I work in the Civil Affairs Bureau and I'm single. I work at the Environmental Protection Bureau.
Food and Drug Administration, Food Production Supervision Section Chief.
Meng Yu was a little surprised.
It turns out that he has a group of low-key civil servant classmates.
It is true that people are drawn to each other by their similarities. No wonder when Gu Sha got up, all the classmates immediately followed her.
It turns out they were a small circle.
Hey! Did my ex-girlfriend leave the table? Never mind. It's best if she leaves, so he doesn't have to see her and get upset. Meng Gu, you're the man. Shit, do all your high school friends work in the government? Zhu Hui moved a stool over and found an empty seat to sit down. He didn't treat himself as an outsider. As for why he didn't sit next to Meng Yu, it wasn't because their brotherly feelings had faded, but because Tang Tang was sitting on Meng Yu's left and Gu Li was sitting on his right. He wasn't stupid, so how could he possibly squeeze in? Wouldn't that be asking for a beating?
Looking at Meng Yu's tall and muscular figure, it is estimated that he would not have any problems if he were to swing him around like a noodle.
Although Meng Yu would definitely not hurt him, it would still be scary, right?
Zhu Hui said he was afraid of heights and didn't want to be lifted up. I just found out today that the monitor doesn't chat with the class very often.
The class group is usually quiet as a ghost.
Meng Yu rolled his eyes.
Gu Li covered her mouth and chuckled. We don't usually chat in the class group. There is a private group. Meng Yu, I've already added you. If you need help, please feel free to ask. I want to join too.
It's much more convenient to have someone in the county do things.
Zhu Hui smiled cheekily.
The other students looked pleased with themselves.
What's the point of making millions a year? It's not as good as a permanent job, and they're still required to do things. Besides, the benefits of a permanent job have been getting better and better over the years, and I don't know how many people are fighting to get it. Usually, there are thousands of people competing for a hot position. At this time,
Xian, the head of the county, came over with a wine glass in his hand, followed by his secretary carrying a bottle of wine. The eyes of the students brightened.
Class monitor Gu is really popular. Even County Magistrate Feng came to drink with us. Could it be true that Gui's class has been promoted to the city? Most likely, otherwise how could the county head come here? When the class monitor is promoted in the future, don't forget to help your classmates. I'm so jealous. Gu Sha was a little confused.
Her father had told her that the competition for this promotion was fierce and that the chances of him getting the job were slim.
Is he afraid that she will be arrogant? That's probably it.
Otherwise, there would be no need for the long-standing table to drink. Although Meng Yu is a buddy with $1 million salary, within the system, this is not taken into account at all.
As for Meng Yu, she didn't even think about it.
After all, Meng Yu and she were in the same class, and she had visited Meng Yu's home and knew everything about him. She could say that he was an ordinary person with no red background for 3 generations.
Even if Meng Yu is really handsome.
But since he is not a woman, she would not drink with him. So Guisha stood up and said with a smile, "You are too kind, Lord Xinjiang." After all, the position of the head of the department was above her. Even if her father was about to be promoted, at least some respect was required. The county magistrate frowned at her.
Do you have something on your mind? The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment.
The smiles on the faces of the students all froze.
Could it be that Zhu Hui was a big shot representing a county that had come to invest in the city, just like how President Wang represented Mr. Meng? In that case, it would be completely understandable. This Zhu Hui is really something. If you had a background, you would have said so earlier. You've embarrassed the monitor.
Zhu Hui was also stunned by the stares from everyone. Although the company he works for is indeed not small.
But there is no project cooperation with the Feng County government. There is no reason for the mayor of Feng County to drink with him. However, just as everyone was wondering,
Meng Yu spoke calmly and saved Gu Sha from the awkward situation. The head of the Feng County Tax Bureau, this is Gu Sha, my class monitor in high school, who now works at the County Tax Bureau. The head of the County Tax Bureau was also a smart man, and he immediately remembered that the head of the County Tax Bureau also had the surname Gu.
However, he actually didn't think highly of the promotion of the head of the county tax bureau.
Naturally, it was even less likely that he would come to seek her out.
However, Meng Gongzi's face must be given.
His cousin is Mr. Meng, who is famous all over the world.
He immediately instructed his secretary to pour wine. It turned out that Gue Xian's niece was a classmate of Meng Gongzi. Get along well and have a bright future. Thank you, Mr. Gue, for your advice.
Gue Xia was the first to drink a full glass of wine, and her face turned red. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't drink or because she was too embarrassed. When she looked down at Meng Yu, her eyes were filled with shock.
What was the background of this former high school classmate?
The mayor of Feng County had even called him Meng Gongzi.
Could it be that he is? Gue Xia was shocked. Chapter 114. Well, actually, it's not that big of a deal.
The students were surprised to see Meng Yu and the headmaster of Feng County chatting casually.
We're all surprised. Isn't Meng Yu working in Nanhang City? Even if he earned enough to buy a house and a shop, he wouldn't know the mayor of Feng County, would he? You have to know. The system and the outside world are two different worlds. In general, there is no intersection between the two.
The mayor of Fengxian County came to drink with only his secretary, which was obviously a private event. When Fengxian County's mayor saw Gue Xia finish her drink in one gulp, his frown relaxed and he took up his glass and took a small sip, as if to say that he had already drunk it. Gue Xia didn't say anything, and looked at Meng Yu with a complex look in her eyes, gratitude mixed with shock, and sat down silently.
This is how subordinates and superiors drink.
The superior only needs to take a small sip, while the subordinate needs to drink it all to show respect.
The eyes of the county magistrate fell on Meng Yu. There was no doubt about it.
He came here with one and only one purpose, to toast to Mr. Meng and to bring him and Mr. Meng closer together.
Moreover, since Mr. Meng is Mr. Meng's younger cousin, his future prospects are boundless.
10 years from now, he may become another Ma from Nanhang or Shenzhen.
Now is the best time to make friends.
Meng Yu looked at the Fengxian County chief, who looked nervous, and his eyes were a little strange.
The head of the county. This is a big shot in his hometown.
If it were before the price of goods had fallen 1,000,000,000 times, he would have donated $100 to his hometown, and not only would he not have been able to attend the banquet, he wouldn't even have been able to afford a meal.
Not to mention erecting a monument in his honor.
This county magistrate of Feng County would probably never have any contact with a migrant worker like him.
But after the devaluation,
100 yuan has become 100 billion naira, which can be used to build a railway to Feng County, and the remaining money can be used for commercial investment. He could even arrange for a bank to come and set up a branch, boosting the local economy.
The entire county would be grateful to him.
They even spontaneously organized a banquet for 10,000 people to express their gratitude.
Mr. Meng's name will be recorded in the county's history and immortalized on a monument. Meng Yu could only sigh with emotion.
The price has dropped 1,000,000,000 times. It has made him leap from an ordinary person to one of the most terrifying beings in the world. With the help of the bounty platform and the hiring system, he is even confident that he can fight against developed countries like Sakura and Beacon with his own strength.
Of course, he needs to develop a little bit.
However, because of the existence of the unlimited scanning system, it is very easy for him to start a business. He just needs to find a few capable female CEOs, and he can just lie back and count the money as the boss behind the scenes. He doesn't have to do anything himself, and that's the real deal. And he can keep on using the free P system. Delighted. Mr. Meng, is there something on my face? Fengxian County's chief of staff was a little scared when he saw Meng Yu. Did he not clean his eyes properly? Or did he not cut his nose hair when he got a haircut? Meng Yu came back to his senses and smiled.
No, the lord of the county is still in good health. I admire you very much.
The magistrate of Feng County let out a sigh of relief and quickly waved his hand, saying, "In front of a young talent like you, sir, how dare I call myself an honorable person? Mr. Meng has done great deeds for the benefit of the people and his reputation has spread all over the world. Since you have come to the banquet of the people, I naturally have to come over and toast you." The secretary quickly filled the glass. Meng Yu was about to stand up, but Fengxian County magistrate held him back and said, "Hey.
Since you are Mr. Meng's little cousin, you are also here at the banquet on behalf of Mr. Meng. How dare I let you stand up? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? I will drink first, and you can drink as you like, Mr. Meng.
The head of Feng County 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 County
County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County County.
Since he had said so, Meng Yu did not make too many formalities and took a sip at random. After all, Meng Yu's current status is undoubtedly much higher than that of the county magistrate. Even the leader of a small country would be afraid to speak loudly in front of Meng Yu. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of Meng Yu. After the county magistrate of Feng County finished his toast and exchanged a few more pleasantries, he left with his secretary, as if he had gotten a great deal. The students were shocked. Meng Yu actually has such a high social status in Feng County, which is simply incredible.
You have to know. Meng's parents are ordinary people.
They had seen them at the parents' meeting. There was nothing they could do. After all, Meng Yu's father is his real father, and he is also very handsome. It is difficult not to attract attention, and his occupation has naturally been gossiped about by curious female classmates. Meng Yu saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to repeat the excuse that Wang Lingyue had come up with.
Well, it's not really anything. I'm related to Mr. Meng, so I'm a little bit like him. Gisha's mouth opened wide.
She couldn't believe it and pinched her arm.
Her classmate was actually related to an international celebrity. How terrifying. No wonder Meng Yu is so handsome.
It turns out that he is actually a descendant of a hidden family.
Zhu Hui was also shocked, his jaw almost falling to the ground. Can you believe it? His best friend from childhood is actually related to a legendary figure in the international community.
No wonder he bought a house and a shop as soon as he graduated from college. If he had a relative like that, he would have bought a villa in the Magic City a long time ago.
Oh, that's right. Zhu Hui remembered the rumors about Mr. Meng in Nanhang City. He suddenly understood everything. Could it be that Meng Yu is working for Mr. Meng now? That would be too prestigious. That's great. Zhu Hui felt that he had to find an opportunity to talk to Meng Yu.
He would ask him to recommend him to Mr. Meng, and he would also like to work for Mr. Meng. The thought of working for Mr. Meng made Zhu Hui feel like he was working for a super-scented boss. After all, his current boss is nothing compared to Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is a terrifying figure who dares to compete with the Beacon country.
How many people in the world can compare?
To be able to work for such a legendary figure. Zhu Hui felt that this was not just a job, but a great honor. I guess his classmates and friends will all be envious of him. Of course, this does not include his best friend Meng Yu, who is a pervert. With such a terrifying background, he actually didn't take him along to show off, proving that he is indeed a weird old man. His classmates were also stunned.
Actually, it's nothing. Listen to this. Is this what people say? I'm so jealous.
If I had a big, powerful cousin like that, my ex-boyfriend wouldn't dare to dump me, huh? If I had a patron like Mr. Meng, I would have been transferred to the city a long time ago.
Meng is really lucky. I'm jealous. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the truth is that Meng Yu is actually Mr. Meng.
Of course, this truth is too terrible, and no one dares to think in this direction.
Just imagine.
What a strange and absurd feeling it would be if a high school classmate you hadn't seen in a long time suddenly told you that he was actually the richest man in the world.
Wouldn't you want to slap him awake?
What's more, Meng Yu hasn't even revealed his identity.
Therefore, a normal person would never think of this. Chapter 115, Speak the Truth.
Between the wine cups and the food, the guests were all having a good time. With the last tomato and egg soup on the table, the residents of Feng County, who were all glowing with health, were also ready to leave.
In Meng Yu's hometown,
tomato and egg soup is a dish served to guests at the end of a banquet.
It also has a less elegant nickname, called Get Out of Town Soup.
The name comes from the fact that tomato and egg soup is basically made by boiling water and then pouring in egg liquid.
Of course, there is another meaning.
That is, when this dish is served, the guests can prepare to leave the table.
Meng Yu stood up after eating and drinking. He said what he thought.
The dishes at this banquet were very good. They were all served in large plates, and the portions were generous.
After eating a dozen hot dishes, Meng Yu's stomach was full.
It can be seen that the residents of Feng County are very enthusiastic about this banquet for the people.
They are definitely not just going through the motions.
As the party being thanked, Meng Yu expressed his satisfaction. He had already felt the enthusiasm of the Fengxian residents. It was worth donating 100 yuan to the villagers to build the railway.
People are all made of flesh and blood. Meng Yu is not a living Buddha.
If he donated money to build the railway without expecting anything in return, that would be unlikely. Now that he sees that the villagers really know how to be grateful, he is very pleased.
To put it bluntly,
passing by a beggar and throwing $1 in his bowl, and expecting a thank you.
Whose money is blown in by the wind?
Of course. Meng Yu is donating money, so he doesn't expect to get it back, but he doesn't want to be taken for granted.
It's like giving up your seat on the bus to an old lady.
If the old lady were to stand on the moral high ground and force Meng Yu to give up his seat,
Meng Yu would rather be accused of being rude.
He would not be forced to give up his seat by virtue of morality.
After all,
whether it's donating money to build roads or giving up your seat,
are all good deeds. It is just a matter of scale.
However, doing good deeds is a matter of sentiment, and not doing so is a matter of duty. However, if you are poor, you should do good deeds for yourself, and if you are rich, you should do good deeds for the world.
Doing good deeds is still a very good feeling. Meng Yu, don't you want to reconsider the class reunion tomorrow?
Many of the girls in your class are still single.
Gue Sha looked at Meng Yu pensively. She had already given up on Meng Yu.
After all, when a third party intervenes in such a matter, her position and status do not allow it.
However,
since Meng Yu has already broken up and become single again, her thoughts have become active again.
Ding!
The new unit, Gue Sha, has been detected.
Initial favorable impression meets requirements. Added to the list of potential partners. Name, Gue Sha. Favorability progress, 5 out of 100. Special, 96. Face value, 90. Body, 93. Ability, 95. Family background, 90. Note, the initial favorability of old classmates is low because of the long separation.
After a period of contact and refamiliarization, the favorability will quickly return to normal levels.
Meng Yu was slightly startled. Why is the system only adding the perfect couple now? After a moment's thought, he found the answer.
It should be because Gue, the monitor, had no intention of dating him in the first place. After all, she had come as an unknown peacemaker, with the intention of saving the relationship between Wang Li and Meng Yu, so it was naturally impossible for her to become Meng Yu's ideal partner. The system has indeed handled this very well.
It fundamentally avoids the possibility of Meng Yu's unrequited love.
Because as long as you join the sequence of good couples, they are all prioritized by the system and are suitable candidates for spouses. As for Gue Li's various numerical values, although they are already very good, but compared to the other women in the sequence, she is only average. However, Gue Li is a girl with unique characteristics.
This is not obvious from the numerical values. For example, her long legs.
If you only look at her legs, they are undoubtedly 98 points, but they may have been dragged down by the two uninspiring pandas, so she only has a 93-point overall score. And although Gue Sha is not stunningly beautiful, she is a type that is easy on the eyes. And also because of her special job. So she basically goes without makeup.
She is also gentle and generous.
She is the kind of girlfriend who is average, but is very suitable for marrying and raising a family.
But Meng Yu is definitely too lazy to pursue her.
It is impossible to chase girls. It is impossible to take the initiative to chase girls in this life. He can only rely on the luck of the draw to maintain the appearance of a good couple. As for Gue Sha joining the ranks of the perfect couple, there is no upper limit on the perfect couple anyway, so Meng Yu has earned a system reward for increasing his favorability.
I have to say, Meng Yu's system is really too free. And there are never any punishments, just rewards.
You don't have to do any tasks like you do at work, you can do whatever you want. It's so great to be able to fool around whenever you want.
Mengyu, let's do this. Since the meeting place hasn't been decided yet, as long as you're sure to come, why don't you decide the place?
Guisha saw that Mengyu seemed to be hesitating, so she quickly handed over the chips. But Mengyu just shook his head and said, "Forget it.
I might have something to do tomorrow. I'll definitely treat Guide as class monitor to a meal when I come back next time.
He is a man worth $1 trillion. He felt that it was not appropriate to attend the class reunion.
If he was accidentally discovered and scared the former classmates, it would not be good.
After all, modern workers generally live a fast-paced life with high pressure. Therefore, they are in a state of subhealth for a long time.
So it's really easy to get scared and make mistakes. That's a shame. I feel like the reunion will be a lot less fun without you." Gue Sha was a little disappointed. As for the next time?
There are a few people who will give a 3-shot combo with 1 click every day in the barrage of a small station. So Gue Sha just gave Mengyu a look, and she didn't really expect him to take the initiative to ask her out again.
The other students all agreed. It's a real shame. Meng is the cousin of Mr. Meng, and I really want to hear the real story about Mr. Meng at the reunion. Classmate Meng, think about it. If you agree, we'll let you borrow the class president as your girlfriend for a day. Yes, yes. This is a benefit that can be had. Class president, you'll have to sacrifice yourself. I'll give you 2 movie tickets. Guisha glared at her classmates in embarrassment. But the female classmates who were joking just winked at her, as if they were not afraid of making a big deal out of a joke. You know.
It was no secret in the class that Gue had sent Mengyu a love letter.
Although in the end the girls in the school lost to Wanli, Mengyu is single again now, isn't he? And Gue is single too. Isn't this a good opportunity to make fun of her? Mengyu laughed and took Tang Tang's hand, standing up. Classmates, I'll be going first.
His best friend Zhu Hui followed Mengyu around like a puppy, his face full of envy.
It's good to be handsome.
He is the center of attention wherever he goes. Unlike him, he doesn't need to use a house, a car, and an annual salary to attract the attention of girls.
What's more,
Mengyu is also Mr. Meng's little cousin, and now he is doing big business with Mr. Meng.
This is really enviable.
Zhu Hui felt like a traveler who envied the fish in the river.
He desperately wanted to join Mr. Meng's company and become one of his subordinates.
Then take off from Wuhu and become a big shot like the 5 heroes of the Tinghua group, the 7 swordsmen of Chengdu, the 8 great kings of Rice, or the 18 arhats of Ali.
Chapter 116. What is this?
The license plate of the 9 emperor gods. Sorry, brother, I don't know why, but I don't feel very good.
Tang Tang looked up at Mengyu and bit her lip slightly.
She was not in a good mood just now, and Mengyu was the first to stand up and leave the table, partly because of her.
Mengyu smiled slightly. It's okay, I want to go home anyway.
No matter how good the chef at the banquet is, the food he makes is not as good as my mother's.
What's wrong?
The little girl is jealous. Although she called him brother affectionately, the progress of the system's perfect match was not low, which meant that Tang Tang actually liked Mengyu. She just might not realize it herself.
Or maybe
she can't confirm whether her feelings for Mengyu are friendship, family affection, or love.
Maybe she has all of them.
Anyway, Tang Tang, a girl with a special score of 100, has never had a boyfriend or girlfriend, and she hasn't even read a color book, so she naturally can't tell the difference between feelings. But Mengyu didn't mean to wake her up.
Tang Tang's simple and sweet nature is exactly what he likes. If he could, he would like Tang Tang to stay innocent forever. To be honest,
having such a cute and adorable little sister is a great experience for a single child like him.
It's worth spending a little more money. Isn't it better than buying an English short-haired dog to raise? It's raining so hard, how are we going to get back? Otherwise, I'll call a ride-hailing app, but this isn't popular here. It's a big day for the banquet, and it's going to take at least half an hour. Zhu Hui panted. He was holding a slightly damp umbrella. He had just run to the luggage storage to get it. Mengyu smiled indifferently. Don't bother. Look, isn't that a car coming?
A burgundy Maserati slowly drove up to the 3 of them, and the window on the passenger side lowered, revealing Wang Lingyue's enchanting face.
Mr. Meng, would you like a ride? Mr. Wang, you are too kind. You are my cousin's favorite person. How could I bother you?
Meng Yu coughed, but if you really have nothing to do, please help me take Tang Tang to the hospital where we went last time.
Act the whole way through.
Meng Yu didn't want the two people around him to see through the cracks because of Wang Lingyue's respect.
Now,
with Mr. Meng's identity, a huge uproar has been caused in Beacon Country.
Meng Yu really doesn't want too many people to know that Meng Yu is Mr. Meng for safety reasons. Moreover,
his sword was already on the space shuttle to the lighthouse state. He just didn't know what kind of answer the head of the Black Rose would give him in the end.
But no matter what, after this incident, the global giant's perception of Mr. Meng will be refreshed again. As for the hospital last time, that was naturally the hospital where Tang's father was.
Meng Yu didn't remember which hospital Tang's father was sent to by Wang Lingyue, but he believed that Wang Lingyue should be able to understand what he meant. This understanding and considerate woman, the president of the bank, was indeed a little too talented to be his assistant.
What a coincidence!
I'm going to the hospital anyway, so I'll take Mr. Meng's Tang Tang there on my way.
But how will Mr. Meng get back home in this rain?
Wang Lingyue blinked her eyes, and the worried look in her pupils disappeared in an instant.
If it were an ordinary person,
even if it were snowing outside, she would probably not bother to get involved. But her feelings for Meng Yu have reached 80/100, which is closer than a lover. If it weren't for the heavy rain outside, she would probably feel sorry for Meng Yu even if he hadn't eaten breakfast. Tang Tang shook her head firmly. If her brother wanted to ride his bike home, she would accompany him in the rain, just like when she was in junior high and rode home after school.
Meng Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't care if she was beautiful or not. The main thing is that it feels good to have someone care about you.
Meng Yu snatched the umbrella from his best friend's hands and took out the keys to his Porsche.
Don't worry, I won't get wet. My car is already here.
As he pressed the key to the Porsche, a black Porsche not far away lit up, and the license plate could be faintly seen as Zhujiang A99999.
Meng Yu strolled in the rain with an umbrella.
Then he drove a Porsche 911 to Zhu Hui's front door.
Son, get in. Dad is taking you home. No need to say thank you.
Zhu Hui glared at him and scolded, "Son of a bitch.
We live in the same building, and you don't have to go out of your way.
I don't need your thanks. But, son, this top-of-the-line Porsche 911 is something.
It must have cost more than 3 million yuan, right? When did you get it? Wait. The license plate.
Holy shit. The license plate is Zhou Ji Wang, the highest rank in the imperial court.
It's also a Zhujiang A license plate.
I heard that in the demon capital, a Guangdong V99999 license plate was sold for 3.2 million yuan. This Zhujiang A 99999 license plate is probably worth at least 5 million yuan.
And there are many wealthy people who can't get it even if they have the money. Meng Gu, you are really a winner.
The license plate is more expensive than the car, it's really a great license plate.
Zhu Hui was completely in awe. This license plate is outrageous.
I've heard of buying the box and losing the pearl, but the license plate is more expensive than the car. It can only be said that the hidden family is too low-key and luxurious.
Meng Yu was slightly shocked.
I didn't expect the system to have such a hidden trick.
Exactly.
He knew that the system would not reward him with a 2 million yuan car for nothing.
So this license plate is so prestigious? Is it something that ordinary people can't get? The system has something.
As for the various paperwork for the car, it is all stored in the car's storage compartment, safe, legal and reliable. The system is naturally meticulous in its work. Tang Tang also widened her eyes, looking at her brother and the handsome sports car.
She really wanted to take a ride in it. Although Lu Hao also has a sports car.
But other people's cars are naturally different from her brother's car. Not being attracted to the hustle and bustle doesn't mean she doesn't like it.
What girl doesn't like shopping and window shopping?
Tang Tang just has her own convictions.
However,
Tang Tang hesitated for a moment, but decided to visit her father first. If her father was stable and being taken care of, she would find Meng Yu to play with him in the evening. After all, she couldn't help her brother. Being by her brother's side was just a burden.
Hopefully one day.
She can help her brother, even if it is only a little bit useful.
Wang Lingyue's eyes glanced over the Porsche's body and locked onto the license plate. Zhujiang A99999.
Such a license plate with the number 99999 is really in line with Mr. Meng's low-key but luxurious temperament. If Mr. Meng had a 90 million naira Bugatti Silver, Wang Lingyue would have found it strange, because Mr. Meng's status really didn't require such external adornments. After all, Mr. Meng is not a second-generation rich kid with no sense of his own existence, relying solely on his parents' fame. His name is enough to shake the world. Even the world's number one superpower can do nothing about him. Such a legendary giant, even if he drives a Changha van, it is also enough to make all the heroes of the world bow down.
And the underground emperor of the Yatai region in the city of Shanghai, doesn't he always like to drive an old-fashioned Santana? These terrifying beings. It seems that they don't like the brainwashing marketing tactics of luxury car brands, but instead prefer models with stories and a sense of history. You know. The 90 million naira Bugatti Silver, the 100 million naira Asmar Martin 1369, etc.
Are these cars really worth that price? Or are car dealers just trying to take advantage of the rich?
I'm afraid it really depends on the person. Chapter 117. I brought a group of brothers to hang out with you. In the reluctant gaze of the two women,
Meng Yu drove a black Porsche 911, carrying his best friend Zhu Hui, and disappeared around the corner in the rainy streets.
Brother Meng, the top-of-the-line Porsche 911, and you even have a house and a shop in Nanhang City. You've done really well in the 6 months since you graduated, haven't you? Zhu Hui started to feel jealous again. There's nothing I can do.
If it were the son of a certain Ma, he would certainly have nothing to envy. After all, they are not from the same world, so there is no feeling.
But Meng Yu is Zhu Hui's best
friend, a brother he grew up with, and also a rival who secretly competes with him. Moreover, Zhu Hui was obviously better at school than Meng Yu when they were young, and he also got into Tsinghua University. Now he has finally become a vice president, with an annual salary of 1 million. He wanted to return to his hometown and show off to his parents and neighbors, but then he met Meng Yu, a pervert, and he was speechless.
You graduated a few years ago and you're already a vice president. Me? There's nothing to be envious of. I'm just a little lucky. Meng Yu drove on without looking aside.
Zhu Hui smiled bitterly. Brother Meng, you're still so humble. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid I'll have to bring a group of brothers to work with you this time. Don't worry, they're all key personnel from the original company with excellent skills.
Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. This was something he hadn't expected.
But Meng Yu just happened to have the idea of starting a company, although he would probably not be in the front line.
Little brother, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just get promoted? Why are you thinking about taking a team and jumping ship?
This is indeed quite strange. Generally speaking, Zhu Hui has just been promoted to vice president, so even if he were to leave, he wouldn't take a whole team with him.
There must be some story behind this. Zhu Hui didn't leave Meng Yu in suspense, and said directly, "What the fuck is a promotion?"
Vice president sounds good, but in reality, you don't have any power in the company.
Alas. The company I worked for was a foreign-funded chip foundry. Ever heard of TSMC? TSMC is known as the world's #1 chip foundry, capable of producing 5 nanometers chips. My company was ranked 5th and could produce 7 nanometers chips, but it was just a branch of the Magic City. Meng Yu was a little puzzled. It sounds pretty good. How did you get sidelined?
At the beginning of this year, the company's top management fell out, and I was on the wrong side.
It turned out like this.
It's all the same old routine in the workplace, and my promotion was just to comfort the middle-level employees and stabilize the troops.
Zhu Hui laughed at himself.
He was holding a bottle of Mao Tai that he had somehow managed to get his hands on and was drinking it hard. Gee, when the middle-level employees have been replaced next year, I'll just find an excuse to get kicked out.
But it doesn't matter. The current top management is either a Korean or a traitor. It's better to leave. There's always a place for me. It's just a pity.
The 3-star chip technology of the Korean country is too tightly guarded, otherwise it would be great to copy some and hand it over to the country. Meng Yu rubbed his fingers on the steering wheel and looked out the front window at the passing street scene.
So, you want to bring a group of key personnel out and work with Mr. Meng?
If Zhu Hui really has the ability.
He wouldn't mind setting up a chip company.
If conditions permit, he would even like to set up a Silicon Valley in Xia. After all, in today's society, the most indispensable thing is chip technology, and this cutting-edge technology has always been firmly in the hands of the West, which is not good.
Meng Yu would naturally like to develop chip technology if he had the opportunity. However, he is currently quite busy. After returning to Nanhang City, dealing with the banking giants he met was a big headache. And it's not a good idea to keep those people waiting. He can only take things one step at a time. Of course. I originally came back for a vacation to relax, but I didn't expect to hear about Mr. Meng's donation to the railway. I didn't expect that Mr. Meng is actually from Feng County, and he is also your cousin, which is really amazing. Xu Hui was very excited. Meng Yu's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, what a big deal. There's something even more amazing. Mr. Meng is me in front of you.
But Meng Yu didn't tell the truth after all.
He nodded indifferently and said, okay, you take the people to Nanhang and go directly to the Nanhang Bank. I will report to Mr. Meng about this tonight. Is it okay to report to yourself? I hope the truth will come out when the water runs dry. I hope Xu Hui is okay. Brother Meng is really a good guy. I thank Brother Meng on behalf of the company's brothers. Brother Meng, you can rest assured. When we arrive at Mr. Meng's company, our fighting power will definitely not disappoint you. Xu Hui was almost moved to tears. It's good to have a best friend. If it were just a normal friend, I would have had to beg for help. Actually, for Meng Yu, this is really nothing. With his wealth, it is a small matter to casually acquire the shares of a few companies. It's just that he's not very interested in making money from investments. After all, he is already rich enough to rival a country, and although money is never too much, any increase is just a number. He is more interested in meaningful things, such as changing the world with mobile payments, like the Nanhang and Xincheng horses, or replacing ordinary mobile phones with smartphones, like Steve Jobs. We're home. Meng Yu parked the car skillfully. The two went upstairs. Meng Yu's and Xu Hui's doors were both open, and it was clear that the neighbors had been friends for more than 10 years and were visiting each other again. Xu Hui shook the rain off his umbrella and suddenly had a bad feeling. All he could hear was Xu's mother's smug laughter coming from Meng's living room. My eldest son is no good. He's never been strong, and he only got second place in the county in the college entrance exam, barely scraping in. Meng's mother was envious. Yes, your son has always been good at school. If only my son were half as smart as shall we. Xu's mother's laughter became more and more complacent. No. Now my eldest son is not doing well at work. He has been a vice president for a few years. I heard that their company is involved in chips, which are used in products like the Pingo and rice phones. They are very powerful. My eldest son has told me a lot, but I didn't finish junior high school, so I don't really understand it. Anyway, it's very high-tech. My son is very filial. After working for half a year, he met a benefactor and made a little fortune. He wants to take us to live in Nanhang City. Meng's mother sounded a little relieved. As the saying goes, raising children is a way to prepare for old age. A filial son is a joy for a mother like Meng, and it was worth the 10 months of pregnancy and the hard work of raising him. Xu's mother said, my eldest son also said he wanted to take me to settle in the city of magic, but things are too expensive there and the neighbors are busy, so I don't think I could get used to it. Try it. If it doesn't work out, you can always come back after 6 months. After all, Xiao Yu's shop is already set up. Meng's mother hesitated. This is obviously also her concern. After all, Meng Mu and Meng Fu had been used to living in the county town all their lives, and suddenly moving to a big city would definitely be a lot to get used to. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Meng Yu shouted from outside the door. Chapter 118, Brother Zhu will be my role model from now on. The door was not closed. Meng Yu walked into the living room of the old house. A familiar scene greeted his eyes. Meng's mother and Zhu's mother were sitting on the old sofa in the living room, chatting about their daily lives while baking on the electric stove. 2 cups of hot tea were on the coffee table, and the big TV opposite the old sofa was showing a TV series about the intrigues and rivalries in Taiwan. Meng Yu vaguely remembered that when he was still in school and had not yet gone away to university, he often came home from school and saw this same scene. Zhu's mother was the neighbor and also Xu Hui's mother. Hello, Auntie Zhu. Meng Yu smiled politely. Zhu Hui followed Meng Yu and said, Mom, son is back. Hello, Auntie Meng. No matter what their status is outside, whether they are vice presidents of companies or international giants, in front of these two old mothers, they are just two ordinary sons. No matter how important a person is, can he just pop out of a stone? Or did he start talking when he was just a month old? As for why Zhu Hui was so nervous, this is certain. Because after he learned that Mr. Meng was Meng Yu's great uncle, he kept wondering what kind of person Meng's mother was in Mr. Meng's family. She must be an elder in Mr. Meng's family, right? Holy cow! This identity is too horrible. Zhu Hui thought of the scenes of their family being disrespectful over the years, and felt his breathing freeze. It was only natural to be nervous in front of Meng's mother. He felt that he could stand firm, even if he had an extraordinary level of concentration. What kind of existence is Mr. Meng? He can play tug-of-war with the world's #1 power. The hidden family behind him is probably the best in the world. It is a blessing for the family to have been neighbors with the Meng family for so many years. Meng Mu's mother is indeed cultivated. After all, Zhu Hui also knew that his mother, although she had a good heart, was a chatterbox who liked to show off. Whenever he got good grades or the family bought a big item, he would always show it off in front of Meng's mother. But Meng's mother always smiled and agreed, appearing very envious. Zhu Hui once thought that Meng's mother had never left Phone County and had never seen the world. Now, Zhu Hui looks back. Mom! Meng Mu is acting in this movie, and her acting is definitely Oscar-worthy. She is worthy of being the noble woman who married into the hidden family and gave birth to Meng Gu. To say that Meng's mother is really envious? Even if Zhu Hui were to be killed now, he would not believe it. Mr. Meng is such a wealthy man that, not to mention the fact that he donated 100 yuan to the county to build a railway, he also gave Meng Yu several tens of yuan for spending money. That's equivalent to 100 billion NT dollars for the road construction and tens of billions of NT dollars for pocket money. How could Meng's mother, who married into the hidden family where Mr. Meng was from, really envy their family's trinkets? I'm afraid even if it was a feast of delicacies and luxury goods, Meng's mother would have been bored with it. However, Zhu Hui was truly amazed by Meng Mu's unchanging simplicity over the past decade. He had heard that the older generation liked to engage in poverty education, but he had never seen anyone as dedicated as Meng Mu. He could only say that the world of the hidden family was beyond the understanding of an ordinary person. Xiao Hui, don't be so formal. Auntie has watched you grow up. Just treat this place as your own home. By the way, did Xiao Yu tell you that our family is moving to Nanhang? Stay for dinner tonight. There was a hint of homesickness in Meng Mu's eyes. Zhu Hui's face was still respectful. Meng Gu told me about it. Congratulations to Auntie Meng on her housewarming. To be honest, it's fine if I didn't know before, but now that I know that Meng's mother is an elder in Mr. Meng's family, even if he wants to pretend to be casual, he really can't. There's nothing he can do. Other ordinary rich people have a little money, but Mr. Meng is so rich that he can rival a country, which is really terrifying. He simply cannot maintain a normal state of mind. My dear, you're already a vice president, why are you still so humble? You take after your father. Zhu's mother said proudly. She didn't have much talent in her life. She married a good husband when she was young and had a good son and daughter. Especially this eldest son. Not only did he do well in school from a young age, he was accepted into Qingxia University, which brought her a lot of face in front of her neighbors, but after graduation, he had a successful career and at a young age, he became the vice president of the company, and his future is bright. Yes. Shelwy is really promising. He was admitted to Qingxia University as a top student, and his cultivation is better than ours. Xiao Yu, you should learn more from your brother-in-law Zhu, and get rid of your impetuousness. If you offend that important person one day, you will miss a great opportunity in life. Meng's mother said with a sincere heart. In Meng Mu's opinion, Zhu Hui is a high-achieving student who has been admitted to Qingxia University. He is a role model for Meng Yu to learn from. Looking at the country as a whole, among the thousands of students, how many can be admitted to Qingxia University? Meng Mu felt that Zhu Hui had a high level of education and that his future achievements would definitely be higher than Meng Yu's. This is her judgment based on her own limited life experience. It may not be entirely correct,
but the words she spoke were indeed spoken with Meng Yu's best interests in mind. After all, the older generation and the younger generation think differently. Flattering the leader is the norm, but for the generation like Meng Yu, they are more concerned about life and death, and if they don't agree, they will fight back.
Who cares about leaders or not? Does flattering someone guarantee a future? Licking the dog. You'll end up with nothing. Meng Yu nodded in agreement. Mom, don't say anymore, you're right. Brother Zhu will be my role model from now on. Brother Zhu, please give me some advice in the future. To his own mother. Meng Yu really had no choice. No matter what he says, he will just try to get by, otherwise he will be like the Monkey King, who had great powers but was bound by a magic spell and doubted his own life. Zhu Hui was stunned for a moment. Please give me advice in the future? Something's wrong. It sounds weird. It sounds like a wedding vow for a couple. This is too much. Zhu Hui said he wasn't gay, but he also knew that Meng Yu was just saying it casually. As a best friend, he knew that Meng Yu wasn't interested in men. As for a role model? Zhu Hui was also in tears. Although he is indeed a top student from Tsinghua University and has been given the opportunity to study for a master's and doctorate, in front of Meng Yu, all of this is no match for the fact that he is Mr. Meng's little cousin. After all, Zhu Hui has been working for a few years. He knows that it is better to be born into a good family than to do well in an exam. He had worked so hard to apply for a 10 billion naira project investment, but Mr. Meng casually gave Meng Yu a few 100 billion naira in pocket money. This person is simply infuriating. Zhu Hui finally realized for the first time what it meant to have a background like someone else's. You have to know. Since he was a child, he had always been the envy of his neighbors, teachers, and parents because of his excellent academic performance. But this time, in front of Meng Yu, although he was still the child of others in Meng Mu's eyes, he didn't feel any sense of superiority. He just felt extremely ashamed. Meng Yu's family is truly humble. Chapter 119. He remembered that a can of gas had always been 91 yuan. When she saw her old neighbor and her son, she said that she wanted her son to be a role model for her. As for the hint in her son Zhu Hui's eyes, Zhu's mother didn't take it to heart. She knew. Her son must mean that she should be more restrained. After all, they are neighbors, and it is not good to show off too much, otherwise there will be some resentment in her heart. She understands this human nature, after all, she is in her 60s. Zhu Hui's mother assured him not to worry. She knew what was going on. Zhu Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's your own mother. You just need to be a little bit more considerate. Don't be so cocky. My son is so embarrassed right now. He wishes he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You know? Meng Yu looked at the scene with a smile. In the past, I always felt uncomfortable when I saw Zhu's mother being so arrogant, but now, for some reason, I always feel particularly cool. Maybe it's because his mentality has changed. After all, he is no longer the same loser who couldn't get anything done. Especially after he had successfully planned and won across the Pacific, turned the lighthouse network upside down, and then got out of it all in one piece, his mentality had changed dramatically. From the mindset of a small person, he suddenly changed to the mindset of a giant. Looking back, he saw the scenes of his old neighbor Zhu Mu showing off his son over the past 10 years. Meng Yu felt particularly amused. And if Zhu's mother knew that her son, who she had praised to the skies, was about to come to work for her as an employee, what would her expression be? Meng Yu thought wickedly. However, he was just thinking about it casually, and he wouldn't embarrass his best friend by saying it out loud, because that would be meaningless and would make him seem like he couldn't get along with people. Xiao Yu has actually worked very hard. Although he has the help of a benefactor, he bought a house in Nanhang 6 months after graduating. Even if it was only a down payment, it was already very impressive. In the future, I will ask Xiao Hui to take you to your home more often. Zhu's mother comforted Meng's mother. He can be proud of himself. The two families have been neighbors for more than 10 years, and their friendship is still there. As the saying goes, a distant relative is no better than a close neighbor. Both Mrs. Zhu and Mrs. Meng attach great importance to neighborly relations. As for the down payment, this is just what Zhu's mother thinks. After all, houses in Nanhang City are expensive. Even if it is in the suburbs, it will cost millions of yuan.
She wouldn't be so stupid as to think that Meng Yu could afford the full amount.
Generally speaking,
It is true that most recent graduates are able to make a down payment, but they are still very lucky and very capable. Xu Hui opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just thought to himself,
Mom, please spare me.
Meng Gu is Mr. Meng's little cousin, and I haven't even had time to get close to him.
Who the hell is taking him? Who knows who will be taken by whom?
Meng Yu looked at Zhu's mother's complacent expression and then at Zhu Hui's embarrassed look, and couldn't help but laugh. This mother and son are really interesting.
Meng's mother was slightly taken aback. What are you laughing at, little Yu? I was just thinking of something happy, Meng Yu said seriously.
He couldn't explain this to Meng's mother. I'll just get away with it. Who knows, Meng Mu actually took it seriously.
Could it be that you have one over Tang Tang?
That girl is really good, although she only has a junior high school education, she still has some knowledge in her head. Her butt is a little small, I don't know if she can give birth, so you have to make up for it when you marry her. In the future, she will give birth to 2 or 3 big fat boys for our old Meng family, so that when I die in the future, I will have an answer for your grandmother.
So, you two should hurry up and have more children. More?
Meng Yu's smile froze on his face.
What the hell is this? How can this be associated with marriage and children? Mom must really want to hold a grandchild. No. Meng Yu was overwhelmed.
He really couldn't understand his parents' desire to have grandchildren, and as long as Meng Mu asked for a mansion, a watch, or gold and silver jewelry, he would be able to satisfy her.
But children are not pets. Can you just have them whenever you want? I really can't do it. You have to understand.
He is still a bachelor without a girlfriend in the strict sense of the word, let alone getting married and having children, which is too far away.
Mom, you're mistaken. Tang Tang and I are just good friends. The reason I'm happy is because I'll be able to eat the food you make soon. By the way, why are all the dishes on the table? Should I take care of them in advance? Meng Yu rubbed his hands together. At this time,
I have to find something to do to distract my mother's attention, otherwise if we talk about having grandchildren, according to Meng Yu's bitter experience over the past 6 months, my mother won't let him go for half an hour.
And he really didn't want to date. If you have a clear target and still flirt with other girls, aren't you a scumbag?
But being single has no such worries. He is handsome, has great conditions, and there are too many girls who chase after him.
You can leave the cooking to your mother and Auntie Zhu. Your cooking is only good enough for you to eat.
Meng Mu explained casually that there was no gas in the house, and Lawan had just gone to fill it up. Master Chow is here. There was a heavy thumping sound outside the door.
A moment later,
a middle-aged man wearing an old jacket and carrying a gas cylinder on his shoulder walked in.
Oh. Meng and Zhu have returned to their hometown.
I heard that Zhu is now very successful and is the president of a company with an annual salary of 1 million.
Olden, don't praise my brat. He doesn't deserve it. That being said.
But Zhu's mother's smug smile didn't diminish at all. The middle-aged man changed his slippers and carried the gas canister into the kitchen. He installed it quickly and then turned around and said with a smile, I'm telling you the truth.
Mengor, you have such a neighbor, you're so lucky.
Brother Zhu is young but already the president of a large company. His future is limitless. Our neighborhood is considered to be a place that produces talented people.
If my daughter wasn't already married, I would definitely try to make her my daughter-in-law. This uncle is also an old resident of the community and a native of Feng County. So he doesn't seem too formal when he talks. As for why the vice president became the president of a large company? Rumors are always exaggerated, and this is very reasonable. Meng Yu laughed in silence and didn't refute.
He walked to the kitchen habitually, checked that there were no leaks, and then reached for his wallet to pay.
You have to know. This is Feng County, a small county with closed traffic.
His parents don't earn much money a month, and when he sees this kind of spending at home, he will generally pay for it himself.
And mobile payments are not yet widespread in Feng County.
When Lawan went to the gas station to refill the gas, he still had to pay in cash, so the money was only accepted in cash, which was more realistic. Anyone who has lived in a county or a village should know this phenomenon. So Meng Yu subconsciously took out a stack of banknotes. he took out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Lawan. He remembered that a can of gas had always been 91 yuan. So he acted casually, just like when he went to the fruit shop on the street and weighed a caddy of apples and paid for them. However, the four people in the room seemed petrified, staring at the $100 gold banknote in Meng Yu's hand, unable to say a word for a long time. The scene was silent for a moment.
Meng Yu's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Unconscious habits can be fatal. Has he been found out?
He can't hide the truth that he is rich enough to rival a country.
How can he remedy the situation? Solve it online. It's urgent. Chapter 120, This money has nothing to do with me.
Olden was shocked, his mouth wide open, looking at the $100 banknote in front of him, and rubbing his eyes in disbelief.
$100, that's 100 billion naira.
He had lived to such an old age, and his daughter had even married, but he had never seen so much money in his entire life. If you calculated 91 cents per can of gas, even if you subtract the cost of the raw materials, he would still be making 91 cents per can, plus the 9-cent subsidy from the gas station, and that would still require him to move 1 billion cans of gas.
Oh my god. 1 billion cans.
Olden felt a buzz in his head.
That would be exhausting to the bone. And what is the concept of 100 yuan?
You have to know that Mr. Meng donated a railway for only 100 yuan, and then the entire county was grateful, not only holding a banquet for the people, but also erecting a monument to commemorate it and recording it in the county records.
And now,
he has $100 in front of him.
This is a gold banknote. It's basically impossible to fake it. Lawan sat down on the ground in a daze. The collapse of a middle-aged man often happens in an instant. He admitted that he was scared and now he was a little out of breath. He was both shocked and frustrated. They all live in the same neighborhood, so how did the Meng family suddenly have so much money? Zhu Hui's expression was somewhat complicated. He was the one who knew the truth the closest among the four, and he also knew that Mr. Meng had given Meng Yu a few tens of dollars in pocket money, so naturally he could accept the fact that Meng Yu had a $100 banknote in his possession. But being able to accept it is one thing. Envy and jealousy are another matter. He said he didn't want to work hard anymore. He wanted to be like Meng Yu, have a rich cousin like Mr. Meng, or be supported by a rich woman with a net worth of trillions of nanograms. He doesn't have any preferences when it comes to rich women. As long as she has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Zhu's mother turned pale. She had never thought that a terrifyingly wealthy person with $100 would have anything to do with her, an ordinary resident of a county town. Until Meng Yu took out a 100 yuan bill. Zhu's mother looked at the $100 bill and was dumbfounded. She had just been bragging about how good her son had been in school as a child, how he had been accepted into Tsinghua University, and how he was now a vice president of a company with an annual salary of 1 million. Who would have thought that the slap in the face would come so soon? The son of a neighbor actually took out a $100 bill in front of her. That's 100 billion New Zealand dollars. Meng Mu looked at the gold banknote in her son's hand. Although she was essentially an uneducated resident of a county town, she had seen pigs run, even if she had never eaten pork, and occasionally saw gold banknotes on TV. Especially the Tuan series that middle-aged women love to watch. The screenwriter always likes to design scenes with gold banknotes to elevate the overall quality of the plot, which makes people in even poor rural areas have some idea of the exchange rate between gold banknotes and general nan yuan. But Meng's mother felt her heart couldn't take it, and her eyes went a little bit black. She was really too old to take such a shock. It's like piling up a mountain of gold and silver in front of someone. Even normal people might faint from the shock. And 100 yuan is 100 billion na yuan. Isn't this much more terrifying than mountains of gold and silver and piles of ordinary NGN banknotes? Meng Yu also realized that Meng Mu was not feeling well, and hurriedly helped her mother. Mom, this money is actually the operating capital that the company temporarily deposited with me. Operating capital, you know? It's the money that counts in the bank. It has nothing to do with me. In a moment of panic. He was obviously not in his right mind. However, Meng Mu understood what he was trying to say. That is, the money is not his son's. It was just being kept by the son for a certain big shot. Then it's fine.
After all, Meng Mu had heard that accountants for large companies in big cities handle tens of billions of yuan in funds every year. Thinking about this, Meng Mu felt her heartbeat return to normal. After all, no matter how much money there is, as long as it has nothing to do with her, there is actually nothing to be surprised about. After all, the gross national product of Xia in 1999 was 99 trillion nanometers, which was much more than 100 billion nanometers, and no one had ever heard of anyone fainting from excitement.
To put it bluntly,
after all, 99 trillion nyanons have nothing to do with individuals.
Moreover,
if Meng Yu hadn't been so casual about paying, and if there hadn't been so many 100 yuan gold banknotes, Meng Yu's mother wouldn't have been so shocked, and she wouldn't have nearly fainted.
The most important thing is,
it is still the fact that 100 yuan is equivalent to 100 billion nan yuan, which is really a huge amount. Although Meng Mu was not sure why the money was not in the bank but in Meng Yu's hands.
But that was secondary.
She was a woman from a small county, not a noblewoman from a big family in the city, and she didn't understand the ways of the big companies in the city, so she thought it was normal.
Xu Hui rolled his eyes at Meng Yu's explanation. Meng Yu's explanation would only fool ordinary middle-aged residents of the county who are not well informed.
As a vice president with an annual salary of 1 million yuan and a top student at Qingxia University, he naturally knew what it meant for Meng Yu to carry more than 100 yuan with him.
He used to think that President Wang was Meng Yu's favorite.
That's why Mr. Meng was so confident in handing over 100 yuan, which is equivalent to 100 billion yuan, to her. Now it seems that Mr. Meng, who is a family member of Mr. Meng, is the one who really holds the real power in Mr. Meng's company.
It is estimated that every move of President Wang is under the supervision of Meng Yu.
This can be seen from the fact that before leaving the banquet, President Wang came to personally escort him. It is clear that in the system under Mr. Meng, Meng Yu's position as a young cousin is very high, and even Wang, a trusted employee, is under Meng Yu's supervision.
If President Wang is not doing a good job, Meng Yu will probably report it to Mr. Meng.
Xu Hui smiled, thinking that he had seen the true face of the mountain, and looked at him with a self-satisfied look. After listening to Meng Yu's explanation, Zhu's mother also let out a long sigh of relief. Although the old neighbors had a good relationship, they were actually constantly competing with each other.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been comparing their children since they were young. In the past,
Zhu's mother had always relied on her son, Zhu Hui, to keep Meng's mother in check. If her son suddenly lost to Meng's mother's son, she would not be able to accept it.
Fortunately, Meng Yu is only in charge of money.
Zhu's mother's face once again regained its smug smile.
The financial director.
She had heard her son mention it vaguely, and although she didn't understand the company's personnel structure, she knew that the position was under the vice president, and that was enough for her.
So human nature is complex, with good and bad intertwined.
On the one hand, Mrs. Zhu hoped that the children of her old neighbors would be successful and would be able to support her parents in the future. On the other hand, she didn't want the children of her neighbors to be too successful, surpassing her own children, so that she would lose the capital to show off. Meng Yu saw this scene and just smiled lightly. Xu Hui looked at Meng Yu gratefully and, knowing part of the truth, of course, he would not be as foolish as his mother and take Meng Yu's excuse as the truth. This 100 yuan is Mr. Meng's money, which he left with Brother Meng. Then Brother Meng is definitely a big shot, with a social status and influence far surpassing the feared existence of the 5 tigers of Tinghua, the 8 kings of rice, and the 18 arhats of Ali.
Who is he?
He is just a vice president of a branch company with no real power.
Even if he were to flatter him, he would still be no match for Meng Gu.